Today from an unusual spot. I'm sitting on the stairs. Why are you sitting on the stairs, Eric? I just wanted a different looking thumbnail, so I decided to come take it on the stairs. Why are you live streaming again, Eric? Well, maybe the answer is if you want to succeed, you gotta live stream a lot. A lot, a lot. Yeah. Maybe. But maybe that's not how you want to succeed. I'm curious, but if you want to succeed, if you want to succeed, not me. Obviously, if I wanted to succeed, I'd not be doing this right now. I'd be doing something that links more clearly to success. I mean, granted, I've only been streaming for 1 minute, but at the moment, now there's one person here. So that's pretty good. Mine's not Rachel, so that's pretty impressive. But anyway, for me, obviously, if I wanted to succeed, I would not be doing this at the moment. Although this is linking better to success nowadays than it used to, it still has a very weak linkage to success for me. I mean, success for me, it's really difficult for me to define success. For some reason, Rachel's listening to La Bamba. That surprises me. She's in the shower. And was listening to music, but quite surprised to hear La Bamba come on the playlist. I don't know if it's a playlist or not. I think she's listening to Spotify. Generally, when she doesn't feel like listening to Chappy tracks, she listens to Spotify. So I'm going to make a poll here in a second. It's going to ask the following question. If you want to succeed, you gotta... And we're going to put a few options on there. I think I'd like to field some possible options from people in the chat before I present options in the poll to the chat. I've got some notions of my own in mind. Obviously, one of the answers could be try hard. Another possible answer could be love yourself. Attain greatness. Well, I mean, that's probably too skewed a choice, to succeed, like aesthetically or something, according to your own standards, would be like another possible choice, or maybe be kind, or be ruthless, or be inclusive. There are millions of possible things that I could include in a poll on this subject, right? But I'd like to field some thoughts from chat, should other people. Obviously, I'd like to feel like thoughts you might have as well, Chris Shevin, but I'm curious to see what people think, so I can get kind of like a pre-poll poll, so I know which choices to put on the poll, because there's so many possible things I might put on the poll. Basically, it's a primary election. Can't you at least perform one miracle? I'm also currently, while I'm awaiting a little bit more input before I make this poll and proceed to pay all of my attention to this, I've got anime on in the background muted. Sword Art Online, which is the ultimate filler. It's so filler. It's ridiculous. I'm watching season 3 of Sword Art Online, which is, the first 9 or so episodes of the season, the main character is in a coma being pushed around by the other characters in a wheelchair. Okay, just you're really starting to jump the shark here a bit, Sword Art Online. What's up with this? Now it's all extra small. Didn't I just fix this problem? Where's the Miggity or the Meow? Is that at 100%? Install YouTube on my laptop? Well, I guess I do have. I do have an app for it. What do you want, kitty? You want me to watch you eat or something? I don't know. YouTube looks really weird for me right now. Not sure why. I guess it's because I installed that app, huh? Okay, well. Things gonna look weird. Things gonna look weird, I guess. Ain't nothing you gonna do about it. Ain't nothing that nobody gonna do about it. All right, I'm gonna start making this poll here. If anybody here has another thought besides Chris Chapin's, being happy with what you accomplish. Oh yeah, I'm on again, come man. And maybe it's because of the answer to the question posed by the title. Maybe it's because if you want to succeed, you gotta constantly live stream. I don't think it's really any different for me to be on YouTube this much as it is for you to be watching YouTube this much. I'm just making stuff this much. I've got things to say. Well, really, I wanted to try out this title. I thought, okay, I'm going to try Ruben's advice. I've been thinking about it. Ruben had some good advice for titling these things, like you should do the ... thing. Leave it, like, oh, I got to find out what comes after the ... I guess that's the mechanism of it. Howdy, partner. You are a partner with the D. P-A-R-D-N-E-R-I-E. You're a partner. All right. So, I'm going, I don't know why I went outside, because Rachel's music's on kind of loud in the background. I don't want to get any kind of copyright. That's why I was going outside. That's why I haven't started this poll at the moment. It's because I need to go outside with a drink and a health tube, and then I'm going to make this poll. What do you gotta do? What comes after the gotta? Bro, would you like to hear a song? Not right now. No, I'm not in hear a song mode at the moment. We did that earlier and that was great. I enjoyed it a lot, but I'm sure I'll do it again. But I'm not in the mode of please share me your songs to hear, and I'll tell you what I think. I probably will do that again, not that long from now. In fact, I may even try that as the title of the thing. Hi, Victor G. I will tell you what is up the sky. Great things are forged in the fires of adversity. Okay. If you want to hang out, you got to do a line. That's not that's not what the title says. Both. But not mine. Of course not. Who would want that? Anyway, Kitty here, getting pets and eating food because he's got emotional issues of some kind. He's got an unhealthy relationship with food and me. And I'm just reinforcing it. That's all I'm doing is reinforcing it. So, okay, we've got a couple of good options for this poll. It's if you want to succeed, you've got to be forged in adversity. If you want to succeed, you've got to. What did Chris Chapin say again? Being happy with what you accomplished. Don't really like that one that much. You have an unhealthy relationship with life. Well, I try not to. We all struggle with stuff, you know. I I don't really have a particularly healthy relationship with self and life. You know, I'm kind of self-loathing, and unnecessarily so. I have a bad habit of really like about certain kinds of mistakes, especially like certain kind of effing mistakes and stuff. I tend to beat myself up about those a little more than I need to. It's just kind of an effy thing in general. Would you want a pet ATM machine that gives you free $10 for no, thank you. Yeah, it could probably use a beard trim. I haven't cut my hair in a while. I did cut my mustache not super long ago because it was getting in my mouth too much. You guys want to give me a haircut right now? We could go give myself a haircut. But I want to get this poll made first. Start a poll. To be a success, you gotta be forged in adversity. I will put love yourself. I will put work hard with clear goals. And then the last option will be understand other people. All right. So now we've got our poll up. If you want to succeed, you got to have lots of positive messages on your wall. What were those things the engines wore on their heads? Headdresses, I think. I think it's headdresses. Bro atop using Barbie phone? Am I using a Barbie phone? I mean, it's a Samsung Fold phone. It's black. I have no idea why you would think it's a Barbie phone. Are we not getting good image or something? I'm not sure. To be a success, sell everything you have and you'll have a lot of money. Well, that's only if everything you have is worth a lot of money and saleable. Well, it's as it's written, XX, to be a success. It's written that way in order to have you reveal more about your values rather than be more precise. Nobody here is going to say you got to work hard with clear goals. I'm surprised. I think that's probably the most accurate one of them. Bro, I mean, you got two kidneys. I may have two kidneys, but I don't want to sell either of them. By the way, this is Don Kynos' alt. Hi, Don Kynos' alt, Gialt. I guess the alt stands for alt. Hi, Acacia. How are you? Are you fine? I hope so. I am well, thank you for asking. Using this for my future publications as Don Kynos is my personal account. So, does that mean this live stream is occurring in the future right now? I hope so. I'm hoping that you're using this alt account enables me to time travel. Who doesn't want to time travel? My next poll is going to be this. If you had the chance to time travel, would you like to go backwards or forwards? Would you like to go to the past or the future? I think that's a good question. So we got be forwards in adversity, 27%. Love yourself, 27%. Probably 3 votes each. And then understand other people, 46%, with 13 votes in. Nobody wants to work hard with clear goals. What happened to ESTJ success? Hi, do you remember me? Allison Varesco? No, I don't remember you. I'm sorry. Do you remember me? Eat a Bible and speak wisdom. Huh, well, congratulations. And I want to tell you that you should be very proud of yourself for remembering me. And I should be okay with myself for not remembering you. Because otherwise, I'm just going to hate myself for no reason, you know? Or unhelpfully. No reason to do that. I'm inspired on this love yourself idea from watching that really very beautiful short film that features starring Pauly Shore as Richard Simmons. Oh, I'm not supposed to do that. I forgot. Might get in trouble or something. My PFP is from a game about mental illness and trauma called Hotline Miami and is likely temporary. What's a PFP? I don't know what a PFP is. Oh, profile picture. Hotline Miami, huh? That sounds like an interesting game. A game about mental illness and trauma? Is it a fun game? Well, loving yourself is not any form of narcissism. Narcissists, I think, don't love each other very much, but don't love themselves very much. Oh, you have your own YouTube channel? Did we ever make a video together or something? Is that how we know each other? Or, I don't know. I've done a lot of videos, so I don't remember. It seems a key component in most external success would be understanding others, right? Well, that's a very FE perspective. Very F perspective. And a very interfacey perspective. It seems that to be successful, you're going to have to interface with other people, which is not necessarily the case. It depends on how you approach a given project or whatever. Yes, it is my name. Unfortunately, I'm only allowed 4 choices, unknown data to them. I might have put more choices if I had had more. I start a honey business. I buy from wholesaler and sell to. So, what's your point of view about my business? That you don't have a customer. Might be a good idea. Hey, bro, you see Russian mafia? No, what do you mean? Any advice for building a community? I'm not really a very good person to ask because while I am approaching 10,000 subs, I've done it more slowly than just about everybody around me on YouTube. Am I Indian? No, I'm not. Are you Indian? It could be like understanding your target market purchasing trends or something like that, right? Is that the advice for building a community? I mean, I do have some advice for building a community that won't help you build a community, but it's more like advice for having a community, which is most of all, like, understand that you're going to have to strike a somewhat tricky balance between protecting these people's ability to express and shutting down bad kinds of expression. Thank you. Ah, I like it. If you want to succeed, you need three things. One, dot, dot, dot. That's good. I like it. I'm earthing outside. I have an excess of electrons. I'm not sure if I am actually currently discharging electricity into the ground, but I would suspect that I am grounded electrically. I'm not sure about these shoes, but I'm going to say yeah. Won't do you any good if you're struck by lightning, though, will it? No, sir. Or ma'am. This looks like a super big arrowhead. Pew! You just got shot by an arrowhead. Pew! Yeah, those are clouds. If you were curious about what those things are in the sky there, those white things, those are clouds. I mean, that kind of pointy thing is a tree. I'll provide, this is for my blind friends who are watching the video here. What you can see in the background is clouds, a sky, a pointy tree, and I will now describe it to you in Braille. Raised dot, two raised dots. Hilarious comedy jokes. Okay, so we're checking in on the poll here and seeing how it's doing. And currently, we have in the lead understanding other people with love yourself and be forged in adversity in second and third place, respectively. We do have a couple of people here who have now chimed in on work hard with clear goals. So there are currently 25 votes. I'm going to leave it up for just another minute or so before we wrap this poll up and go on to the second poll. Success equals you need at least a lot of two of the following: hard work, talent, luck. Fair enough. I don't know what that earthing to the ground is. I don't know what that means. I've never heard anything about it. I was just riffing off it, assuming it must have mean like electrically grounded or something. Sasquatches don't have earthing problems. Is earthing when you put potting soil up your butt? Is that the new TikTok thing? The hot new TikTok craze? Okay. Mr. B, hello, sir, and discipline. Who's discipline? The earthing, some people believe in it. I already answered that, excited Impala. My point of view about your business is that you don't have a customer. I think those comments were unrelated. Which comments? Okay, wrapping up the poll. Here we go. Understanding other people wins. Mr. Discipline? Oh, I see. I got you. I understand now. Now I understand. Thank you, Karma Spin, for clarifying. Start a poll. If you gotta time travel, past, future. Knowledge plus action equals success. I see. So what? Okay. I mean, that's not really very helpful because it doesn't tell you what you need to know nor what kind of action to take. So it seems a little vague, you know? I'm sorry to hear that, Karma's Pimp. I will do that again at some future point, of course. Not right now, but future got to get some of that BTTF almanac money. I don't know what the BTTF almanac money is. It depends on what you're trying to be successful at. Well, I think the implication of the question is successful as a person, you know? If you want to be successful, you gotta time travel. Acacia said future. I think this question really asks, do you want more predictability or are you going to bet on an optimistic understanding of the future? Or in other words, or do you want predictability in your time travel or do you want novelty? Kind of an NESI question, really. Do I want a pet wig that gives me free 1,000 strands of hair for $35? No, thank you. Cause of death, climate change. You know, this is one thing I can promise everybody. There is not a single person in the world who will die from climate change. There's not going to be any death certificates issued. Cause of death, climate change. It's a great observation, Ruben R. It's Lori. Oh, Back to the Future, he's got that on. Okay, that's the almanac he has. Okay, fine, gotcha. Earthing, I've heard, can help with releasing and freeing and collecting free radicals to and from the body through the electric lines underground. Though the electric lines underground have a sort of dirty electrons that bothers homeostasis in the body. Okay, well, I don't think I have any electric lines underground my house or the yard or whatever. So the future is a straight up gamble. Fair enough. Too much time to critique from the past. I'm from Pakistan, and no days Pakistan situation is. So how can I be a successful businessman? I don't know. You're asking the wrong guy. An altered timeline. Get an MBA. I have no fucking idea how to be a successful businessman. Depends how far you travel ahead to. 1 billion years into the future, Karma's pimp. Well, if I can go back to specific several areas of my past, then do things differently. Cause of death travels to the future. It's Lori says hi. It's Lori. So past is tough because lack of internet, but future I'll be lagging because of advancement in technology. But if it's one shot, might as well gamble with the future. You don't know what a dirty electron is. Well, it's an electron that's spent too much time with protons and neutrons, Conan 3, and lost its purity. I feel like how really old people must be. I don't know if I'll be able to figure out how to use their future toilets. I want to go back to the past to benefit your future. Well, I mean, kind of one stipulation that somebody should have insisted I make before answering the question was, do you get to return to the present? If it's a one-way trip, I guess I got to go future if it's a one-way trip, because the past is boring. The future is new. But if you can come back to the past, when you come back to the present, then I might be more inclined to go to the past. Oh, look at this little lizard. How cute. What a cutie you are. You're a cutie lizard. Let's look at the little cutie lizard. There he is. Oh my gosh, what a cutie. What a little cutie patootie. He's quite small. That little lizard. I'm gonna try to get the camera super close to him until I scare him away finally. Okay. Now. Okay, little lizard. There you are. Oh my gosh, you guys, look, it's a lizard. It's a wonderful little lizard. That's how small he is. The camera's not even very far. Maybe that's not at one time. I don't know. Maybe. What are you doing? Why don't you move away from me? Why aren't you scared? You should be scared. Is it because you're a glitch in the Matrix? Is that why? Are you a glitch in the Matrix? Is that why you aren't moving? Or maybe instead you're dead? In which case, then that explains it. His legs kind of look flat on the back. Maybe he is dead. I don't see any damage to him anywhere. The problem is I can't see his face very well, you know. We need to see his face more. Are you alive or dead? I really don't think I can tell if you're alive or dead. Second glitch in the Matrix lizard. Unless he's dead. Alright, I'll poke it lately. No, it's dead, I guess. Are you dead? I don't know what's up with this lizard. Maybe he's dying but not dead? I don't know. Seems to move a little bit. I mean, he does move a little bit. He's not totally dead. He needs water? It's been raining so much. Now he's finally going. Maybe he's just cold. That's probably it. It's cold. He's an INFP. Oh, now he's moving again. I think he's just cold. There he goes. You know, because reptiles, when they get cold, they can't move that much. Yeah, he is alive for sure. Let's see how the poll ended. Future wins. Future wins. Good for the future. Wait, did I leave a beverage over there? Isn't it a lovely sky? What a lovely day. You need to stop being so lazy, Luther. It's not that cold. No, I didn't leave a beverage. I never did have a beverage. I never got a beverage. And now the lizard's gone. Well, just that quick, the lizard's gone. I need to go into the kitchen and get a beverage. Lizard is a sign of lizard conspiracy. True. Wherever you see lizards, we will be there. Signed, the Illuminati. I like how the Illuminati sends me memos periodically. Keep me updated. I didn't even sign up for their newsletter or anything. Dear Eric, we just thought we'd reach out to you today regarding a matter of extreme, huge importance. Oh, great. The Illuminati wants me to donate money again. But, I like to still call them the Knights Templar. To be a little bit adventurous in my naming of things. All right, now, let's get a food. You want sweet and sour chicken, Rachel? That sounds good. Okay. I'm also going to have a sweet and sour chicken, though.
Okay. You want both?
Yeah, I'd like both.
Chicken or beef?
Either one, I don't care. Whatever there's more of. But you'll have to wait till my sweet and sour chicken.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Eric Bo Schmerich. You poured too much creamer in your coffee this time. I mean, it's not too much, but yeah,
it's still good, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's still delicious, but it's like it's a little bit of a waste of creamer.
So glad you're streaming.
Thanks, darling. I'm glad I'm streaming too. Maybe somebody might say, do you really need to stream that many hours a day, Eric?
Yes.
But I would say, no, I don't really need to. I want to.
Yeah, you do.
With my wanting bone.
You're using your social subtype.
Truth can be harsh. The only reason Future won is because your chat is full of degenerates. You know what? I'm giving Karma's Pimple 1 point for that. Karma's Pimp, you got a 1 point for that. I appreciate you calling everybody else a bunch of degenerates. That's hilarious. I like it. And I couldn't agree more. These people around here. They need to, stop being so debauched all the time. Yes, we see that, Sienna. Thank you for spamming us with shorts. Who's gonna get the charters? I got her. Well, it's like that episode of Naked and Afraid where that one lady sharted in their water supply, and she was subjected to much scorn from both her partner and the viewing audience. However, she got a second chance later on another Naked and Afraid, and while she didn't shart a second time into any water, she did not make it the full 21 days anyway. You just had Mexican fingers? That would have been much less successful as a Black Eyed Peas song, I think, Ruben R., than Let's Get Retarded in here. I like it a lot less. Let's get it sharded in here. Well, you know what? I think that the shart person who came in to discuss sharding should be pretty happy because now it's full blast the topic of discussion. So she sharded in the water supply. I don't think she did it on purpose. Well, sort of. Like, I'm not sure. I don't remember the episode really. But she's famous in the forums as the sharter who sharded in the water supply. Is this Mandy Patinkin? No, I am definitely not Mandy Patinkin, although I do know who that is. She did. She was getting monkey butt from the diarrhea. Okay, so she did it on purpose. So that she wasn't even like sharding. She was just like diarrheaing in the water or something. I remember the girl that burned her back with the boiling water. I don't exactly remember that, but I've seen like every single episode of Naked and Afraid, basically. Thanks, Coneman 3. I actually don't prefer these glasses, but what I do prefer about them is that I don't lose them, right? As much as the black ones, because they don't blend into the black chairs and stuff. Is this how extroverted intuition works? I mean, you can look at me as a good example of an extroverted intuitor with TIs in the second slot and ENP, I can freestyle talk indefinitely much of the time. Even when I'm not on my Adderall, the live streams won't be as long, but I'll still live stream a lot,
Good try.
Thank you, darling. You're a wonderful lady.
You're welcome. You're a wonderful man.
Would you drive a car with active nukes in it? Well, It depends. Like, is my job nuclear weapons transporter? Then, sure. Hopefully they've got them packed away securely. Nuclear weapons transport truck driver wanted. $20 an hour. Okay, so I got some foods here. Yes, I finished the pot roast earlier, more or less. Dumped out the rest of it. So I have had a little something to eat today, but not nearly enough. That's why I took up Rachel on her offer for a cup of noodles, and also want to have a sweet and sour chicken. As you can see, I'm going through my normal pre-sweet and sour chicken eating protocol, which entails putting the rice on top of the sweet and sour chickens to moisten them. This is the nugget moistening part of the activity. All right, so now that it's gently tucked underneath a bed of rice. Was the Twin Towers an inside job? I think so. But it's hard to say for sure, obviously. All right, I'll be back for this one. What I can say for sure about it is I definitely don't believe the official story, but that doesn't mean I have any good idea exactly of what happened instead. Yeah, sure. I think that's the most likely scenario, is that it is an inside job, but we can only ever say that seems more or less likely. We're never going to say for sure what happened without some huge document leaking. It seems very unlikely, Yeah, it'll never be solved, probably. Boba Fett is not immune to whatever. So it may be COVID. COVID might be immune to, Boba Fett might be immune to COVID. I'm not sure. If so, he's the one that we've been looking for. No, you're not going to ban acacia. Why would you ban acacia? Because why? What did she say? Ooh, front strawberry diarrhea. That is disgusting. I don't blame you for wanting to ban her now. It's fine. But no, anyway. As far as anyone else knows, you are correct. Just swim away from ground zero and nobody the wiser. Carmen, you talk less like a mod. Right, okay. So now we're back to where we were before. Why is this so small, though? Let me pop out the chest, see if we can make it bigger. Okay. I only learned recently that film JFK reopened the investigation. Did it? I didn't know that either. I mean, I don't think we're going to get any further clarification on either of those subjects. I think both things are pretty fishy. 9/11, I can just completely eliminate the official story as possible. And I can pretty much say some sort of insidery was going on because of Building 7. But, I'd like to have the lid blown off of the story entirely, but that's not going to happen.
Ah, yes.
Thank you, darling.
You're welcome. Time for 3 minutes.
Society gets bored. Need a little kick to care about something from the mundane day to day. And what's a little kick in this instance? Let me see if I can make this bigger. Yeah, that's better. Well, I mean, the thing is, Boba Fett, you could say, like, that maybe that you can conclude determinedly that Jack Ruby, or not Jack Ruby, Lee Harvey Oswald either wasn't the shooter or didn't act alone or whatever. Maybe you can make that claim, but there's no open and shut case against an undefined they, obviously. My advice to all my brothers: live happy life, make it happy with travel, and see natural beauty and find the creator. Well, thanks, Excited Impala. I'm not a huge travel fan myself, but some people are. Alan Dulles. Alan Dulles was dodgy. I don't really know the story that well. We've seen the film Shooter. It sounds familiar, but I'm not sure. Okay. Well, this food is really hitting the spot. Making me feel like a reinvigorated Ryan. Or a renewed Reynolds. What is or isn't sus? Mark Wahlberg was on the film? I still don't really remember the deets of it, sorry. I think I did see it, but...
New song tomorrow night, says Johnny.
Cool.
What should we say? Cool?
Looking forward to it? I don't know. Something like that. Anything. I typically just read those things and don't respond when people put things. Even if I like it, I just read it anyway. CIA director, we had MK Ultra fired over Bay of Pigs, part of the Warren Commission. His crony placed in charge.
The cup of noodles is ready.
Thank you, darling. It's right here. Yeah.
Oh, you already started?
No, I know it's right here.
Oh.
I'm just finishing my chicken first.
Oh, I hear you.
Well, I'm going double Asian here, okay? I started with sweet and sour chicken, frozen dinner from Budget. Which is basically like chicken nuggets and rice and sweet and sour sauce. Adam Curtis's Century of the Self and Hypernormalism on free on YouTube. I don't know what those are. What was MK Ultra randomly spiking people to see? No, it was an attempted mind control experiments and stuff. John A. McCone. Was he the father of cone pudding? John A. McCone. If you want to see a real cone putter in action, go back to history. Learn your history, friends. And watch John A. McCone put some cones. You will see a grace and elegance in his cone pudding that I'm afraid modern cone putters have lost. Oh, it's Cone Man's dad, actually, John A. McCone. It's also a special product that McDonald's makes for cone putters. It's a regular shake, but it's orange color, like the cones they put. Sup, Carlos Paeva? What's going on? Let me guess, Carlos Paeva. You would have been here almost an hour ago, but you had to finish listening to a particularly long prog rock song. YouTube's messing around with stuff right now. Don't assume whatever changes you see are going to be sticky, because they seem to be like, oh, we dropped the meow and the meow. We're gonna, oh, fuck. Because it seems like that's what's going on behind the scenes of YouTube right now. Somebody dropped an ice cream cone in the algorithm. Fred Dibna. Never heard of him. Fred Dibna, huh? Come in, did you break the YouTube algorithm? I doubt it, Carlos Piper. Come in. He was just putting cones around it, that's all. To keep it safe. Now that's the biggest book of the noodles. Yeah, I've seen that movie. It's there it goes. It's pretty good. Yeah, CIA has done some fucked up shit, that's for sure. But you know, what are you gonna do? Intelligence agency's gonna intelligence, I guess. Soft Machine had a great song title, The Man Who Waved at Trains. Like it's normal for other live streams. Vertical ones too. Well, I will say the following thing. Well, which I almost never say. If you are here and you are not subscribed to my channel, I would appreciate if you subscribe, because I'm trying to get to 10,000 subs. It's going to take me a good chunk of time, at least a month probably, but I would like to hurry that along a little bit if possible. So, you know, if you're not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe. Won't kill you. You know, you don't got to turn on notifications or anything.
So I'm doing that 30-day song challenge. And today's day is a song that reminds you of someone. I can't think of.
Well, like North American Scum reminds me of you. Not because you're North American Scum, but because it links to a particular moment that I really enjoyed watching you enjoying that song, you know?
This will be our year.
Links to me?
Yeah, because we played that song a lot when we first got together.
It's a good song.
Okay, I'll go with that. Is that the title of it?
Yep. The warmth of your love is like the warmth of the sun. This will be our year. Took a long time to come. And I won't forget the way you held me up when I was down. And I won't forget, darling and baby, we get to go on now and then. And I only just begun. This will be our year. Took a long time to come. That's a good song by the Zombies. One thing I learned, maybe it was yesterday, because of the glory of live streaming. One thing that I learned was that the 12,000 each from the 12 tribes of Israel are actually zombies.
Oh no!
Yeah.
I'm not ready for that.
Because I was complaining, like, hey, that's not cool. Why did God pre-select all these people and make it's impossible for me to be 100% one of the tribes? And he said, no. Those aren't alive people. Those are dead Israelis from a long time ago or something. So, apparently, it's fine because they're zombies.
Oh, it's fine because they're zombies?
Yeah, it's like, it would be unfair if they were people, right? Because they would have an unfair advantage over me. But if he's only picking zombies, I don't qualify them as zombies, then that's fair.
Okay. That's good logic.
Yeah. You think my purpose in life is to brainwash you into listening to bad 2 minute and 30 seconds long songs? Oh, it's a psyop. I see. Do you think it's the CIA who's responsible for this psyop? Hello, Sina. I'm Mester. Oh, Master. Eric hypnotized us into watching. I am not hypnotizing anybody. If I were to be hypnotizing you, I'm sure you'd say, this is too boring for me to watch. Hi, Gorilla543. All right, I will try to I'll try to hypnotize you right now. You are getting very sleepy. Very, very sleepy. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. You're getting even sleepier. Now you're pretty much full blast asleep, but you're still a little bit awake. All right, ready? Cluck like a chicken. How did it work? Did anybody feel hypnotized? Fantastic Vlog 512. Hi. May I just say, it sounds to me, based on your name, that you've got a pretty fantastic vlog. Oh, Frank Zappa. The only thing I know about from Frank Zappa, really, I think it's memorable enough, is Don't fool yourself, girl. It's going right up your poop chute. Life is ball. What kind of ball? Is it basketball? I can't very well see your little circle on the phone here, even with my glasses on. I'm from Pakistan country. You country? My country is United States of America. America. Thanks, Cone Man. I appreciate your. At least Cone Man is susceptible to hypnosis. Basketball, huh? Cool. I used to play a lot of pickup basketball when I was younger. I never played organized basketball though. I'm 6'5", so tall for a pickup game, but not tall enough to be really good at basketball. Also, since I'm very slow and clumsy. At least one of us is still lurking, and that one is Ruben R. Morocco. What's interesting, and I think you'll be surprised to hear this, Morocco is not the country that invented maracas. Acacia's pumping iron right now? Yeah, it's pretty tall, right? But it's not tall enough to be good without actual skills. So, like, if I were 7 foot 7'1", I'm sure some coaches would have been like, "Okay, you've got to be a center, and we're gonna, you'll get playing time and stuff because even though you're clumsy and slow, you're so tall that you're be a good center. 6'5" is not big enough to be a center, and you know, I'm not a very strong shooter. I'm not a very strong dribbler either, right? So I was always a good rebounder, and I could. I was pretty good at like one bounce, one step moves towards the basket from relatively close in. How many tall people does it take to change a light bulb? I guess just one. You're only like 4'5'4". Well, Rachel's only 5'2". I'm 6'5". My wife's 5'2". I didn't even it didn't even occur to me. I never did ask her how tall she was. We were going out for like we were together for like 3 years or something when she finally said, "Do you know how tall I am?" I'm like, no. How tall are you? 5'2". Oh, that's a little shorter than I expected, actually. I mean, I had never really thought about the question before. Cone Man's 6 feet. How tall was I when I was 13? I was still pretty tall. Not quite 6'5", obviously. I was tall for 13. I don't remember exactly how tall. But one thing is, when I was younger, like 13, 14, 15, I was as skinny as a rail. I was super skinny. I had no muscles and no bulk to me at all. I would guess I was probably 6'1", 6'2". What does it take to get a blue wrench? You have to come around quite a bit. And then at some point, you'll say, like, hey, can I share a link? And then I'll say, yeah, I'll make you a moderator temporarily. Share the link, and I'll forget to take the moderator away. That's mostly how people become moderators. I'm pretty thick now. I used to be very thin, but I'm thick compared to what I used to be. But I'm still Mugademia. Rose Milan Sly, I am 6 feet also. That's tall for a lady. To me, height doesn't matter. Well, thanks, Rose Milan, Sly. Appreciate it. Is that exactly what I'm going for in my overall aesthetic? To be kawaii? Like, like some Japanese idol. Yeah, if I had been 6 foot even and a girl, I'm sure I would have probably been much more successful at basketball, especially back in the day when when women's sports wasn't as big as it is now. It was probably a lot easier to get playing time on the girls' basketball team, even if you weren't that great, right? Alas, I was born with a penis, and I will die with one, unless I die of having my penis shot off. Yeah, well, my wife's 39. I'm 52. So, Rachel and I get a certain amount of age gap crap from trolls and stuff. A little bit of age gap crap from haters and such. Pumping iron, aka making hot chocolate. That's the same thing, Acacia. Your finger muscles are getting stronger with the stirring. Yeah, my wife's 39. I'm 52. So we're 13 years apart. I do have a kid. It's not with my wife. It's from a previous relationship. And she's 25. My daughter is 25. My wife's 39. I'm 52. Yeah, I don't worry about it. I don't worry about it because it's not like they have any ammunition. Rachel's 39 years old. She's not too young for anything, right? It's ridiculous. But she doesn't look 39. And I'm 52, which isn't that old, really, but I look older than that. Maybe these glasses make me look a little younger. But obviously, if I trimmed my beard and stuff, I would look younger. I should. It matters some, but what's inside counts the most. I'm 32 and hoping to find someone soon. Well, is it because you want to start popping out babies or what? Thanks. I wouldn't call it a compound so much as a house, but thank you. Hi, Isaiah Rude. Good job. Good job. Keep going back. It works if you work it, it won't if you don't. And the nice thing is, what you get to enjoy for as long as you continue going back is not being hungover, not wallowing in shame. It's a nice change of pace after spending a lot of time wallowing in shame. Is my kid tall? She's not that tall. She's like 5'6", I think, 5'7". I didn't mute, I just stopped talking for a second. I was just thinking about things in my head. Lots never escape alcoholism, it's true. Or you start your own cult. The shame is what made me quit. Me too. Rebecca Towns, how are you feeling today? I am feeling well. How are you feeling today, Rebecca Towns? Or you feel like $1,000,000, $500,000, $10,000, $1,000, $500, $10, or $1? I'm in the hospital. Well, that's not so good. Do you think being an ex-alcoholic, one in remission, quote unquote, has made you a better, stronger person? Oh yeah. I mean, like I I couldn't really even begin to become who I'm who I want to be or who I'm meant to be or anything like that until I quit drinking. Even though I was professionally successful when I was drinking, before I quit drinking, I I just I couldn't handle the constant shame and physical horribleness of being an alcoholic. Oh well, foot surgery, huh? The good news about foot surgery is that it's uh it's not one of those things that's likely to kill you, you know, not like heart surgery or you know. Usually they can do something on your foot without killing you. And if you feel like shit after I stop for a couple of days, you feel better at first, right? The good thing is I can discuss those things that make me feel shameful with them. It gives me an implicit incentive to stay sober. Yeah. We need to replace alcohol with something else. Okay. Well, you got the surgery coming up, huh? Anyway, like I said, the good news is foot surgery is not like they're gonna accidentally cause a cardiac arrest or anything like that. So, pretty safe surgery. Because it's away from all your organs and stuff, you know. If you get surgery near your organs, then you never know if someone's going to stab you with a scalpel accidentally, leave a dirty handkerchief inside you when they sew you back up, or whatever. Just don't ask, don't tell, right? They might ask, but you don't tell. Who thinks giraffes are cool? I do. I think giraffes are pretty cool. I think they're cooler than, say, zebras, or just like shitty horses, basically. Horses with an attitude problem. Horses that won't let me ride them. That's what zebras are. Well, it's still far away from your organs, right? They don't, even if it's an amputation, they're not going to have to cut her open and sew her back up and in like body cavity areas where all your most important parts are, or your brain or something. At least when you're dealing with your extremities, you're relatively, comparatively safe against, say, torso operations, you know. One giraffe kick can kill a lion. Well, that's my problem with them, Cone Man. I think they're aggressive, violent, kicky animals. When they fight each other, they don't kick. They swing their heads around. It's ridiculous looking. You know what's a really interesting cartoon actually? It's called God's Design Studio or something like that. It's a anime, and one of the creatures they talk about is a giraffe and how and the physics of balancing, you know, the ability to reach leaves high up with a long neck, body, how are they going to drink water, etc. How did you see the United States' future as valuable superpower in worlds in terms of world situation nowadays and their ignorance? Well, I mean, I would like to see the United States uh, be a highly principled agent in international affairs, and accordingly, not incur blowback, pushback, etc. While at the same time, protecting our allies from aggression rather than just throwing a bunch of empty words at them, protecting Taiwan from China, protecting Ukraine from Russia. I heard they can't lower their head for too long because of blood flow problems. Yeah, um it's really interesting that part of that cartoon, like how perfectly balanced right where they are giraffes have to be to function at all. If they were if their legs were any, like as it is, to drink water, they have to spread their legs far apart like this or even kneel down. They can't drink water standing up. So it's like it's a good argument against evolution, really. It's like it's not possible to have intermediate species in between. They're perfectly balanced with the physics. They're like bumblebees. No, that's not evolution. Evolution will require them to gradually get there, but there's no way to gradually get to that because the intermediate stages on a physics ground don't work. But whatever, I don't want to argue about evolution. I mean, the thing to remember about evolution is just this. Whenever you hear me say evolution is bullshit, remember, I mean exactly that and nothing else. I am not advocating for some alternate explanation. I'm just pointing out that evolution completely fails to uphold its burden to affirm that it actually explains things because it fails to do so. It doesn't make any kind of predictions, etc., and it's not a real theory. Accordingly, it doesn't validate any of the predictions that once made have been invalidated, and any predictions it continues to make continue to be invalidated. So, accordingly, it should be trashed and is not appropriately considered a scientific theory. Yeah, we don't want the evolution argument. I just want to make clear to everybody that negating evolution does not mean affirming an alternative, okay? It means being honest about we don't understand where species came from. That's what I'm saying, Coman. I don't know. There are plenty of possible alternatives that one might speculatively posit. But my point is, human beings have not figured it out yet. So we just don't know. Evolution is just like a failed attempt to explain things, just like the Earth is at the center of the solar system was a failed attempt to explain things. But not protect Palestine from Israel? No, because Palestine is not another country, right? We should be a stout voice against Israeli apartheid against the Palestinians. But because it's not an independent country, it can't be an ally. We should advocate that they be afforded that status, but until they get afforded that status, they can't be an ally. Honey badgers are badass. Yes, correct. I am right, Isaiah Rude. Isaiah Rude says right. I say yes. Correct. I'm right. Okay, Cone Man, I agree with you that Palestine should use honey badgers. I agree. That should be Palestine's secret weapon. But perhaps what Palestinians should do is adopt, as Rachel suggests here, the methodology of the skunk and start having stink sacks in their body. Nobody messes with skunks, right? It was when the various animal species were picking their defense mechanism, nobody wanted make you stinky. That's not going to work. It works better than anything, though, doesn't it? I'll buy milk. How much you're so stinky? And then nothing bites them. The only thing that gets skunks is cars. And then, and even the car driver regrets the hell out of that when they hit a skunk. Fair enough, Big Viv. Pokemon did prove evolution. And I'm sorry. I'm glad somebody finally corrected me on that. If evolution doesn't exist, then explain how Charmander gets to Charizard. Good point. Good point. Or is it the other way around? Does Charizard become Charmander? I don't remember which is the more evolved form. Mongoose are cool. I think they're mongoose, though, okay? Not mongoose. I did, didn't I? What did I admit I was wrong on? Evolution, right. Because of Pokemon. Sure. All right, Cone Man. I am loath to provide a Wonder Point on demand. But in this instance, I'm going to have to agree with you that you earned one. So I'm giving you a Wonder Point. But, you know, don't anybody else think that's a good strategy to get Wonder Points, all right? It's a one-time only exception. Wonder Points. I am a Gen Xer. I'm not a boomer, true. But, you know, we don't diss boomers around here. Winston's mom's a boomer, and that's fine. I guess Rachel's dad's a boomer. Rachel's mom's a boomer, right? Your parents are boomers, I guess. How about a sloth? They are cool and very chill. True, free next, but they're not going to help the Palestinians overthrow Israeli oppression. If you want to try to teach the Palestinians to be more docile as they're being oppressed, then provide them sloths. Yeah, you hear a lot about the three-toed sloth. Are there sloths with other numbers of toes besides 3? And if so, why don't you ever hear about them? Isaiah Root says that he's in Wonder Point debt. I took out too many loans and now my Wonder Point credit is in serious trouble. Wow, I didn't know behind my back you were taking out loans of Wonder Points. I'm gonna have to check with accounting and see what's going on with the books. I should have caught that embezzlement. Wonder Point embezzlement. I really do. I hope I'm going to say this again because I keep hoping one of these times I say it, somebody's going to be like, actually, I'm an expert in blockchain technology. You want me to do that for you? I can work with you on that. I want to make blockchain Wonder Points so that when I give them to you, if you have a crypto wallet, I can actually send you a Wonder Point to your crypto wallet. Well, they probably wouldn't be worth anything, but it's a fun idea. I'd probably be the only YouTube channel to award crypto tokens for participation that are specific to my channel. All I got to do is find somebody who knows how to do all that stuff for cheap, you know. Then there you have it. Then we'd have Wonder Points to give out. Of course, you'd have to have a crypto wallet, but I could set it aside for. I keep a little book so that anybody who doesn't have the means to be transferred to Wonder Point, I can give it to them later if they get a way to do that. A Ouija board? We don't even have a Ouija board. Oh yeah, it wouldn't be any scamming. Of course not. I would just, it would be the same as it is now, except I'd actually send you a Wonder Point. I don't have any Ouija boards. Lou has a Ouija board? Well, I don't have a Ouija board. Maybe I should get a spirit box, huh? And just plays like staticky sounds that you go, it sounded like I said demon. Those things are so dumb. Hi, Fred Goldust. You're like gold dust, been playing in your head there. But then now George Harrison was definitely an NE user. Probably ENFP, INFP. Yeah, that tree though, that's an INFJ tree for sure. What are we asking the spirits? I tell you what, everybody, I'll get out the spirit word cards, and I will give anybody who wants one a spirit word sentence. The spirits will inform you by turning over 4 cards, each of which has one spirit word on it, and then basically some ghost somewhere is trying to direct a certain sentence to you. It's my job to be the medium to understand what sentence it is. No, I don't think John Lennon's an INFJ. I think he's an ENTP. I think Paul McCartney's an ENFJ, and I think Ringo's an ISFJ. Well, ENFP for John Lennon is not absolutely impossible, but I suspect more like ENTP. Sana Yara is Wan. Come man, you're wildly, wildly off. Just like, if you think Paul McCartney's an ISFP, then you have zero understanding of typology. We can't say for sure what these people are because we don't have a chance to type them, but we can eliminate certain things. Like John Lennon, Paul McCartney, neither of them is expert in intuition polar. Well, so Lennon could be an ENFP, could be an ENTP. I think most likely to be an NE Dom. So why is George not an INFJ? His taste was bad. He was obsessed with being different. He didn't like the best Beatles songs because they were too archetypal. He was NI countervaluing. George Harrison is likely to be the same type as, say, Michael Stipe. You know, and he just look at the George Harrison songs. Just a bunch of expert intuition without any like. All the hooks in it are probably written by Paul. Brew, my brain is so frazzled. Well, perhaps get a defrazzler. Hey, Sar, my nom is Sana Yarazwan. And you, I'm Eric. I'm Eric, and this is Rachel, my beloved wife. Yes, George Harrison wrote his own songs. That's to be expected for any musician. You know, it's like like any musical artist is gonna write their own songs. Otherwise, they're just playing covers, and that's fine too. But um, that doesn't tell us much about him. You got to evaluate like, is he concise, clear in a vision? Is it like channeled, hooky, archetypal, or is it wandering, aimless? He wants to be different, etc. It's the
Yeah,
latter
it's the latter. It is.
for sure. So that's why we go NE, not NI.
Eric and I did this whole like intertype relations between the Beatles if they are what we guess they are, and it makes a lot of sense. Like,
I mean, I just don't think that George really had a lot of hooks come in. Sorry, Rachel.
you don't think what?
That George had a lot of hooks.
No, he didn't.
But,
He was a meander, like a.
yeah. And I was kind of joking about that. Paul wrote his hooks. That was a joke, you know. As far as what America is doing in the Middle East, in the past they actually protect Afghanistan from Taliban, and now they hand over Afghanistan to Taliban. So the question is that what they're protecting, or have they achieved their secret goals or whatever? U.S. foreign policy is not informed by some clear vision by somebody somewhere, and it's also not constrained adequately by principled limitations. So that's why this clusterfuck of disaster called U.S. foreign policy exists. While My Guitar Gently Weeps is a pretty good song. Is that a George song?
Yeah.
Okay, that's one of his better ones. But it's a good example of what I'm talking about, right? It's too long and too much about like the guitar and not enough about the song, etc. Wahid G. Hi, how are you? I am fine, thank you. Arshad Ali Official. Hi, how are you? Once again, one time again to speak to my name is Sonia Rizwan. Oh, well, that's not what it says. Happy family. Sonia Rizwan is what it says. How can a song be too long?
Oh, it can definitely be too long.
I mean, well, for example, come in. Let's take a given chunk of song that you like a lot. If I sang it over and over and over again for 10 minutes, you'd say, enough already, right? So that's one way a song can be too long. It just doesn't change and repeats over and over and over again, right? That's one way. But ultimately, remember, if you're going to have a good song, it needs to be channeled as an example of some kind of true archetype, etc. Well, a symphony is not a song, okay? But do I think that most orchestral arrangements of classical music are too long? Yes, I absolutely do. They are it's an artifact of a time period where um, audiences had a lot more patience because they hadn't been introduced enough to better things. You know, why are the Beatles good? It's very difficult to say why something's good or successful. It's a lot easier to say why something's bad. I'm from California. I know they didn't let him contribute much. That's why the Beatles were good, in part, right? Because they didn't let George contribute much. They told him what to play, and he played it.
Or like he came up with like, hey, I want to play this, and they were like, okay.
Or not okay, you know.
Yeah.
Where are you from, Wahid G? I just want to go to a nice kava bar. I wonder what a kava bar is. Yes, true, Cone Man. George was talented in some ways, right? And he was also in a band with McCartney and Lennon. So
Yeah. Yeah. And he did have like the thing is the songs that he's known for are some of his best. Like you mentioned, "Here Comes the Sun" and something.
While my guitar gently weeps.
Yeah. There's like Blue Jay Way is like such a freaking long song about nothing.
Let's see what this is all about. Phoenix, can you summon flying objects? And Phoenix says, yes, you can, but you better be ready because the government helicopters will circle your house. I love Undertime Slooper. I don't know what Undertime Slooper is. Let me see. Gyalt, who's also Don Kino, says, Rachel, in your mania, did you ever enter an in-between state in which your thoughts were in disarray of not racing, just clashing and competing that went along with tension headaches?
No. My thoughts were racing for sure. But I didn't suffer any like headaches or anything like that. I just would stay up all night. I wouldn't sleep. I don't sleep when I'm when I'm manic.
What incarnation is skibbity? Skibbity is just a word that means like this miggity, this fucking whatever. Is an adjective you put in front of things. Like these skibbity bombaclats need to respect my riz. Yeah.
I think there was like a song in the 90s that was like and they like say skibbity doo dop. They use that like term.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. Please request with you. Please one time speak to Arham Shifahay. Hello, Arham Shifahay? Hi, is the moon landing that took place 10 minutes ago real or fake in your opinion? I didn't even know there was a moon landing 10 minutes ago. I'm assuming it's real. Am I your grandfather? Yes, Bennett Cheesecook, because I am.
Let's just become yes.
It happens to me at the start or end of an episode when my manic mind is competing with my euthemic, resting, or depressive mind, and the two states clash and we feel extremely disjointed and confused.
Oh, that could be. That could be. I usually just hit mania. Like I'm manic bipolar, but I experience bipolar mania. I don't experience the depression as much, but that makes sense. That sounds along the lines of bipolar.
Well, Coman 3, I mean, it's true that my musical taste will often fly in the face of what you say is most of the musical fraternity. Coman says, songs considered great by most professional musicians, I think Eric thinks are crap, like Bridge Over Troubled Water. I don't think Bridge Over Troubled Water is crap. I just don't like it, really. But I acknowledge it as a good song. Like, it's a good songwriting, you know? But the important thing, Coman, is fortunately, I've decided to only like things that are really super great, regardless of what anyone else thinks. Because I just prefer to listen to great music rather than bad or mediocre music. It's my subjective preference.
Yeah, like your job is to be music selector or music critic, and you just choose the best of the best.
Right. See, the good thing is Cone Man 3, fortunately, I don't need to listen to what other people think is good because I actually can tell what's good myself. Mm-hmm. I'm very super effective at knowing what's good. Much more effective than a bunch of professional musicians. I mean, for fuck's sake, Dave Matthews is a hugely successful professional musician. He doesn't know what's good from the fucking hole in his ass.
I was just thinking that. I was like, sure, you could be a good musician, like have good musicianship, but not make good music.
Well, I know you do, Conan. made clear that you think you're correct when I'm correct on many different things. Only one of us is right, and that person is me. So regarding like, oh, I think I'm right about music. Coleman thinks he's right about music. One of us is right, and it's me. Regarding cognitive functions, Coleman thinks he's right about cognitive functions. Eric thinks he's right about cognitive functions. One of us is correct. It's me. It's definitely not you.
Choppy tracks is a like you gotta be lucky to get on choppy tracks.
Yeah, you got to be genius to stay on it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can get on there for a trial run briefly and you get taken off pretty
Yeah.
quick. That happens fairly often.
Sure, but that's like that happens though. That happens with me all the time. Like, my playlists. So sometimes like I'll be like, well, how did I like? Sometimes I'm so desperate for music. I'll be like, okay, I'm going to look for songs that have the word excitement in it, or like I
Is
read.
that how you ended up with La Bamba?
Yeah, it could be.
I heard you. I heard La
I
Bamba
did.
come on.
It's seriously like it really is like that. It's like, oh, let me broaden my music horizons. So I'll add something from the 50s from there. Okay, what are some top songs from the 50s? And I'll look it up on Spotify and I'll add it to my playlist. But then I'll like listen to my playlist and be like, when did I put this on? Or like, why did I put this on?
Sure, excited, and Paula. I'm always happy to answer questions, talk about whatever topic people bring up, really. Well, right. C.S. Joseph cannot type. It had nothing to do with nature or not nature. He is absolutely not an ENTP. If you've watched him enough to know that he can't type, you should be able to tell immediately that he and I are definitely not the same type, right? No, you're not typologically fluid. There's no such thing. But because I'm right, I bet you say that again at some point. He's some kind of TE Dom, I think, either ENTJ or ESTJ. But again, Cone Man, it's a lot easier to determine what he's definitely not than what he is without typing it, right?
True. Yeah.
I see how to hack host Eric's brain. Say something he thinks is wrong and he must correct you. Only the thing is, however, if you were to try to make use of that knowledge too regularly, then I'd just start ignoring you. I don't believe Cone Man is trying to, elicit these responses from me. I think he's just honestly wrong. Why is he not ENTP? Well, Cone Man, here's a better question for you. You've seen both of us. Do you think we're the same type? Do you think he'd answer your questions the way I'm answering them? Mm-hmm. I'm from California, the United States of America. Okay, well, Cone Man, what I'm saying is, look, you can doubt whether I'm an ENTP, you could doubt whether C.S. Joseph's an ENTP, but if you've observed both of us, you shouldn't doubt that we're not the same type, right? At least in that, you should agree with me.
Yeah. I would think that's obvious.
Okay, well, if you think C.S. Joseph and I might both be ENTPs, then you're not doing a good job of observing human beings, We're vastly, vastly different in all the things that matter. No, we're not at all similar. I mean, we're not at all. Like, if you ask me to explain things, I'll go into depth explaining them. If you ask him to explain something, he'll direct you to a book to read or something. He's spent a lot of time making sure he maximizes profits from his endeavor. And I've done the exact opposite, Okay, well, again, Don Kainos, you aren't building a model, okay? One can model cognitive functions correctly, which defensible typology does. No, he does not talk well at all. In fact, and he's terrified of me. He won't even dream of debating me. Even though I'd be happy to throw down at any moment. I'm not about money, even when I was broke. So you want to evaluate things instead of asking me, why couldn't he be an ENTP? Start with this. Why couldn't Eric and CS just be the same type? Try to evaluate our distinctions through more than just the most surface kind of observations. Like, it's true we're both YouTubers, we both live stream. That doesn't make us both ENTPs, right? And if you think he and I talk similarly, then you're not hearing my words clearly. Because what I'm doing is actually explaining things in a meaningful sense. And he's absolutely not. Again, Coneman, you're asking the wrong question. If your observations are so I mean, I'm assuming you've got at least basically medium poor at least observation skills, and you can compare and contrast him and me. So if you do that and are honest with yourself and your observations, you'll say, okay, these two are definitely not the same type. So I need to determine now. They both say they're ENTP. One of them is right, one of them is wrong, and I'm going to understand that this, either C.S. Joseph's projection of self, affect, manifestation of self, whatever, represents an actual ENTP, and Eric's actually, yeah, or the other way around. And if you think observationally that he and I could be the same type, then at that point I can't help you, because it's like, if you're not even able to observe the extraordinarily stark differences between the two of us, then I have to go get too remedial. I'm not here to teach remedial observation class or whatever. I at that point I can't. There's nothing else I can say. It's like when you said you didn't understand the 8 pillars video. That's as simple and lean as it can possibly get. I narrowed it down to just very concise expressions of simple, lean concepts. It doesn't get the food particles don't get any smaller than that. If you can't swallow that, you can't swallow it all. And one thing I'd also say, it seems like you've got a poor evaluation approach towards like clarity versus vagary. There are certain kinds of things that are inherently have some vagary. Certain kinds of things that you can parse out in full. Certain kinds of things, no. You appeal to vagary a lot on things that you can be parsed out in full, and you pretend as though things that are inherently holistic and have sort of vague grays and stuff around them, that you can parse those out. So I don't know what to. It's like epistemics, which is say how one goes about determining statuses and knowing things. It can be done kind of formally, but it requires a lot of like laborious kind of status assigning. And it's like I don't want to try to teach that, which is too. I mean, either you can do it without trying to laboriously do a bunch of status assigning, or don't bother doing it at all, right? Because you gotta have some intuitive pop, right? To understand what I'm saying. Or I mean, I'm sorry, not to understand what I'm saying, but to engage in epistemics correctly as a way of being. So it's like you're making a bunch of statements about personality type and stuff, but you don't think probably that it matters a lot whether we define personality as meow or meow. In fact, when I break it down into cognitive functions, one response I've gotten from you a lot is we can't understand it via cognitive functions. We can only understand type holistically, except type definitionally is a cognitive function configuration. The distinctions between types can only be expressed as distinctions between cognitive function configurations accordingly. So that's an example where you're taking something that has to be parsed to be understood correctly and saying instead of it has to be parsed, it can't be parsed and shouldn't be. Since you're an upside down world, I have no idea how to help you get past those barriers to understanding. Because it seems pretty clear you don't want to get past those barriers to understanding. You want to already be an expert on it. You want to be an INFJ. It doesn't matter whether you are or not. It doesn't matter to you whether a cognitive function test could resolve the question or not, because you already know you're unconvincible otherwise, regardless of what anybody else says, regardless of the fact that shit cascades down. Like, okay, well, if my definition of meow is correct, then that implies all the following things. You've not done any of that intellectual work, and of course, you don't think that it really does imply all those things, even if it does, right? So, I don't know how to prevent, like, it reminds me of the time when I went out in the big waves at Santa Cruz steamers on the longboard, and I was not a good enough surfer remotely to be out there. And some other surfer was like, dude, what are you doing out here? To me. Of course, I didn't listen. I just got on the wave. I ended up breaking the longboard, bam, bam, bam. Unfortunately, with something like this, it's the same kind of situation, but there's not that physical pounding, broken longboard kind of concrete pain consequence of being out where you're unqualified to be. And so you see a lot of people who can hardly even swim out trying to surf big waves, and it's just like, I don't know what to tell you. I'd like to help teach you to surf a bit, but you're determined that you're already an expert surfer, even though you can barely swim. So I don't know what to do about that. It's like in the earlier stream, I think Coneman made an effort to not broach typological subjects because he enjoyed a conflict-free stream between the two of us. Didn't want to say things that I had to correct or felt compelled to respond to in a way that was oppositional or negational to what he was saying. But anyway, it doesn't bother me at all. But I feel kind of bad because it's like, oh God, I don't want to like make Coneman feel bad by shitting on what he's saying every time he says something. But there's certain kinds of things that I could maybe just be like, okay, well, I'm just gonna let this go. But I'm here live streaming because I like to engage with ideas and stuff, and so it's natural that I'm going to engage with them and correct and stuff. So scrambling around for ways to make your case even when it's not, it doesn't sustain on its own, is what I like to call doubling down on your wrongness. Okay, well, I don't just talk calmly. Am I having some problem with not being adequately calm? Do I like BTS? I'm not really familiar with them. I may one day converge with your model. Well, yeah, sure. I get it. People want to play around with stuff, but if you come around here and say that to me, I'm gonna say it's already been solved. You're barking up a tree that's already been cut down. I struggle with arguments from authority. Yeah, they were being wrong too, because you know good arguments are predicated on knowing what your claim is, your warrant is, your impact, either to the real world, but most likely around here to the framed out conceptual ground. It's my mistake. Anyways, here's my main official. That's what Excited Impala says. Anyway, here's my main official, and more official rather than my personal channel. If you all want to keep track of my ponderings, cool. Thanks, John Carnas. Just talk calmly. Too much to expect. In what way was I not calm? Just because I'm somewhat expressive, how does that make me not calm? And even if I weren't calm, it's not responding to what I'm saying at all. It's just responding to my tone or emotions, which are irrelevant to what I'm saying. What are my qualification in MBTI? I have no qualification in MBTI. I'm not interested in MBTI. What I have done is produce defensible typology, the correct explanation of Jungian cognitive functions. I can't take what I dish out. Come on, man. I'm reading everything you say. I'm responding to it. How am I not taking what I dish out in some regard? I want to find myself whether or not I come to agree with the argument. I think formal debates with you could be very interesting. Sure, that'd be fine. I mean, I believe you could learn a lot from me. There may be things from you which I could learn, but probably not things I want to learn. If you like, in other words, you might be able to teach me how to work my chainsaw. I don't know, but because I don't really know how to do that kind of stuff. But I'm not that interested in learning things that I don't want to learn. As far as cognitive functions, things you say might inform me in some regards. It might make me think about meow a little bit differently. It's plausible, not entirely impossible, but it's unlikely. If you want to teach, do it as if the person was your child, with patience and compassion. If you really, really want to teach the other. Well, I don't necessarily, right? I want to explain things. Explaining things is not teaching necessarily. Explaining things is how adults deal with other adults. You're not my child. I'm not your teacher. I'm explaining things. If you want to point out that this explanation is wrong for reasons X, Y, and Z, I'm happy to entertain your response and engage it directly. I will not be avoidant of what you say. But the thing to remember is I'm operating under the assumption that you can do your thinking too. I don't need to do your thinking for you. You're not a child. Okay, Eric, parse or explain how INFJs type people. I mean, thing is, when I am typing people, right, I'm doing the typing, not them. So what I'm claiming when I'm doing the typing are a bunch of very specific things. These kind of questions link to this function in these slots in these ways. I'm not claiming that INFJs type like this or like that because I don't know. I've not watched INFJs type people. No, I've not created my own theory. I've taken Jungian cognitive functions and turned it, instead of metaphor, into an actual model that's modeled like models are modeled, with fields, objects, vectors, directionalities, etc., right? No, I don't want to be the big man who knows everything. I mean, maybe I do, Conan. Maybe I want to be the big man who knows everything. But I want you to consider this possibility. What if I genuinely am that much ahead of the curve, intellectually, philosophically, whatever? How would that look differently than what you're currently seeing? If you can't distinguish between how that would look different from me just being driven totally by my subjectivities, then that's not a good argument, right? Yes, I have subjectivities. No, I am not attached to always having to know everything. I get corrected periodically. I acknowledge I'm wrong. I learn new things. Absolutely. You just happen to be talking about an area of expertise of mine. So if you were to be talking about debate right now, you could start talking out of your ass about debate too. And I could say, no, Cone Man, that's not a counter, that's a turn. You've mislabeled the rebuttal. And probably you wouldn't give me a lot of pushback, because if you did, I could Google it and come up with shit tons of proof that I'm right about it. I'm an expert in that field, okay? The challenge for me with cognitive functions is that I can't do that Google thing to prove to you that I'm right. So it relies on you being capable of parsing what I'm saying and evaluating it on its merits. But one thing you can count on is that I am never going to be married to being wrong, because I hate being wrong, right? So anytime you correct me correctly, in other words, you have a good argument that defeats my existing position, I will adopt yours every single time. I don't have any impression about that, Gil. I'm not typing you. You're just typing in the chat. I know already that I can only do very limited things with people's chat typing. Well, yes, other people do have other methods. I have a lot of explanations as to why I'm typing the way I am and what everything I'm doing links to, right? So, in other words, anybody can talk to you and then tell you what type they think you are. But it only is meaningful if you can say, well, if that's the case, then all the other people who answered these questions and these questions like me should be very similar to me. Can you show me other examples of that? And your explanation's got to be consistent, right? So if I tell you, actually, I think you're TI Dom, but you didn't do a good job of answering the TI questions. Well, if it publishes and I publish every one of the people let me, regardless of whether I'm pleased with my performance in it or not, as a typologist, I'm going to have to face endless amounts of shit from people in the chat because I'm not applying consistently the same test that I claim linked to meow and linked to meow. I've got piles of empirics to establish it, way more so than anybody else. I'm doing this whole thing publicly, way more so than anybody else, and I spend a lot more time on it. No, I don't only believe arguments that have consistency and proof. I recognize that only certain kinds of arguments do intellectual work. My judgments of celebrities are wrong in your opinion? Well, I mean, who did you think was an ISFP? Like John Lennon or something? Paul McCartney? I mean, Coleman, it's silly to say that even, right? Because you don't even agree that cognitive functions are an important part of understanding type, even though type doesn't even mean anything except as a definition according to cognitive functions, then you've got no opinion about anything, right? It doesn't matter what my emotions are, Coleman. You're worried about whether I'm annoyed. Why? I'm not timing you out. I'm not banning you. I'm not punishing you in any way. I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong. My mood seems to be moving into an irritable and agitated defensive state, and it may be muddying the conversation. No, it's not muddying the conversation at all. And I accept that you stated that with respect. Because the reason my conversations, when I'm saying is never muddy, is because my words are used precisely. I mean what I say and I say what I mean. So any mud comes from the other person. My level of annoyance or irritability has nothing to do with what I'm saying, nor anything to do with whether I'm correct. Whether what I'm saying is clear is determined entirely on the metrics of the words, the merits of the words I'm saying, and not at all on whether you understand them. Yeah, well, I know that I'm not good at reaching Cone Man. I've learned that over the times that Cone Man has been around here, that both he triggers response from me, whether you call it provokes response or just elicits response or whatever verb you want to use, and that I might as well just be talking to the wall as far as making any progress goes. But that's fine. I just need to smoke a couple bowls. That's all. Your bowls are irritable at the moment. I'd rather your bowls be irritable than your bowels, new group. No, Cone Man, that's insane. Stand up to Eric. You don't need to stand up to me. I'm not trying to push you around. The fact that I'm correct and make my points is just who I am. I'm not trying to compel you to do anything or whatever. Stand up to me is ridiculous. And why would you insult everybody else? Like, they're all just as not scared of me as you are, Cone Man. There's no reason to be scared of me. I don't know what planet you've been living on, Cone Man, but if you've been around here at all, well, actually, when you're around here and there's contentiousness, it's usually with you. But if you're not around, check out some ones when you're not around. You'll see I argue with people all the time, all of the time. I argue with KE all the time. No, I negate and you shift ground usually. You start with here, I negate, you shift ground. That's what usually happens. Yeah, everybody here has got their own conception of healthy amount of confidence. Don Connors was just saying how he was making his own model, and I said the same thing to him, you know? Well, you haven't been around that long. I've been doing this for over a decade, Cone Man. There's a video called Host Eric Yells at People. It's a pretty good video, really, of me just yelling at various people because I'm so mad. I don't get nearly as upset as I used to get. I would never really call it upset, just very, like, expressive. Sometimes I would get upset, but that's a different matter. It's like, if, you have to be pretty bunt cakey for me to get upset. I think many disagree with you in here, but just don't say it. Well, why wouldn't they say it? Eric, I'm pretty sure I finally come to a conclusion that I'm SI polar. Now what? Should I just hire a permanent assistant to make up for the lack of SI? It's called your phone, new group. You just got to put a lot of calendar things. And yeah. It's fine. He can villainize me all he wants. I don't feel villainized. Does anyone like pro wrestling? I don't like pro wrestling. But I watched it for a little while when I was young. in the Hulk Hogan, Iron Sheik, Roddy Piper era. That's true. Jung's work is just an introduction to the concept that needed to be dealt with by, a case making professional who approaches it in an intellectually rigorous fashion with sufficient experiential data. In other words, experience actually typing people and using different kinds of test questions to back it up. And that's what defensible typology brings to the table. Well, that's true, Cone Man, that with the skills test, they don't prevent you from faking being bad at something to game the test. But there's no way to, that's true of every conceivable typology approach. If I go into being typed and fake being different than I am, then the person's not going to type me correctly. I would disagree with Eric if I understood that he had an actual position. I do have an actual position. This is a critique of Eric not letting me get him in the proverbial chess corner. Thank you, Hero Lamb. That's a good thing. I only disagree with stuff I know about. Is arguing just for the sake of boredom. Me too. I want to learn strategy as I mostly focus on understanding and have my whole life. How do you counter for lacking self-confidence? I don't know. It's not like I've always been self-confident, but when I wasn't, I didn't have a solution for it either. I mean, I would share with everybody this really beautiful video that I shared on the community tab earlier. C.S. Joseph doesn't trigger me so much. I mean, I'm pretty sure you're the one who brought him up, right? Obviously, I'm not a fan of his or any sort because he's propagating misinformation and I think being kind of exploitative with his community. But no, he doesn't trigger me so much. No comment. That ENTP can't type naturally had nothing to do with triggering me because that's just you talking about your ass. But suggesting that commonality exists between me and C.S. Joseph is insane. Type naturally doesn't even mean anything. What you're saying is ENTPs can't type with just their intuition and be correct. Nobody can. Sorry. Because the thing is, to be correct about somebody's type means to be able to defend your conclusion, explain how you reached that conclusion in a way that others can validate independently of you. And that's not possible if you're just using your intuition. Didn't I one time call C.S. Joseph flaccid intellectually? Yes, it's true. He's intellectually flaccid. Comment 3 is false and your take is just as rigid as his. Don't create a false equivalency here. My take is not rigid. It's correct. Therefore, I don't need to. It's always a bad idea to budge from the correct position because you're just going to get more wrong. Freenex says, Cone Man 3 can't shut up about his daddy C.S. Joseph. I'll be back later. All right, see you later, Freenex. See, you can say that and it's okay. I can say what? You negate reality talking about your ass. No, I'm not. Like, so if you were saying something, Cone Man, you'd say, Eric, you've missed this specific thing articulated here that is better than what you're saying where it conflicts for the following reasons. But you're not going to say anything like that because you're just talking out your ass. That's why I'm saying you're talking out your ass, right? Because instead of trying to say something specific, you're trying to not say something specific so that you can sort of overarchingly negate my approach to stuff, me, Eric, whatever, without saying anything. That's incorrect. I listen extremely well. I respond exactly to what you're saying. So I read what you're saying. I've said a lot, you don't listen. And then I respond exactly to what you said. I do listen, as evidenced by the fact that I read what you say and respond on point rather than off point. That's not talking out my ass. That's being correct about things. That's doing things right. It's the exact opposite. I mean, in this instance, when I was just saying, talking out your ass, we can tell means that one example of talking out your ass is trying to say vague, broad conclusions without having any specific examples, explanations, warrants, whatever, right? So first Coleman said that whatever he said, I don't remember, and I said, well, you're talking out your ass. Then he says later on, Miggy man, where are my glasses anyway? I need a beverage. That's what I came in here for. I guess the problem I keep encountering when I come over here to get a beverage is I'm not really thrilled with my choices in beverages right now. I want more beverage choices. So, like, when Coleman says, I don't listen, what he means is I don't let what he says sit on my intuition for a while before responding to it. I think. That's what I think he means. He can correct me if I'm wrong on that. But, if he wants to say things that elicit that response, he's going to need to say things that have a lot more possibility to them. Do I think typing is correlated with type at all? You mean how a person types somebody else? It might be, but I don't have a good opinion about that, a strong opinion about that, because after all, I don't have sufficient experience with actual data to draw those kind of conclusions. Okay, well, that's fine, Coleman. You can say you know things that are hard to explain, right? But then you can't use that knowledge to make claims that others should believe unless you can explain it in ways that make sense to everyone. In other words, no matter how genius and correct you are, your ability to type people, nobody should listen to you unless you can say, here's how I arrived at this conclusion, and you can independently verify this methodology. No, did you hear what I said? Coleman, listen, Coleman. The point about typing somebody, if somebody pays me to type them, I need to not just tell them what type they are, I also need to explain how I reached that conclusion in a way that they can independently validate. Do I write books? I should. I have written books. I should write another book now. But I'm not sure where I'm going in life at the moment. I got this vacation rental thing going on. I'm feeling enthusiastic about music. and projects a bit more, but at the moment I just seem to spend my creative energies live streaming, which is doing better than it had before, is being more successful. So that's kind of got a little bit of its own cycle of momentum going there. But really, not ideally what I'd like to be working on. This is fun, not work, right? For me, live streaming is fun and easy, natural, just like breathing. But it's also, accordingly, it doesn't count as work. Natural typing is telling someone what type they are without explaining yourself. Natural typing is Cone Man's right about type, and he just knows from his gut and his instincts. That's why. I mean, how much experience do you even have, Cone Man, actually typing people? Like sitting him down for a formal interview for an hour? Like, how much time do you have put into actually doing that? No, I'm talking about the way that, like, say, I don't know, every good intellectual thing works. Uh, if I can't explain my methods in ways that are reproducible, then it's just metaphor and hoo ha, right? That's science. If you want typology to just be metaphor and hoo ha, well, then that's your prerogative. But this is not a good place to present it as such if you want to not face pushback, Because unlike you, I've actually typed many hundreds of people. You've got no actual experience doing equivalent. Unlike you, I've actually had my typing methodologies scrutinized by large amounts of people. Smart people, dumb people, everything in between. And I've had to defend myself on countless occasions. I've had to correct because I found I couldn't defend something. You've had none of that experience. You've done none of that work. Why would you be correct? Do you think that work's irrelevant? You can just know without having engaged with anybody about the thing in a meaningful way that you should still trust your intuition and lack of explanation over my clear cogent explanations, clear linkages to specific tests, and massive body of data that I can reference in supporting both. Why? I mean, like, I'm obviously not a complete idiot, right? What do you think I've been doing for the last fucking 12 years? I've been actively working in an environment that is, intellectually rigorous, which is to say, exposing everything to other people's critique and subjecting it to their correction. That process is a critical and necessary precondition to being correct about something that's subject to intellectual rigor. Again, if you don't want typology to be subject to it, that's fine. And I'm sure you can find in plenty of other typology channels a welcome home for your metaphors and unsubstantiated claims. But you're not going to find it around here. I mean, you're welcome, obviously. I'm not saying you shouldn't find this a welcoming home, but you're not going to find that bullshit that you can like you can squat down and take a shit on the floor and I'm just going to leave it there, right? I'm going to obviously clean it up and say, hey, no, do not shit on the floor. You're wrong. But more significantly than that, probably, it appears this contentiousness has driven away the harmony, the friends who are a little more fond of harmony. So I'll try to keep that in mind next time. I suggest you read a book, which is Quran. I don't want to read the Quran. Comment 3 says, if Eric stayed calm, I could learn more. Teach me something, Cone Man. Why don't you teach me something then? I'm not trying to learn in this instance, although I'm always open and ready to. What I'm trying to do is correct you. So my success criterion should not be whether or not I've learned something in that instance, right? It's whether or not you've learned anything. And on that ground, I definitely have not succeeded. You remind me of Homer Simpson at the end of that one episode where everyone's like, you've got to get your comeuppance. And he said, and the good news is, I haven't learned a thing.
Oh shit! I keep on finding my vapes and then losing.
There's one in the bathroom.
Oh, there is?
Or there was earlier. Well, then go ahead and read the Bible. I don't need you to help me know what I want to read. You want to read the Bible and Quran? I don't want to read either of them. So, I'm excited, and Paula wants to read both the Quran and the Bible. I want to read neither book.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, I consider myself to be a Christian, but I don't want to read the Bible.
Yeah.
I used to, when I was heavily into manifesting stuff, I would turn the page to the Bible and try to gain something from it, but I don't think I really did.
To be honest, the only reason I ever read the Bible is because I'm looking for funny ass shit.
like unbelievable,
like some passages and lo, they did travel to the town of Mya, and therein they found a town square where there was a bazaar, and they had lamb. Okay, why? What is this for? What are we supposed to take from this? I like finding weird shit like that. No comment. Yes, it's true. That's why you get increasingly kind of flaily around, is because for you, your positions are part of who you are. They're not something that ought to be adjudicated objectively externally. But because of the way society is, people mistake correct and objective for good, So you're not correct or objective, but it doesn't mean you're not good. And it doesn't mean that it's not good for you to just hold your sort of metaphorical understanding of things if you want to, As I said, it's just, this isn't a particularly good place to do that if you don't want your beliefs challenged. Only someone like Rachel could put up with him because she never argues with him. I never argue with Rachel. You got it backwards. Come man 3. Rachel has all kinds of um, positions on things that, like, she's really into like tarot cards, numerology, stuff like that. I'm not. I don't think those are good explanations for things. But do I ever argue with Rachel about it? No, not at all. Of course, the thing is, both Rachel and I are willing and happy to learn from each other, and also we respect each other's areas of strength.
Yeah. I yeah, I definitely do. That's why I like come to you with like almost everything, because you get me out of my dominant function because I need to sometimes. It's so like you said, mythological that I can be, a little ungrounded.
Sure, yeah. But I mean, the thing is, it's also the case that we don't get in each other's ecological niche. So, um, just as I don't try to correct the ways that she uses her intuition, which is her expertise, and I don't try to co opt areas appropriately afforded to that kind of knowing, nor does she try to co opt areas with her intuition that are appropriately parsed with expert intuition, expert thinking, um, because she's an INFJ. So she has very thin subjectivities. She's, instead of being super attached to her positions and thinking they're part of herself, she's too malleable regarding them.
Yes. Yes. That's why we're called the idealists.
Claiming to know more than you, I definitely do. I mean, I might not know more, but I know correctly. I don't. It doesn't matter to me if you like me. I'm not getting all angry and start acting superior and throwing all debate crap at you. I'm engaging with ideas the way I naturally do and always have, okay? What you don't like is that my frame of reference conflicts with yours. You want these things to be matters of vagary and subjectivity so that you can understand yourself through these labels the way you want to. And that's a fine thing to do. But don't come here and tell me I'm being me wrong because your frame of reference conflicts with me. Okay, so come in. What I want you to do when I speak is try to pay attention not to my tone, not to the speed of my words, not to the uh, oral color of the sound of the language, but instead to the specific words I'm saying and what they mean. In this instance, I gave a really good explanation that I think even you can totally get behind as to why maybe you should step back from your own certainty here. You've not done the work that I've done, right? In the way that I've done it. You've not done the work necessary to be that correct. You don't have the experience typing hundreds of people. Certainly you don't have the experience of typing hundreds of people and then explaining to them and justifying your decisions after the fact in a public place where people critique it, stuff like that. Do you not think that that's an important part of coming to be correct about things? It was for me. No, we're not talking about C.S. Joseph. I'm talking to. Can I answer why I don't think C.S. Joseph is an ENTP? Sure. I mean, I have multiple videos on the subject, like long videos on the subject that you could check out if you wanted to, but multiple reasons. One of which is he has an extremely utility based frame. In other words, the channel is purposed to provide outcomes, information to people, and most of all um, to make him money. And a lot of videos involve giving advice to different types, what they should and shouldn't do. There's a lack of diversity in his content. So if you look at my channel, you see some typology content, you see a lot of songs, you see humor videos, you see vacation videos, you see videos where I'm reading my poetry, you see videos, blah, 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 right? So this is the kind of diversity of ideation that you'll see in an actual NTP. When you evaluate the quality of the ideation on its merits, you'll see, oh wow, not only is Eric writing poems, writing songs, making funny videos, at least attempting to be funny, and doing typology videos and a bunch of other things, he's super all over the place. Many people said, boy, Eric, if you would just do, your channel could really be successful. But what do I not do? I don't stick to any one thing because I'm an extroverted, intuition dominant person. So I tend to bounce all over the place. And because I'm truly an intuition dominant, I am ideationally robust. I don't just write songs. I actually write really good songs. Not all of them, but most of them are bad, but I've successful. Well, I mean, most of the ones I've made in history, not most of the ones I play. I'm saying the ones I play now are just the good ones,
Sure, you don't have a problem with playing around with music, like you.
No, I play around all the time. When you were on your appointment with Dr. Ingram, I was making shit up on the guitar outside.
Thank you.
So, what kind of actual expression of ideation is equivalent from C.S. Joseph? The ideas he's talking about do not involve his own experience, his own body of typing work that validates against a public scrutiny. He does not allow his commentary to be subjected to TI questioning. Doesn't allow it. He'll just refer you to a book or something. He will astroturf comments and shit. He removes any comment that challenges him. I'm the opposite, right? Because I'm an extroverted, intuition dominant person with TI second. That means I'm going to be very much about ideas being evaluated externally by everybody. That I, just like everybody else, should be subjected to negationary scrutiny. Of course, you have to know what you're doing a little bit in order to successfully negate what I'm saying. You have to be. I'm very good at the work I do, the kind of intellectual work I do, and I've been doing it a long time. So just because, Coman, you haven't found it able yet to successfully negate me, it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. Certainly it used to happen a lot more, as would you'd expect from something that gets more gradually correct, right? In contrast, C.S. Joseph is simply parroting Linda Barron's shit and then finding things that are an attempt, making and or finding things that are an attempt to mechanize that into even simpler test questions, such that he can spend his very, very little time until he knows what type you are. In contrast, sometimes it takes me more than an hour, and I'm still like, I'm not sure yet. Vastly different approaches, right? Now, in this instance, we can contrast typing styles, can't we? And we can know something about our respective types. You were saying earlier that different types type in different ways. Well, C.S. Joseph types in like 2 minutes. It takes me a full hour, maybe more. What I'm saying is, Cone Man, you keep asking me to explain to you why he's not an ENTP. Okay? And I could explain that purely from a cognitive function perspective, but you're going to probably just say, well, ENTPs can be that too, or something like that. So the best way to answer your question is to answer it a little bit indirectly and point out he and I cannot possibly be the same type. And then I'll leave it up to you to determine which one's which. So let's start thinking like, you don't think who make these mountains see forest in this one-time life and you just live till your end? No. I mean, do you agree from what I just said that C.S. Joseph and I are definitely not the same type, from contrasting between our channels, how starkly different they are, and between our typing styles, how starkly different they are? Do you agree that we're not the same type? And if you agree that we're not the same type, then you tell me who's what.
So, Baby No Money has a huge announcement tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah. I'll keep on the lookout.
Come on, I have never said emotions are not important. Emotions are hugely important. And it's just like, just because I don't think we should be playing basketball on the volleyball court doesn't mean I don't like basketball. Right? Certain things are appropriately understood emotionally, and other things are not. If we're making statements that we expect others to treat as objectively true about typology, then we need to be able to justify those statements. Okay, exactly. So in this instance, we're talking about an area where I'm most comfortable working, which is areas that don't require emotional understanding to be correct. That doesn't mean some areas in life don't require that, but fortunately, this area is not one of them. My emotions don't change what I'm saying at all. Whether I say it angrily, kindly, nicely, whatever, it doesn't change what I'm saying. I've said these things plenty of times before. I'll say them plenty of times again. So in this instance, because whether I'm saying it angrily or not, it doesn't change what I'm saying. It doesn't matter, because this is one of those areas where we want to evaluate things not emotionally, but dispassionately. Eric is an angry effie dom. No, I don't discount emotion in my logical thinking. Okay? No, okay, no. Emotions do not affect what I'm saying. They affect me maybe on a subjective level, but they don't change my words or the meaning of them, whether I'm saying it happily or angrily or whatever. The words don't change, right? So yes, emotions affect a person. They may affect me subjectively. Maybe after this video, I'll feel like sad that I couldn't get through to you or something. Maybe I'll feel that way. But I'm naturally really bad at considering my own interests and feelings when evaluating things. I'm fundamentally objective. And additionally, I default to parsing things rather than knowing things. So instead of using NI to objectively evaluate things, I use TI primarily and SI examples to back it up, right? In this instance, those are the best functions to use for what I'm doing. The reason I'm here doing this right now, no doubt links to the fact that it's easy for me. It's in my natural wheelhouse, talent-wise. And so it's where I sort of unconsciously, naturally gravitate to, because it's suitable for my attentional manners. Unfortunately, if you begin at a very subjective point, I know what I want to be, then you end up potentially working, doing stuff that you're both not qualified for, not naturally talented at or whatever. And sometimes even potentially end up working on stuff that you're wildly unsuited for. So that's the risks of starting from the subjective position. I know what I want to be. I start from the objective position. I know how I want to do. It's respect for the process needs to be done right. It's not knowing in advance what the desired outcome is. And so for some things in life, it's critically important that you know what the desired outcome is. It took over a year for us to do it, in part because I'm FI polar and have difficulty determining a singular goal that I want to attain and then follow through on it, etc. I'm just weak at those kind of things. But we finally did it. We bought this vacation rental. We're gonna, rent it out and stuff. And that's an example where you need to know what's in your interest subjectively in order to make any kind of good decisions at all. You need to know that, okay, I got to make sure the family's fiscally solvent in good shape for the rest of our lives. I better get some shit set up. You got to have clarity about how you want that to look. And we kind of stumbled for a long time through possibilities before we finally managed to know clearly what we wanted, that house down the street, why we wanted it, how it was going to make money, and then bought it. And yeah, for somebody who's clear on subjectivities, clear on TEFI stuff, it'd say you wasted a year of possible rental incomes. You wasted a year of bleeding more red ink because you're running maximum negative cash flow for that whole year. And they'd be right, I'm bad at subjectivities. In contrast, this is not a subjective matter. This is something that can be determined with discourse and binary parsing. I don't need to know what my interests are to know what's correct. In fact, I'm much poorly served by having more awareness of my interests when it comes to knowing what's correct. Those two things are in conflict with each other. Knowing what I want to be correct is very much in conflict with knowing what is correct. And you can't know both with a great deal of clarity. So, man, I'd say you have a great deal of clarity and in powerful ways than I could ever understand about what you want to be. Unfortunately, this is not like buying a vacation rental. This is the other kind of thing. So having that great deal of clarity here is counterproductive ultimately, unfortunately, in cognitive functions. In life, you're in much better shape than I am because ultimately, knowing what's important to you is more important than knowing what's correct. As you can see, knowing what's correct gets you into arguments with people, gets you 16 people a live stream, even though you've been doing it for over a decade. Being correct is not a great way to win friends and influence people. So, rejoice in the strengths you have, because attempting to annex ground in areas of weakness is not a good way for anybody to be fulfilled, happy, actualized, or whatever. So So knowing what you want is a very powerful tool at your disposal, but it needs to be applied to goal oriented stuff. You know what you want for yourself. But I do appreciate the sort of natural consequence that occurred here of getting pushback because I start getting annoyed, right? Like it's not just pushback from Cone Man, it's people don't want to be around a negative atmosphere, etc. And so I'm getting a lot better at managing my affect and trying to be compassionate or at least have a flat affect. But this will serve as a good reminder to that. It matters a lot more than you ever think, Eric. Remember that. I'm obviously just like Coman, just like you are. We're both slaves to our frames of reference. I can't help but project onto the world, oh, everybody else must be paying attention to what I'm saying over how I'm saying it, just like I do. But in fact, lots of the world is not paying attention to what I'm saying. They're paying attention to how I'm saying it. So it's pretty critically important that I keep that in mind and not just say, well, I don't care. You should be listening to what I'm saying, not how I'm saying it, which is what I did today. So, in this regard, Cone Man, I did learn something from you today. I mean, something I already knew, and you demonstrated something that taught me that rather than explicitly taught me that, but that's fine. It's irrelevant. So our little stream is going finally. Makes me very happy. I don't know if you can hear it or not, but right now there's this loud bird. You probably can't hear it, but like coming out of the culvert or the whatever they call that thing, there's water that comes down and pours into this canyon down here, and the stream goes along the bottom. But coming out of the tube, it comes out in like, then it gathers and so you can hear a periodic coming out. Because it's obviously not a big body of water or anything. So most of the year, or at least about half the year, we don't have this stream. And probably most years we have it less than that. And probably some years there's not at all. This is only our second year here. Last year and this year, both of them very wet winters. But it's nice when it's flowing. And sometimes I like to go out at night and listen to it. Right now I hear the sound of like the heater exhaust and stuff coming out of the house. It's interfering with my ability to enjoy the sound of things a little bit. I put Simon the bird forward. Okay, that's cool. Oh, hi, Ruben. Oh, hi, Acacia. Oh, yeah, I'm so down to do that, Rachel. Yeah, it's true. I negate. Well, I mean, come on, man. You've got to remember that you're basically coming to a calculus class and telling the calculus professor that you've got your own understanding of calculus and it's better, except it's just your own made up whatever. It's like it's really it puts me in a tough spot, right? Because on the one hand, I find it kind of, well, I mean, implicitly what you're doing is negating all of the work I've already done when you say, and I'm going to begin doing some work explaining my correct exclusive ideas of yours. So it's understandable that I would get a little annoyed, right? You come to a channel where you've got the single most expert in typology, but even if I weren't that, okay, with somebody who's purporting to be an expert of typology, purporting to have an exclusively correct explanation, and you're coming in and just blithely ignoring that. Like, I got a sign up that says on my house, please don't spit sunflower seeds on the floor, which is basically something I'm talking with famous people that says, I'm trying to be correct about typology. So if you're going to disagree, please disagree in the following fashion. In other words, make meaningful disagreements where I can fix things, right? If I'm wrong about something. If you're just making statements that are exclusive of what I'm saying all the time, that puts me in a tough spot, right? It's like you're not expressly negating what I'm saying, but it instantly follows from what you are saying. So then it's like, okay, that's a little frustrating because, and the thing is, if you had come in with a bunch of expertise and wowed the pants off me with your knowledge level, and your ability to explain to me things why I was wrong about things I was convinced I was right about, why you were right about things that are exclusive of those, then it'd be a different matter. But whatever. I don't care. It's not like it bothers me like Lisa's space in my head or anything. It's just it's interesting because of course you're so alien to me, right? I can't conceive of being you at all. So that's extra interesting. But because we're so alien to each other and our frames are so different, it causes some difficulties because, of course, we're here talking about stuff that is specifically in my wheelhouse and not in yours. And talking specifically about stuff that I have the experiential repository to justify and you don't. Obviously, we're in that space because it's my YouTube channel. Obviously, I'm going to do stuff that's in my wheelhouse. Okay, come in. We're going to do 4 cards for you first, okay? I'm going to do Cone Man first.
Okay.
I feel these cards just wanting to speak to Cone Man. Let's see what they have to say to him. Frustration. Death. Happiness. Disruption. Let's see. Frustration, death, happiness, disruption.
No way, I'm not putting hexes on anyone. I don't do that.
No one puts hexes on anyone.
Well, in some of the witch quizzes, they did include that. Like, do you include hexes in your practice? So some do. Some people do.
Well, what I'm saying, and what I'm saying here, come in, is it's asymmetric in terms of the topics we're talking about, and how I pick topics that are suitable for my attentional strengths, and that's what we end up talking about here. So in that regard, obviously the space that I construct is going to be perfectly, and the stuff I talk about is going to be perfectly sculpted for what I'm best at. I'm not going to spend a lot of time playing the xylophone because I'm not very good at it, right? Okay, so for you, allowing your attachment to your existing paradigm to die.
My mom's calling while we do psychic readings.
Will produce frustration. Well,
Hi, Mom.
the death of frustration lies in letting go of your existing attachments, because that is currently disrupting your happiness. There.
Kind of busy.
Rachel's mom called.
But I can chat for a little bit.
Right, that's why I wanted to correct you, because that's not what I meant when I said that. I wanted to clarify. What I meant is the reason that we struggle to communicate is because I'm a legitimate expert on stuff that I'm talking about, as it makes sense, because I'm going to talk about stuff that I'm an expert at on my own YouTube channel, you know? And you're not an expert on these things, but you think you are. Okay, so, Keisha, disruption again. Wow. You're very disruptive, Con, man. I think you're bringing out the disruption from the cards. People don't like us arguing. All right, number 2, magic. They want to say, okay, drop it already, which I totally get. And comfort. And anger. So, in this instance, I would say, for Acacia, anger disrupts your comfort and magic. Anger disrupts your comfort and magic. Anger disrupts your comfort and magic. So, I think what that's saying is Acacia's not enjoying herself if I'm arguing with Cone Man. All right, Kevin, let's go. My Polish shiny Charizard, and this is prearranged. That's it. You get a wonder point for that excellent joke, Kevin. All right, Kevin, this is for you. Your first card is disruption again. Wow. Wow. Yeah, it's a 4-word thing you make a sentence with. I agree with you coming through. That's very often true. Not with me, however. Okay, next. Flow. This is for Kevin. Disruption, flow. Movement. Kevin and Kevin. Protection. So, Protecting movement prevents the disruption of flow. Protecting movement prevents the disruption of flow, Kevin. Protecting movement disrupts the production of flow. Protecting movement prevents the disruption of flow. That's the sentence for Kevin. Protecting movement prevents the disruption of flow. All right. Now we're going to do Crenshaw Excalibur. Voted Thumb of the Year in the early writing of 2024. Creativity. For Ruben's thumb, peace. For Ruben's thumb, caution. And for Ruben's thumb, intuition. Okay. Be cautious in your creativity so that there will be peace in your intuition. It's telling your thumb, look, if you want to preserve your intuitive peace, you need to be cautious with your creativity. Don't push down on things with me too much right now. Basically is what it's saying. What's the deck name? It's called the Prism Oracle deck. Looks like this. It's got a little book in it, but I don't need a book to tell me what one word means. Okay. Now I'm doing Ruben regular, not his thumb. No, I'm not going to do Ruben next. I'm going to do Leviathan next. I decided. I'm gonna see what regular Ruben gets later on. I'll save him for later because I think he needs to spend some time with his thumb for a while talking about that last reading. All right, Leviathan, your first card. Love. It's a beautiful thing. It's in your heart. Yep. And balance, Leviathan. Love and balance. Maybe the disruption is getting out of our system here. Protection again. Love and balance. Protection. Let's see what your fourth word is. Ideation. Just as love must be protected, so too must ideation be balanced. Just as love must be protected, so too must ideation be balanced. That's your sentence, Leviathan. Yeah, basically that's what it's saying. All right, free next. Yeah, right. Love is like it's like pulling that shiny Charizard. Free next. Uh-oh. I hope you're not scared of ghosts. Now, free next. Let's see what else you get. Uh-oh. Maybe you are scared of ghosts. You got fear and ghost. All right, free next. Sweetness. And, it's a twofer. Never take a twofer. That's my rule. Other people may have a different rule, and that's fine in this instance. They don't have to be wrong. Trust. All right. All right, here it is. Free next, I want you to trust that your fear of ghosts is a path to sweetness. In other words, it's kind of sweet that you're scared of ghosts. Or it could be a command, two commands. Ghost fear, trust sweetness. Just listen up, free next. You gotta just ghost fear and trust sweetness. Like that. You gotta bro down. It's important for everyone to bro down with these Prism Oracle cards. Trust. Don't fear the sweetness of ghosts. I like ghost because you can use it as a verb. All right, next I'm going to pull ones for me. No, I don't see anybody else here going. Comfort. I'm a fan of that. I'm down with comfort. I like it a lot more than discomfort, that's for sure. Hunger. All right, Karma's pen. I'll do you next. Balance. And sadness. Oh, this is maybe my favorite card, actually. I like the picture of this crying cloud. All right, I'm going to say hunger must balance comfort or else sadness. This just seems an excellent pull for me, actually. I feel that way right now. I need to be a little more hungry to accomplish things. I like that one. Is that just cover leaves? What are cover leaves? Oh, you mean this? That's just shake. Because I keep putting buds on this plate and then never smoking the shake and just getting more buds and putting them on and then breaking up bowls and then it just gets more and more shake on it. I need to put more buds on the plate now. Okay, this next one is for Karma's Pimp. Rest. Look at you, sleepy eyes. And another green one. Movement. I hope you get all green ones. Oh, black. Fear. And magic. Rest can be the magic that moves you from fear. Nobody's in a good state of being if they've not gotten enough sleep. All right, now, Chris Roberts. Before I do your 4 cards, okay, what are the card genres? I don't know. I didn't buy these, obviously. These are Rachel's cards. I'm going to get some weed. I'll be right back. I think it's funny that these cards have a book when it's just one just one word on the card. It's like, why do I need a little book to explain to me what magic means? 6 of wands, half a dozen of the other. I'm going to make that joke next time I pull the 6 of wands, no sage. That's great. I'm giving you a wonder point for it. You've earned it. Bam. So let's pull a couple balls. Any word from the pube fairy? I don't remember exactly what the pube fairy does. I remember us discussing it, but I don't recall his job. Was it to braid your pubes? These aren't tarot cards. But I like tarot cards too, and I like these cards too. But these aren't tarot cards. Karma's Pimp, do you remember that song I made when I was mad at you? You're like, basically, like, Karma's Pimp, you're a dumbass or whatever. I forget what it was called, but I found that song a couple of days ago, and I listened to it. It made me laugh in part because it's like as an extra thing I decided I might as well trash Jeff Shaw in this song too. It's a pretty silly song, really, but Eric's a pretty silly guy sometimes. Come on, man, you better watch out. I'm gonna make a song about you. It's titled "Ew, Bad Karma's Shaw, a Godly Hymn." Anyway, I will put the link to it. I guess Karma's Pimp must have made me mad. I used to, the thing is, I used to get a lot more mad than I do nowadays. Come in. All right, so there's the song. Or you probably can't. Can you not hear it on your phone? Do you want me to play it here? Because you can't hear it. If anybody wants me to play it here, let me know, and I'll play it here. I mean, you don't. The thing is, I don't want to. I want to stress. Karma's Pimp and I have not had any beef at all in a long time. So please don't think I've got any kind of problem with Karma's Pimp at all. Okay. All right, I'll play it here. All right, fine. Here we go. There's no more feud. I just thought it was. I kind of like it in a way. I guess I kind of think it's a pretty good song. Here we're gonna go. We're gonna play the song, and then I'll pull those cards. Then I gotta pull a ball too, though. Oh wait, where is it? Everybody's got their opinion, yell at me to get my attention, present their women's though decision, reject my blocks with their derision, never quite get concision, requires a penchant for honest amendments, a wrong bad convention, a rapid attention, and Karma's Pimp, I'm talking to you, my friend, because you're not being honest. I'm sick and tired of people leaving comments, saying shit that makes me wanna vomit. Saying stuff like I didn't respond to what you were responding to. But any time stand for leave me a clue or give me any kind of cue, like maybe quoting me to you would be a good opportunity for you to specify what you mean, motherfucker. I'm sorry, I don't want any more of your self-important bullshit. I know I offend your sense of equality. I'm special. Eric's not in the mood for your bullshit. And so he made this song to call you out. Recital. Most of shit. It felt way more wild and fully and fine and good. When you should know what I had to teach you, Karma's Pimp at all. Just Shaw, go fucking fall to hell. your bullshit is so rank and stupid. I don't know what to do with it. It makes me want to poop in your face. So there's that song. I, obviously, it's not going to make any playlist of mine or anything that I listen to. Not like that kind of song, but I don't hate it, I guess, for what it is. It's kind of a silly. That song could easily have been made to Cone Man. Note, Cone Man, see? I was saying the same things whenever this was 1 year ago when I was mad at Karma's pen. Was it just a year ago? Was it that recently? I'm surprised. I thought it was longer than that. Can anyone ever really change? Sure. You can become a better or worse version of yourself. I'm becoming a better version of myself. The things that you don't like and everybody else doesn't like, me getting angry and whatever, they may be irrelevant to what I'm saying, but they're not irrelevant to people's experience. I'm getting better at that than I used to be. So you're kind of getting the gentlest version of Eric yet, right? I think anyone ever really change is not him starting up again. He's just asking if anyone can ever really change. But yeah, I think people can change. People can become better versions of themselves. I'd like to think that, but people don't necessarily. I'd like to think the people around here are in the process of becoming better versions of themselves, just as I am. Probably this place doesn't attract a lot of people who are, say, becoming more and more toxic versions of themselves. It does seem to attract a fair number of people who are not necessarily in the best place for whatever reason, you know. A lot of it, I mean, you get, it's understandable that the disaffected, outcast kind of people would hang out around here. It's not everybody around here, but this is a very contrary place to conventional understandings of a lot of things. And I don't know. It's like I think different kinds of people, different types that end up being around here are probably drawn to it for different reasons. I don't really know. I never really asked about it. Like, what draws you here? If anybody who's here wants to answer this question, what draws you here? If that person who was here before Chris Roberts is still here, I will do a 4-card thing for him. That's the sort of question I basically never ask. It doesn't really occur to me to ask those kind of questions. But yeah, what makes you want to come here? The sillies, the NE fun. So any about TI shit? Like jail and when doing and drink too much, health side effects. Ah, that's a continuation of your previous statement, not an answer to my question. Your chat section is funny. You respond thoughtfully to people's questions. All fine. Okay, thank you for the answer. I appreciate the input. No, say it's nice. Thanks. The truth brings you here. I like that answer a lot. Lemons understand you. They may understand you, but that doesn't necessarily mean they agree with you. I guess I'd like the answer to both those questions, Ruben. And the tiny stuff. I find it company to some degree. I live alone. There isn't any reason, really. Huh. There isn't any reason, really. Like, if somebody were to ask me, what brings you to that Desert Drifters channel? I'd say I like his videos. I like how um, they don't have a lot of words in them. He doesn't talk a whole bunch. I like the pacing with which they're edited. The cinematography is beautiful on them. I think it's an interesting subject matter. The cave dwelling thing and archaeology, like going back, looking at the past and stuff. I think that all that stuff's interesting. So everyone says initially trying to understand a reliable system for knowing things about people. Like their birthday. You want to know what their birthday was? For the recliner, pooping is probably Ruben's answer. It's like when you get committed, it's good to find that there are others as deluded and fucked in the head as you are. Is that what I am? This company without too much imposition. I mean, that's a fine enough answer, Cone Man. I get it. It doesn't really explain why you're at this live stream instead of some other one or whatever, but that's fine. I guess you're interested in typology. It kind of explains it. It's like when you get committed, it's good to find, all right. Initially trying to, okay. You seem like a smart dude, and I feel like I could learn something. You have a similar humor, apparently. Yeah, I noted you and I have similar humor. I'm impressed by you at the gate with your jokes, and I'm a fan of jokes too. So, what brings me here is I find what you do interesting and fun. It's entertaining to me, and your and Rachel's energy is cool. Rachel's frustrated because she got on the phone with her mom um, right as we started to do these cards, which she likes. I know I'm not always easy to get on with, especially in discussions because I'm quite candid. I think you're very easy to get along with, Conan. I do. I don't think that there's anything combative or provocative about you inherently. I think we just end up going down those paths, you know. You seem to be honestly engaging with me at all times. You're not trying to be provocative, which I appreciate. It's why you don't get timed out or anything, right? I believe you. I don't think you're trying to fuck with me. Well, we gotta wait till she gets on the phone with her mom. Then we'll do them. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, I'm learning to recognize those kind of back and forths as emotional events more and less as just frustrating stretches of making my point. Because I understand that other people view them as such, probably. And sometimes, and I understand that plenty of times I do as well, ultimately, even though I'm not very conscious of all those things. Certainly I'm subject to bad and good emotions like everybody else. Struggle as you poop. I mean, snuggle as you poop. You can struggle and snuggle and buggle as you poop, cause struggle as you poop. My new song, Struggle As You Poop, I co-wrote it with Karma's Pimp, who I just want to say is a wonderful person, and don't listen to that song I made, okay? That Eric, he was just mad about something Karma's Pimp was doing. I did clarify that Karma's Pimp may be a hater, but he's not a troll. That was my way of saying, look, Karma's Pimp, I don't like our recent exchange, but I still think you're a good person. Thanks, Carlos Pimp. Uh, that's not going to happen, but
Can I have a psychic?
sure. I think I don't know if Chris Roberts is still here. I promised him one next.
I didn't know. I thought you were over with it.
No. I had to take a break to pull balls, and then I got distracted by reading things. But I still, if Chris Roberts, if you're here, just shoot a yeah, and I'll do you a pull. If you're gone, then I won't bother with you. I guess after being on here, people get to know Eric, and that helps harmony. I mean, I'm how harmonious I am has something to do with my mood and something to do with how much of an obstacle course there is in the chat, you know? I don't even get it, Ruben. So if I don't get it at all, then it's not even dumb, it's just confusing. Which is better than dumb. Is one Crobert's here? So anyway, Chris Roberts is not here. So we will then do the poll that Rachel wants. I agree. Let's run from the scene of that crime as quickly as possible. Harmonies need 2 vibrations to coalesce. That's true. It's a good observation. I'm not sure where you're going with that, but it's a true and good and sound observation.
I was just thinking of LCD Sound System songs, and there's this one song called Your City's a Sucker. And it's like, your city's a sucker. Your city's a sucker. Your city's a sucker. My city's a creep.
Really?
Yeah.
I like it.
Me too. Thanks.
Oh, I see. The audience and your mood need to synchronize. Right. Well, basically, I just need to be in a good. People want a good, happy, pleasant environment. They don't want to be someplace where I'm yelling at Cone Man. I'm not yelling at him, but you know what I'm saying. Okay. Rachel. First card. Abundance. You got a lot of circles. What kind of circles are they? They look a little bit like Nilla wafers, but it could be very thin Oreos. Second card. Confidence. Third card. Comfort. Fourth card. Rejection.
Ooh.
I'm gonna go a little bit controversial here with this one.
Oh.
Reject your comfort and abundance to gain confidence.
Reject your comfort and abundance to gain confidence. Yeah.
Reject your comfort and abundance to gain confidence.
That's good.
I can get into your conversations because of my intellect, but you guys go back and forth pretty good. Come in, you still come with respect, so I like that. Yeah. And I get that I'm not being overtly respectful lots of times. I'm being overtly dismissive.
Hi, Winston's mom. You want me to pull some for you?
I want to pull some for Winston's mom first because she just got here.
She did just get here.
Yeah. Love. Winston's mom. That's how you make sure you get the right card. Stop. Stop trying on my gloves before you stretch them out. No, Cone Man. You will never hear me tell you that, okay? I will never pull that bullshit and say, you need to stop making your honestly believed, not trolly wrongness statements because it's my channel. If you need to behave, you will never hear me say that shit. If you behave in ways I don't find acceptable, I'll just ban your ass, which is not anything I'm ever talking about doing to you, Cone Man, okay? And if you're within the range of acceptable, then you do what you want. I do what I want. You say what you want, and I remove what I want, and whatever. I'm not going to tell you what to do. Balance. All right, Winston's mom. Okay, this is a command. Stop trying to balance love and sweetness. Stop trying to balance love and sweetness. Sometimes love means you can't be sweet. Sometimes sweetness means you can't be loving. It's kind of advocacy in favor of tough love, which I don't normally like at all, but
I don't like tough love. I don't respond well to it.
No. The cards, that's what the message they had for Winston's mom, though. So,
hey, Carrot, do you want a psychic reading? I want to do one for Eric, too, but we can wait.
No Sage. Do y'all do these cards because you actually believe in them? Well, what I think, No Sage, right now is that your spirit guides have said this about you. Growth. Let's see what else they say. And then maybe I'll answer your question. Oh, spirit guides of No Sage, reveal your truths to me.
Thank you.
Well, he doesn't want them. It's just single words. Well. Okay, well, I have one word to say to you, No Sage. Success. It's like, no, don't tell me 4 words. What?
Okay, so Carrot's next, then Rubenar will take 4 cards for No Sage.
Okay, so this is for Ruben R, who's functioning as stand-in for No Sage. I think we all know who that card's really for. And the last one, this is the most important one of all, I think. This could win the importance battle. Peace, okay? So let's see. Ruben R. You need to ghost your past success to find growth and peace. Okay? You need to ghost your past success to find growth and peace. Yeah, well, proxy, that's the word I was looking for, Ruben R. Thanks. Good job. I think we all learned what Ruben R. needed to hear there. If that's regular for you. I think elephants should replace people.
I don't think so. The problems with elephants is they never forget. And so, like, they have to live a life of freedom in Africa.
Yeah. Who is this one for? Carrot, right. Hey, Carrot. You got a little something called confidence. Also known as Riz, swagger. See, flexing. What's that?
Yeah, flexing is a thing.
Carrot says frustration is the second card. All right, you got confidence. You also got a little frustration. We'll see what the sentence is. We got to see what your spirit guides say. Spirit guides of Carrot, protection. Okay, and spirit guides again. Disruption. Okay. Protect against frustration that disrupts confidence. Protects against frustration that disrupts confidence. Protect against frustration that disrupts confidence. All right.
That's good.
I'll lose here.
Hi, Lou. Would you like a psychic sentence?
You're getting one. Your first word, creativity. Taking where there existed nothing and making something. Oh, Lou Spirit Guides, speak to us through these oracle cards. Let us find the truth. The second word, disruption.
Huh? It's come up for the third time.
Not just the third time, Rachel. When you were on the phone, when we were doing it earlier, the first three things all had disruption in them. First three
Oh my gosh.
sets of four.
Wow.
Yeah.
People are really feeling disrupted.
Well, at the time, it was very disruptive around here because Cone Man and I were arguing.
Yeah,
We since have made up.
To...
No, we've made up. I'm trying to as well. We both are.
That's good.
Lou, your spirit guides have brought out this card for you. It's blue. It's got wiggly lines on it. It says cleanse. And Blue spirit guides. I'm channeling your spirit guides through me right now.
I think I got disruption too.
Comfort. We've had a lot of disruption today. All right. Blue. Cleanse yourself from disruption, by finding comfort in your creativity.
Oh my gosh, that sounds so much like Lou.
Cleanse yourself of your disruption and find comfort in your creativity. Yeah, I want to do one for Sandra, of course.
Where's Sandra?
I was hoping you were going to ask. Like, please have Kevin check, see if Sandra wants one. And sure enough, you did. Surrender, it says. Surrender. Oh. Let's see what else Sandra's got going on. Abundance. Didn't you get two of those? No, you got.
No, I got abundance.
You got abundance and
disruption. Comfort.
Right. Sandra gets strength. So we've got surrender, abundance, and strength. And Sandra gets reflection. All right. I'm gonna get very Lao Tzu on you here, Sandra. Getting Lao Tzu on your ass. All right, here we go. Find abundance in reflection and strength in surrender.
Ooh, that is very loud too.
Find abundance in reflection and strength in surrender, Sandra. So speaketh the oracles. All right, you're running to the dispensary.
I'm gonna
pick me up a 1/4 ounce of the best weed they got.
This one's for you. You can interpret it however you want, or if you want me to.
I want you to, my darling.
Okay. And should I tell you which cards you get?
Sure. Or you can hand it to me and I'll show it to the thing and you say what it is.
Okay.
And then I'll put it, I guess, I'll put it back over here. So Rachel's going to hand me one of the cards she pulls for me, say what it is. I'm going to show it to you, say what it is. I'll give it back to Rachel. And then we'll move on from there for the next card. Thank you. Appreciate it, Michael Patrick Bernier. You're doing God's work,
You
coming here and
too.
reminding me of what I need to keep prioritized a little more actively.
Me too.
And sir, I applaud you for it. Lemons. He says it's objectively good or bad, but subjectively you feel it. I never said lemons were objectively good or bad.
Okay, I need to not think.
Think about Eric, your husband. Is that who you're pulling for right now? Yes. You're welcome, Sandra. May all your dreams come true. Oh, yeah. I did say that about art. I didn't say that about lemons, though. I see. You're responding to the person lemons. Okay, gotcha. My mistake. First one is trust. It's my first card. My second card is hunger. My third card, success. My fourth card, creativity. Yes, we did. We did discuss it earlier. Thank you, Mike. MPB. Can I just call it MPB?
Okay. When you trust in your creativity, you lose the hunger for success, or you gain the hunger for success.
Okay. Isn't this very similar to one that I just pulled? Like either me or somebody else? Or maybe I pulled over earlier. Like this hunger, success. Huh. I don't remember. I don't remember who it was. Never mind. I can't do clingy ghosts.
It could be. It could have been that you had a similar one. I wasn't here.
My thoughts on the question regarding art. Just that I don't want to go over the whole thing again. It's like one thing I would say is that you can understand each cognitive function frame of reference as prioritizing yeah kind of thing in art. So how about you show media? If we give you a yeah yet show media? I don't think we did. Let's give show media a yeah. How was your mom?
She's good. She was wondering how the rain was over by us. And I told her it wasn't as bad as what we were expecting, and that but we got a good amount of rain, so it was a good thing.
That's a quick summary of a long conversation.
Yeah, well.
Okay, show media.
Oh, I also told her about the cinnamon roll recipe, and she was super excited about that. She's a group of church people.
Did you tell her what it was called?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're untelligent, so surrender, isolation, surrender, show media, strength, and anger. This could be a message for me today.
Did I sound like I said cinnamon roll?
This is a great message for Eric today. If you surrender to your anger, you'll be isolated in your strength.
That's good. Wow.
If you surrender to your anger, you'll be isolated in your strength.
That's true.
It's a great
That's
sentence,
really,
really.
yeah.
Right. Because it acknowledges that you'll still be strong. That's a great sentence. I'm impressed by these
Good one,
cards
show
on that one.
media.
Show Media, you win the prize for best poll today, I think. Made out of skin. What's made out of skin? Cinnamon rolls? Yeah. That's why I won't eat them. Rachel can't get enough. She just. It's like skin from, deers, buffalo, a variety of animals.
Oh my gosh. Luminix is on so good. I had to replace my vape pen. I scored a live resin one, Jack Herrera and sour diesel strain.
Ooh, I like Jack Herrera.
I like Jack Herrera too.
What do you serve at a small bris? For cinnamon rolls. You shouldn't say celebration. That's redundant, I think. I think a bris is inherently, it's like saying a party celebration, I think. It
That's
is
like
a good one.
A
I'm giving you a
verse is
wonderful
like
one.
when I think a verse is when in Jewish religion they have circumcision of the baby.
Yeah, it's a circumcision party.
Mm. I don't really want to celebrate that. See, like, oh, God. My reasoning is so weird.
I wonder if I'm right. Do they have is the bris separate from the celebration? Is celebration implied by the word bris? Is that redundant or not? That's what I want to know. I want anyone else's opinion on that. Is it redundant to say a bris celebration? What is Acacia's blood type? I really don't know, says Acacia. I don't know my own blood type. Neither do I. I think I'm O. I'm not sure. I think so. You don't think it's redundant? I think it's wrong. Well, do you mean you think it's a wrong use of language, like I'm saying, or? Okay. I know it's a okay, so show me is leaning in my direction. Acacia is saying no. Like if you were to say birthday party celebration, it would be redundant for sure.
Yeah.
Because you're saying both party and celebration.
Oh, cool. Show me.
Oh, show me is Jewish. So you're an expert on the
Yeah,
subject.
so I want you to answer the question. Is it redundant for you to say birth celebration?
Yeah, we want. Okay, well, Acacia says it's a ceremony, so the celebration.
Ceremony celebration. It's like a.
Look, chat, it was a joke. What was a joke? Oh, the
Oh, I
roll?
thought I didn't
Yeah,
like
it's
Kevin
hilarious.
said it. It is.
It's a great joke. Or, oh, no, I know what he's saying. Oh, yeah, that, remember.
You know, Winston's mom, that's what I kind of figured. That at the hospitals, the doctors would suggest that they would go by the husband's penis. That's what I figured. Like, that's probably how they do it.
Because fathers and sons come in, they like to sit side by side, set their penises on a board right next to each other, and say, "Boy, son, you really got my penis."
No. That does not sound fun. I do not want to see that. No.
Don't Google that. Let's stop talking about that. You're making my penis feel sensitive right now,
I'm feeling sensitive for penises in general.
And of course, I think I have spent my life trying to emulate my father, not just his penis, but his butt cheeks as well. I've consulted a couple of surgeons about me getting some elective surgery. I've shown them some pictures of my dad's butt from a long time ago. I think a man's butt should be like his father's as well. Okay, well, I don't have to make a decision about it, so stop talking about it. It makes me feel like you're going to chop off my penis.
Yeah.
Show me if he feels like his penis is missing something.
Does have phantom skin? I don't want to talk about this anymore.
Yeah, I'm sure it is missing something. It's missing a party. And why? Because you're here complaining about how it doesn't have a turtleneck. Maybe instead of letting it languish and miss things in your pants, you need to take it out to a party. You want a penis extension, huh? I don't think you do. I think that you don't want any kind of surgery down there at all.
My grandma McCurgan was like really serious about like what we watched on when we would go to her house for sleepovers. And one year we got lucky, my cousin and I was able to bring Austin Powers with us, and my cousin dared me because like she had just gone through some sort of surgery. She had this like pump thing. I don't know what it's for because I never saw her use it. But my cousin dared me to ask my grandma if that was her penis enlarger pump. That was the last time we were able to bring any sort of movie over at any time, and my grandma scolded my mom for letting us watch that movie.
Wow. What was the answer to the question? No, that's not my penis enlarging pump.
I can't remember. I just started laughing.
Well, Grandma didn't approve.
No, she didn't approve at all. And that's what that made me think of. Like, the penis enlarger pump from that movie. It's not, the pump didn't look safe at all. It's not safe.
Yeah, everyone should just try to, in general, keep their genitals safe and clear of sharp objects, and we'll all be happier Christmas time.
So,
stop chewing testicle tucks before you break your nuts.
Wow.
Okay? My intuition says stop messing with your nuts and your dick.
Give some space.
Give some space for them, okay? And most of all, have confidence to not talk about it anymore. I think you're more at risk from birds, no matter what, Chewy. So your genitals, I have another song to share with you, Eric. Is it about genitals? Have you ever seen that song, I'm a Regular Guy, by this comedian guy?
I don't think so.
Comedian rapper. I'll show it to you a little bit later.
Okay. You shuffling cards makes me want to shuffle cards so much.
Sweetness.
Sweetness.
That's what I want to do every time I pull that card. I was only joking when I said I want to bash you something in the head. You ever make a rat king with your buddies? Eric? What's a rat king?
Yeah, what is a rat king?
Show me the... Let's not play that game, okay? No, We're not asking that question, please.
Ew, no. That's not a
Show
fun
media.
game.
Let's not play those kind of games.
Oh my god, this is not stuff I want to hear. No one wants to hear this. Delete.
Yeah. Let's just not play this game. Show media. I'm putting you on timeout. God damn it. Could I do an improv song with Rachel pulling cards and you incorporating them lyrically? Yeah, sure.
Are we using the same cards or different cards?
I'm going to use these because they have a word on them.
He said, return to me.
In my life, my life been valuable time.
I'm glad that you agree with the interwebs people that he's an INFP and not an INFJ, because like it was kind of hard for me to understand him as an INFJ. I'm like, wow, he like really demonstrates feelings.
Oh.
Morrissey.
Who thinks he's an INFJ?
You said once.
I did?
Yeah.
I was wrong.
It's okay. You.
Alright, so you gotta pull a card and say the word for me so I can make up this song. You probably like keep them coming at like, you know, one a bar or so. Fairly regular pace.
Okay. Just shuffling one more time. I mean, parts of a car. There are many parts to a car. That's why people have jobs for it, because you need to know what to do with those parts. I'm not helping myself at all here. Okay, ready?
I don't know what you're saying.
I'm replying to Acacia. Haha, he's just talking about his make parts, right? And I was thinking that made me think of car parts.
Oh.
Comfort.
Alright, cool. Oh, comfort, you're nice and comfortable, alright, and I want everyone to
Hunger.
for more comfort. You got to want it if you ever gonna get it. It's a rule, I bet you know it.
Pain.
Pain will ensue if you fail to do what I am informing you needs to be done.
Success.
But success, on the other hand, is sure to follow soon if you listen to the instructions of this tune.
Frustration.
Frustration, perhaps, is unavoidable lapse from any state of flow.
Faith.
Faith is, you know, a necessary component if you're going to know the magical ways.
Love.
And love in the center of your gaze.
That's so good.
Thanks, darling.
So, Acacia wanted to see the cards that were used.
There's a lot of things to share. I will play your request very shortly, Kiera. It was In backwards order: love, faith, frustration, success, pain, hunger, and comfort. All right. Hex, the 4-month-old black kitten. Okay. Let's see. This is a lullaby for Hex. You want to go to sleep, I bet. And I will tell you now in cat language. Meow, 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 meow. You need to get your rest. Well, just 4 months, I guess. And if you stay awake all night, everyone will be sad. Now let me translate it to cat. Meow, 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 meow. I'm gonna translate it to cat. Meow, 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 meow. Surely you can understand that thing I'm saying and know what I mean when I tell you that. Meow, 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 meow. Thank you, thank you. There's your song for your cat. So yeah, I could make up little songs. It's one of my skills.
He is the cutest, Kira.
I'm not really the cutest, but thank you very much. 'Cause it's better than you telling me that I look like a hairy butt. I'd rather be adequate, just like everybody would. So I'll try to keep that in mind as I should.
Hi, Capito.
You wish you were younger so much?
Yes.
I don't miss being young at all.
Good to keep an eye out on Trouble. It's smart of you. I'm like convinced that Capito's an ICJ and Trouble is an ENFJ because of the way they conflict.
I sure do conflict, but I'm not sure if that's the best argument in favor, but certainly is one. I was telling Rachel.
In my world, they are conflictor types.
I think they are. I think you're right what you're saying. I'm not sure it's I mean, they could, that's not a great argument for them being ISTJ, ENFJ, because it could be two totally different types of the same relationship, and would that be justified by that same argument? Yeah.
Well, I do think that they're conflictor types, but specifically ISTJ, ENFJ.
I agree with you on both points. I was saying earlier to Rachel that I want to practice and prepare before the next open mic. This song for Rachel, I was saying, she is not ready for her to sing yet. I don't think she knows the words or anything. I'm writing them down.
I'm sure I only know some of the words. I could sing what I know.
Sure. You want to sing with me?
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for. And then you can fill in the gaps of things that I don't know.
Okay, sure. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on. Sending sparks to soar in the kitchen sky. An actual night is Is there no top to the dark up above the shelves? Where she stores the chai above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types. They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. It's the second night. You start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on. Is there no top to the dark up above the shelves? Where she stores the chai above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types. They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. Anyway, I think that song would kill if she were singing it and I were playing the guitar. I could play the guitar a little bit better. Oh, MG's Coleman is still battling. Who's Coleman?
Cone Man.
Oh.
He is.
Oh, is he still battling?
Yeah. He's still being provocative.
Well, I mean, I'm not responding to it. So.
No. It makes me want to because, like, I don't believe that. Like, I don't identify with George Harrison at all, except for that he's introverted. Like, he could be ENFP or INFP, and those are more accurate than INFJ, in my opinion. I just, like, even, like, someone who, like, INFJ Kurt Vonnegut, like, I get him, like, I was watching something about him with Eric, and I was like, wow, I, like, get this guy. Like, and that's why, like, when I heard that he, like, cheated on his wife, I was so, like, devastated because I was like, oh, he's so cool. Like,
Who cheated on his wife?
Kurt Vonnegut.
Oh yeah, that was
Yeah,
horrible. It was a horrible story.
Oh man,
That's pretty horrible.
I don't think that he's an ENFP.
Yeah, Ruben's right about that. There's cheaters and nasties of every type.
Yeah, it just like, but yeah, there are.
Half the equation is particularist, you know?
Yeah. So, but like Johnny's lyrics too, Johnny's lyrics. I'm like, I say those things. I throw away things from the second grade.
Your mom remembers stuff for you.
Mm-hmm.
She remembers all that you forget.
Yeah.
It's true.
And I'm always saying, if that's okay.
Yeah, it's true too. You just said that a lot. I haven't thought about that one.
And the lyric where he talks about, I love you more than I could love myself.
Mm-hmm. That's very NHA there, sure, yeah. Definitely is. Lol, tacos are anti-SI. How are tacos anti-SI? Tardy, huh? Are you tardy, Acacia? Did I just send you to the office with a tardy slip?
Uh-oh.
You're going to the office with a tardy slip because you came to class too late. You're going to the office with a tardy slip. Isn't that going to be so great?
I always thought that Lennon was more of the lyrical, well, like, yeah, that he focused more on lyrics than on melody.
Rachel, some big news. Acacia got that job at the Alamo she's been looking to get.
Oh my god, congratulations!
Look.
You can talk about how small it is.
I'm going to be relocated to San Antonio sometime soon. I'm assuming that just means she's got that job at the Alamo.
Oh.
And she's moving there for work, probably.
That's really, I thought you were joking.
No, it says right there.
That's
look.
so cool.
No, yeah, I am joking. She didn't get a job at the Alamo.
Oh.
Obviously, that's not why she's going to San Antonio. She's going to San Antonio for a different reason
I thought
than
that
to
on
move
top
there
of
for
going-
work for a job that she's been seeking at the
Oh
Alamo.
my god.
Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, Bayek Kemet. Nice to have you
Kemet.
here, however briefly. Actually, I have in the past, but I'm just having a revelation of my absentee SI. I find myself taking notes. For all my details.
That's a good thing to do. Taking notes is good. It'll help you remember.
Acacia peed on the Alamo? Wow. I am impressed, Acacia.
I remember, I was pretty, moved. I was like, wow, there were so many people in here in such a scary time. I think, Davy Crockett.
You know what's most impressive is Acacia peed on the Alamo from 6 feet away.
Wow, that is impressive.
Yeah. And I think she reached nearly the top of the wall.
You could root for the Spurs, right? They're San Antonio.
Yeah, you could root for the Spurs. You could also spur a revival of Roots in local San Antonio theater. So either way.
Yeah.
You could root for the Spurs or you could spur for the Roots. All right, let's see what's going on here in ye old chatteroo. McCartier clearly is censored via lyrics. Who's McCartier? Oh, McCartney. Well, I mean, I'm not going to dispute that if you were to evaluate the subject matter in the Beatles lyrics, especially McCartney stuff, it's not especially intuitive as a subject matter, okay? I'll concede that point, Conman, but that's not a good reason to think he's a censor. Because that's much more reflective, I think, of NI versus NE than it is censor intuitive, okay? McCartney is trying to make things that are simple, universally resonant, and that's consistent with NI over conscious instead of NE conscious, and not, and if at all, only nominally with in censor over intuitive.
He plays until he has blisters on his fingers. I've got blisters on my fingers.
I mean, the thing is, Coman, I don't want to argue with you about this at all. I don't want to argue with you about anything, okay?
Did you, K-Mick?
I never like to argue about, which type for some famous person is, because it's unresolvable, because I don't get to, it's unresolvable because I never get to type them, right?
Right. Your
I'm not
mother
going to.
should know.
Your mother.
Your mother should know.
Sing it again. Bum bum up and dance to a song that was a hit before your mother was known. Though she was born a long, long time ago, your mother would know. Your mother should know.
No.
So I guess the thing is, of course, with music, we want to evaluate it based on like you can tell a lot about music in a lot of ways, style of lyric writing and stuff like that, but not really subject matter. You could say definitively this person has to be an NTP if they're writing some song with a bunch of complicated philosophy stuff in it or whatever. But in terms of universal archetypes, it's going to reference stuff that everybody understands and can feel with, feel. And so that is going to be inclusive of sensors. And so in that regard, I don't think you can evaluate Paul McCartney's lyrics as being either sensory or intuitive, but rather as songs as being very NI intuitive, and his archetypes being inclusively resonant. So I think that's the better explanation.
I like thinking about their intertype relations. Like if Lennon was ENTP, McCartney benefited from him, which would make sense. Like why Lennon would kind of like brush off some of like McCartney's good work.
And then Harrison supervised Lennon.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there were checks and balances,
Mm-hmm.
and then it seems like maybe Lennon and Ringo were duels.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I don't think that ISFJ and INFP or ENFP, depending which for George, I'm not sure. But I don't think NFP, SFJ get along particularly well.
Well, ISFJ is the supervisor of ENFJ. Or, oh yeah, that's right. ISFJ. I don't know.
Well, come in, when you're writing lyrics, you treat them as examples of speech, then they'd be reflective of things you can determine from speech, right? But so for example, if somebody were to write a song that goes like this. Well, I went to the store today and I saw some things on sale. First I went to the dairy aisle. Oh, look, they've got half and half, just $1.99 a pint. I said, I'm gonna get me 2 of those. Oh, Lord, gonna get me 2 of those. And I took a left up the aisle that's next to the dairy and up all the stuff. And I got me some square butter and finally put it in the cart.
I really think a lot of people would like that.
That would be very, like, assuming the person, even then, you can't know for sure whether that's expressive of their attentional habits at all, right? It could be somebody like me who understands the idea of a boring SI story and then turns it into lyrics like that. It could be an actual SI person, but if they're SI top stack, probably their intuition is better than thinking that's a good idea, but not actually better than that, It depends. It really depends. I think ISFJs can be very successful at art and stuff, but anyway. Why is SI typically worse on ENTJ versus ENFJ? Because ENFJs are concerned about your perceptions of their SI, whereas ENTJs are not. PBD. Is that personality beta days? It's full of people arguing and getting even the basics about a person wrong, misunderstanding why a person developed in the direction they did. Ringo has always read. Yeah, Acacia's right. Lyrics don't necessarily reflect who one is or the functions of using. You're making artistic decisions. It's a big difference than how you communicate. You know.
I do think, though, A Day in the Life is a really good example of the differences between Lennon and McCartney.
Right. But if you want to like get if you want to get a very any style song from the Beatles, I'd point to Rocky Raccoon as kind of maximally any while still good. You could say number 9 is even more any on some level, but on a lyrical level, it's not very any at all, obviously.
I think that, like, Day in the Life, like, I read the news today, oh boy, about a lucky man who made the grade. And though the meow was pretty meow, well, I just had to laugh.
And then the news was pretty sad. I just had to laugh, right? So he does acknowledge that it's sad, right? You don't like the fact that he says I had to laugh.
I don't remember. No, I don't remember the lyrics exactly.
No, but I'm saying, moving on from that, is it the case that you're saying when he says I just had to laugh?
No, I like it. I
Okay. So are you making the point about that line or not?
No, that whole, like, that part, and then the end part where he, like, brings it around again and he's telling a story, and, like, I think that's very NE, the way that he's, like, describing it. Even especially the fact that he, like, laughed at a certain point that was serious, part that was serious.
Right.
And then Paul McCartney's like, do 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 do, woke up out of bed, dragged comb across my head.
Mm-hmm. On my way downstairs and had a cup, and looking up, I noticed I was like.
Yeah.
And the thing is, that would you say if you were to evaluate the content of those lyrics, you say that's very SI.
Yeah, it is.
But of course, we can't conclude anything about the person's cognitive functions from that because
no.
NI people are perfectly capable of telling a little story in lyrics.
And I think that's exactly what it was. He was using his NI, and
yeah, I don't think that was actually a story from his life probably at all.
No.
You know,
although I can totally picture him doing, anyone doing that.
Sure.
Maybe the one SI thing that he remembers doing in the mornings is dragging a comb across his head, you know?
Or I probably just started with he was playing a thing, and he started with, woke up, fell out of bed, and he's like, oh, good.
Yeah.
And then he just kind of wrote the rest of it to follow from that, you know?
He is very much like that.
Writing and talking are different things. When you're writing either lyrics or anything else, you're making decisions. That's why I can't type people from the chat, you know?
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, we've been to the San Fernando Valley.
Like I was saying, how, like, sweetness, sweetness, I was only joking when I said, like, I feel like those are such, like, INFP lyrics. So much of Maury's lyrics are very emotional. Or they, like, I don't know, they always resonate FI for me.
I do not think Van Nuys is a very rough area here. I don't know where you get the idea that Van Nuys was bad. It's not great, but it's not like the hood. So which lyrics do you think were very FI?
Morrissey's?
Oh yeah, his lyrics are super FI. Now I know how Joan of Arc felt.
It's so dramatic.
You know, I was like, that's how I feel right now. Because you said no.
No, Hero Lamb. Eric did not say George sucked.
I didn't say George sucked. I just said George is not as talented as Paul or John, and mostly not talented enough to be able to contribute in positive ways a whole lot to the compositional process.
Well, that's good. Capio's following you.
Cool.
Well, I think he said that he's like he doesn't like as many songs of George's as he does other as he does like McCartney or Lennon songs. You know, I think like I believe George Harrison was the youngest Beatle, and he was a good guitarist. They really liked that he could follow along, like he was able to follow along with the music that was written really well. So technically he was pretty good. I think he started to like want to write songs as he got older, and like I really like Taxman. Taxman's one of my favorite George songs. But he wanted to experiment a lot more than like stay within the parameters of what a classical rock song would sound like. I mean, they did start to experiment more as they got older in general. He a lot of his songs are very long. Pisces Sun, Scorpio Moon, and was it? What's his ascendant? Do they have his ascendant? Oh, ascendant is Scorpio. I see. I see.
You know, Rachel, it just occurred to me. I think maybe what happened is after the original Paul died, George got plastic surgery to become Paul, and then they got a new guy in to replace George.
So George got better?
No, the new guy was actually responsible for Fall's work. That explains how Fall could have gotten so good.
Oh. Yeah, because Fall's work is much better, like really more creative.
Okay, actually. And then that new guy who looked like George originally
Yeah.
got plastic surgery after the Beatles broke up to look like Paul, where Paul got plastic surgery to look like George. That explains why George doesn't have any good solo.
Oh, it's true. Although people do love that. People do love that one, like with my good Lord or something. My sweet Lord. I'm not saying it was good. I don't know that album. I only know that song from that album. Yeah, he definitely showed, in my opinion, showed goat tendencies. He was more peaceful. He hated touring. He was the first one to be like, I don't want to tour anymore. This is too much. It's too crazy. There's a whole movie about the Beatles touring. They toured longer than I thought. They toured up until like I think 67. I think it was either 66 or 67, and that's pretty long. Like I really didn't think that they toured that long. I thought they made most of their money off of albums. It wasn't until later on that they made most of their money from their albums. They had to tour. Yeah, Lennon was an asshole in many ways. He knew but he like called himself out for like the shit that he did. Like he always,
He used to be mad at his school.
I used to be cruel to. That's Paul's part. I used to be.
That's he probably asked Paul this. They probably agreed. Paul should sing it because nobody's gonna believe it at Paul.
How does it go?
Well, it starts with
be...
that part goes. I used to be cruel to my woman. I beat her and kept her apart from the things that she loved. Boy, I was mean, but I'm quitting that scene.
And I'm doing the best that I can. Ooh, it's getting better all the time. Okay.
So anyway, here's my new theory, Rachel. Fake Paul actually only wrote the fake songs. Not Revolution, number 9, and the other fake song. And the other fake song is Long Long, right?
Oh, God.
I think Paul, the fake Paul, must have only written fake songs like those two. And maybe most of Let It Be.
Probably most of Let It Be. Although I think that Two of Us is like a cute song. It's a cute goodbye song.
What do you think about my theory that Let It Be was made as an album? All the tracks on it except Let It Be were to make fun of specific other bands.
I think you're right.
I've never read that anywhere. Does anybody else think that on the internet? We should Google it.
We should. No, Lennon's controversial. I still I don't know, apparently Paul McCartney was more of a partier than Lennon was. I bought like a magazine, an Atlantic magazine from Barnes and Noble, like, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago.
Party with Paul McCartney.
Yeah, apparently, yeah, he was.
Maybe he still is, you know. Maybe we'll run into him in town and I'll say, "Hey, you want to do mushrooms?"
Yeah, you guys can, and I'll film it.
Paul McCartney should come to Mariposa and do mushrooms with me.
Well, he was arrested, so he was so pro marijuana that he went to Japan with it, and they got arrested. Like the whole gang of them got arrested.
The Beatles or
no,
Paul Solo?
Paul Solo, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
I guess the Japanese didn't approve.
No, they didn't.
Things are very different here, huh? We drive around smoking weed all the time.
Yeah, it is very different. And McCartney continued using LSD.
I'd do acid with McCartney. I'm sure McCartney would get very clean, precise acid, yeah.
Probably.
How old is he now? Like 90 or
90 something, yeah. He's
Right?
got to be.
That'd be fantastic. That's why my bucket list. I wonder if Paul McCartney can make that happen for me.
I hope he does.
I want it put out there that Eric wants to do acid with Paul McCartney.
I just want to smoke weed with him. Can I just...
Yes, of course, darling. Do whatever you want. I think it's very unlikely we're going to be able to invite Sir Paul McCartney into our home, though. I don't think he's probably doing as much traveling as he wants to at this age. And
still tours.
Does he? But I mean, it's still unlikely that he's going to come to Mariposa and take acid with me. So this boy would be happy just to love you, and oh my, but that boy won't be happy until he sees you cry, I.
That boy lets you back again. It's an earlier Beatles song.
I'm not sure. I guess I don't know it. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow.
That's a good song.
Yeah. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. That's why I said sang it so they cry.
Oh, I like that. You turned it into a better song.
Well, it just reminded me of it, I guess. Billie Eilish and David Gilmour are both ISFP, I think. I don't know enough about either of those two really to have an opinion about
Me
it.
neither. The only reason we like say anything about the Beatles is because I usually prompt it, and also we've listened to a lot of like Beatles stuff. It's not like, and even then, it's hard to tell just from music.
Yeah, I mean, and most importantly, that's the most critical thing to remember is that um, we can express our opinions and stuff about it, but there's no point in it because nobody's going to be able to establish that they're correct because they're not doing. Nobody's going to get to actually type the people,
Right.
and you can only tell so much from their media. Just as I can only tell so much from the chat, right?
We said our goodbye.
Ooh, the night before. Ooh, the night before.
When I held you near.
You were so sincere. Treat me like you did the night before.
It's like incredibly hard to type yourself. Like Aquafina, like the comedian Aquafina, she's an actress too. Um, she took a test, an MBTI test, and typed as ENFP. But honestly, I have no clue.
The bottom line is, Cone Man, that you're never going to be able to be certain about somebody's type if you don't have not just some access to their artifacts they leave behind, but instead access to engaging them directly, interfacing them. Because you need to be able to do follow up questions to establish whether this means what you think it means or whether it means something else. You need to have a process and the intuition to say like, okay, well, you said this answer. Let me clarify with these follow up questions so I understand what it actually links to. If you can't do that process, there's only nobody can be any more than it's what I'm guessing. That's what I think, but we all have to acknowledge that it's really hard to say because we can only reference the artifacts. We can't do the critical part of interfacing with the person, doing the follow up questions, stuff like that.
Yeah, like Eric, when I first came around to the chat, in the live streams, Eric guessed that I was an ISFP or an ISFJ because I was so, or I know for a fact ISFP, because I was so quiet. Um, I would say ha 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 when I thought something was funny, but I really didn't engage in the chat too much.
Hi, Bangleton Coochie Smith.
Hi, Bengleton Coochie Smith.
Not much, just caring about my grandchildren as usual.
Oh, that's so good.
That's what I do, Rachel. I love my grandchildren.
Mm.
There's Bangleton Coochie Smith and that other guy.
Yeah. Forget the other guy.
So, the one who always asks me if I am his grandpa.
Yeah. I don't remember his name.
I think it's also like a 3-word thing, though. Come in 3, are you Mercer? Who's Mercer? I don't know who Mercer is. The Crackers fellow, right. The Crackers fellow. Bingleton Coochie Smith says, "Make me a song show media. It will be the best." I just did that. I just now backed that coochie up.
No,
I just
no.
did now.
No, you
Back that
didn't.
coochie up. You just did what? Make a song? Bingle around the block?
What I like about Baby No Money is that usually his like songs aren't about like banging chicks.
Right. Not about slaying the puss and how
No.
the chicks can't stay off his jock all the time and how he's gonna steal your girl and a bunch of other bullshit.
That's
I don't like that stuff.
no, I don't either.
Acacia thinks her dog's an ISFP.
Oh really? Does she not bark that much?
Well, I was gonna say, did you help the dog with her NE and the dog helps you with your SE?
I used to be a hostess too, Acacia. It's cool that you're a hostess. That was like a job that I did early on. Like I did it while I was in college.
Who's Arthur, or the dog? Expresses himself in body language and basic squirmy vocalizations.
Oh, your dog thinks he's an ESFP.
Oh, no, ISFP.
ISFP, yeah. Sorry.
Well, some people, some dogs are willing to be convinced when you type them, some dogs aren't. Rachel, what gave away your INFJ type?
It's better to ask Eric that. He tested me as an ENFJ, and then I moved out to California with him, and I was recalling like a moment that I had in college, and that like we were listening to a song, and I was like, oh my gosh, that brings me back to college, to this time when like I was sitting in the parking lot and that song came on, and so I was like recalling an SI moment.
Trouble. Sorry, go ahead,
But
Rachel.
I think it's better to ask Eric that question.
Well, the reason Rachel thinks it's better to ask me that question, Conan, is because Rachel doesn't have a lot of conviction about what type she is. She needs to operate under certainty that she knows the type she is,
Yeah.
but she's actually swayed by random shit into at least seeking reassurance from me that she really is that type.
Yeah, I do have to talk to you about it because it drives me crazy.
It's kind of the opposite of the conviction that you display in your type as INFJ. When even after Rachel had moved in, I never once heard her suggest she was an INFJ.
No.
She just said I don't like ENFJs very much. I hate that I am one.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, I had a real hard time accepting ENFJ.
And at first I told her, well, ENFJs are great. You don't know them in person. You just don't like these celebrities or whatever, and that's fine. But etc. Eventually,
I like you, Rubenar. I'm not trying to say anything about ENFJs, like talk shade.
Right. The thing is, she was talking about she doesn't like Oprah Winfrey very much.
Yeah, or
Ben Affleck. And so those were the examples she was saying. I said, well, you don't know those people.
Yeah.
Anyway, the point is, then I stopped trying to defend ENFJ for a while. I just sort of let things sit. Eventually, because I was gathering data the whole time. Once I was 100% sure she was an INFJ from a lot of different specific, for a lot of different specific reasons. Then I said, okay, look, I typed you wrong. You're not an ENFJ, you're an INFJ.
But ENFJ was the closest to what I identified with at the time because I kept on testing as myself as ENFJ.
Taking various tests.
Yeah. Mostly the um, the 16 personalities MBTI test.
No, I didn't say INFJs struggle to parse information. I said that INFJs struggle with subjectivities. So, for example,
Need more food?
when
maybe?
Rachel needs to reference her experience, like is she in a healthy, happy relationship with somebody with whom she's compatible? Well, she'd be best suited to mostly uh, reference her own experience to answer that question. Because in our experience together, we've had a very happy, healthy relationship with the absence of contentiousness and love and mutual support and affirmation. You know, it's been a good relationship in its actual particular expression for 4 years. But Rachel trusts her intuition first, even when she should trust her experience more. And so she'll get, feels upset or disrupted when she encounters a tarot reader suggesting that maybe Eric and I aren't compatible, or astrology that says you and your husband don't have a good matchup or whatever. Well, thanks, Cone Man, for your ongoing explication of life as an INFJ. In other words, I'm talking about my experience and what I feel and stuff, and whatever that is, that's what an INFJ is. That's what you like to do. So if you got ice cream today, INFJs love ice cream. If you pump iron, INFJs pump iron. If you feel empty, INFJs feel empty. I don't know how empty you feel really. I have no way of knowing what that means exactly, you know? Like, what does it mean to feel empty? Is that, you mean you feel flat? Like, you don't feel anything? What do people think feeling empty means? Why would anybody follow up with somebody their type to harass them about something?
Oh, beauty.
Like, Jesus Christ, you want to do more work? Bored of life, etc. Okay, lack of satisfaction, bored of life. Is that what you mean when you say empty, come man? Feeling like the rest of the world and other people are not as sane as you? Well, do you feel that, Rachel?
What?
That the rest of the world and other people are not as sane as you?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Here, LM says what makes him feel empty and disconnected is bored of life. Feeling different fundamentally. Mirror relations. I don't know what the mirror relations are.
Mirror relations is like me and Ruben.
Oh. So here says, if I tried to get laid a bunch and it wasn't happening, it would feel kind of empty. Hmm. Show media, you certainly present as an ENFJ to me. Comment says, feeling like you don't fit into the world. Well, I mean, I think every type is subject to feeling that way. I think it depends a lot on your particular situation. We generalize from our particular experience a broader world that's filled with equivalent experiences. But in fact, you may be born, raised, live an adult life in a given kind of community, and the expectations of that community may run afoul of your attentional stack. Somebody else with the same attentional stack in a different community may have a very nurturing and supportive experience, and those two people are gonna enter into adulthood and move through adulthood into middle age and so forth. They're going to One of them might feel that kind of emptiness, not fit in the world, and the other might not feel that at all. So I don't think that's really an intentional stack thing. And I think everybody's subject to feeling alienated, isolated, um, not heard or understood. I mean, certainly I'm subject to feeling those things too. I recognize that I'm different, quote unquote, in some sense, but I also recognize that everybody's got some sort of those differences that make them feel widely misunderstood. For example, says Hero Lamb, recently I had someone I was getting close to, but they can't trust, so it was a dead end. I was unsatisfied, left feeling empty-ish, so it's more SE kind of. But you were quite close based on astrology, Winston's mom. As bad as it may sound, I wanted to achieve it, like getting them to trust. Well, I mean, everybody wants the person they're with to be vulnerable and whatever, and then they also want them to not be that way after they don't want them to be that way. I also think and feel that your shadow that I spot on camera suggests an ectomorph, so the case could be made. What's my moon? Says Acacia. Your moon is berry. You get berry. Also, I need to get your exact birth time confirmed. Ruben, that was 9:22 and 30 seconds. My dad, AM. My dad always said to me when he was around, no one understands you. He also said to me, everyone likes you, but you don't like them. Yeah, I'm the guy with all the answers. No. When I'm answering questions they don't actually know the answer to, my answers may be wrong. Your superpower is kindness, and my superpower is beauty. Back in Athens, they used to call me the Helen of Troy of Athens. I wasn't with them though, but it's frustrating. It seems like many people have bad experiences previously, so it ruins their future. Not sure what type does this, but dang, lots and lots of people do. The more trauma you incur in various intimate relationships, the more baggage you carry into every prospectively good relationship. What I love about numerology is you can't twist numbers. I can twist them. You can. They just don't change their numerical value no matter how much you twist them. Hi, money. How are you doing today? Out purchasing things from the stores? You can't twist the numbers. You can, they just don't change their numerical value, okay? These look a little bit more twisted. Twisted 8 is still an 8. Fonts are all about twisting numbers in different ways. You left a massive comment above. You did? Above what? Let's see. If you encounter the fact that you are different from others, rather than turning towards an explanation that describes archetypes, could you not also annihilate the notion of difference altogether? What would that look like? Exactly. Say, actually, I'm exactly the same as other people. Or say that everybody's different enough from each other or feels that differentness enough that it's not a difference really. David Anger says, I love you. Well, thank you, David Anger. I don't know you, but I appreciate you telling me that.
That's nice.
8 is the number of karma. Is it?
I have 8 as my destiny, and you have 3, and that's the one that I was telling you about in the car the other day that I was like pissed because they said that they were like, this couple will get together quickly, but then soon, negative, negative, negative thing.
And that was what again? 8? Oh, the 8 and 3?
Me 8 with you 3.
What does 3 mean? If 8's karma, what's 3?
Show media would know better, probably.
What is number 3? And what does it mean? Does it mean high achieving like in a Negrum? Or does it mean, what's it called? Does it mean, like 3 of Cups, like party time? 3 is the child, creative communicator, public speaker, creative one. Yeah. That's my destiny? You mean one day I'm going to become a creative communicator? I'm looking forward to that day. I've got a mouthpiece. Do I? I've also got apparently a pungent ring piece. We like to talk shit. Did you come across the concept of masculine and feminine functions in OPS? I think it's bullshit. Suhaib M. It's completely bullshit. The very best what you could say is it is conceivable to ill-advisedly and arbitrarily deem certain things masculine because they're more consistent with societal gender norms than other things, but that's both, as I said, ill-advised and not informative at all. Counter-informative because trying to understand things with this kind of stupid metaphors is stupid. That's what I think about it. Well, I agree with you. 3DR nomad. Normally a piece is a pipe, not a bong, but a pungent ring piece, apparently is a name for your butthole. Typology is not trivial and about much more than personality differences. Well, thanks, man. Thanks for chiming in.
I think apparently should only be used by that and only encapsulated in that one moment where that kid was kept on saying,
A parlay.
Mhm.
Yeah, that kid's great. The apparently kid is fantastic.
yeah,
Did I
but
say
him as a
apparently?
kid, like I wouldn't want him to say it now.
No. Just that video is great.
Yeah, that video.
Well, it's the metaframe. It informs every other question. Whether it informs them meaningfully depends on the specificity of the question. So it informs us only uh, in an ancillary and incidental way about some sort of math question. Uh, whereas it informs us directly in questions about people. So there you go, Conman. You got a response to one of your statements finally. I hope you're satisfied. Aromatic. Is yours aromatic, Acacia? I think that might be your subjectivity speaking, okay? It might be your FI and SI combining to lie to yourself, to believe that your own butthole is actually aromatic, when at best it's pungent.
Yeah.
And, more likely stinky and even possibly foul.
Yeah.
So, I'm so sad for me.
Thank you, Show Media. And yeah, I believe Winston's mom is a Life Path 8.
Oh, that song. I know. It took me a while to put what you're put together what you're referring to. Yeah, we haven't played it in a while.
Yeah, it has been a while.
We haven't played it in a while. It'd be worth practicing. It's good. It's good that it's got the two vocal parts at the end. I think it might be a little long, but I don't know how to make it any shorter because it's without making it too short.
Yeah.
So yeah, for a bit, I am out of it.
After a soapy shower, you're good for, a stretch of time.
Do you believe our types was encoded in our genetics or something of another realm? I don't really have a good answer for that kind of a question. Like, I don't know exactly when in the gestational development of human beings type is locked in. It could be at conception, it could be in utero, it could be at birth, it could be after birth. So, speculating then about, I guess, the whys or origins of cognitive functions, well, to meaningfully speculate about it, you need to have answers to the question, when exactly is type locked in? Because then at least you could eliminate some certain things. When he says typology hasn't matured to the point where we can precisely encode our internal processes and have it be decoded by external observers. Right now we are playing Chinese whispers. Wait, Cone Man, you're intuitive? I guess I haven't asked you. What type are you? Do you have any thoughts about what your type might be? I'm curious. Anybody remember if Conan mentioned what type he was? Is he not? I don't think he's mentioned it yet, right? Nobody can help me out here? Yeah, I don't think you mentioned it yet. Can you please let us all know what type you are, Conan? So far, from what I can tell, you seem a lot, and this is just me typing in the chat, you seem a lot like an INFJ, but I don't know if you've ever heard that from anybody or anything before. You know, you remind me so much of Rachel and other INFJ that I know. You know, Corey, Lou. You remind me a lot of them. But yeah, I'd have to type you for sure to know. But that's just my initial gut take on you, Cone Man. Is it's 100% sure that you're an INFJ. It's just my initial gut take. Yeah. This is why FE is a funny thing. Like I don't know if this is FE or not. Maybe this is NI. I'm not sure what this is, but because Ruben put his ha ha without a space and no exclamation point, I assumed it was a fake laugh. That he didn't really ha ha in real life. What do you think? What do you think that has to say? What do you think cognitive functions has to say about that? Right. But what he said was, we're not at a point where someone can purposefully encode their internal processes and have their type decoded by somebody else. It's good to read and understand things carefully and what's being said, you know. It makes a big difference. He didn't actually say purposely. I inferred that. But, you know, obviously I read carefully enough to know that he didn't say purposefully. Who's at Life Path 11? Oh, you say Lou there, but I'm sure you meant to say Cone Man. You are here, Cone Man, to uplift and motivate and inspire others. I really like Money's sort of caution and respect for the fact that there's certain process requirements that need to be met before we can start claiming like we know something, you know. Right, I'm a 22, Commerce Pimp. I got one of the special numbers. I got one of them. It's 22. That one's mine. So in the whole world, there is only 111, 122, and 133. 11 used to be Queen Elizabeth. Now that she's dead, it's Dave Matthews. 22, that's me. And 33, I think, who's the current 33? Oh, right, Greta Van Thunberg. She's the 33. So, I'm pretty important, obviously, as the world's only number 22. That's why it's called a master number. It means I'm the master of all of you because I'm 22 and you're a regular number, okay? So basically, you got to listen to me, Greta, and Dave Matthews. unfortunately. I'm sorry about that one. 11s are often, and 22s are usually the best of the triad. It's called the triad of masters. I'm one of the triad of masters. It means like even presidents, popes, whatever, they got to do what I say when I tell them to do something because I'm one of the master numbers. I usually walk around with a big 22 on my chest, master underneath it, so people remember. A lot of people are sensitive, but also strong minded. Okay, just sensitive people can't be strong minded. I'm just kidding you. Yeah, well, she's pretty sensitive. Her mind is as fragile as a Ming vase made of wafer thin glass. You know what I think's really interesting? This stuff called uranium glass. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but apparently there are even still some companies who make it. But there was this, trend of making glass with uranium in it, which shows up under a black light as fluorescent green. And then going into World War II, the Manhattan Project started up at some point, and they cut off all of everybody else's access to uranium because it was requiring all of it, And basically, that's when uranium glass stopped being made. But while it is negligibly radioactive, it is perfectly safe, apparently. That's what negligible means, of course, is that it's not statistically significant, any risk to you. Ordering uranium or thorium compounds by regulation. The general public is allowed to order these materials without possessing a radioactive materials license. And in part it's because they use at least uranium for these glass products. What do you think Kamala Harris's personality type is? Kamala Harris. I don't know what her personality type is. I've not paid much attention to her. I can feel the heavy sparkles of your emotions in your videos, like glitter emotions when you speak. It's a beautiful spray of sparkles, Lou. Well, I want your emotional assessment of me. If she's a beautiful spray of sparkles, am I a garden of rusty jabs of iron? Well, it seems like that might have been preceded by something else, but I can't really. Yes, I am. I'm a garden of rusty jabs of iron. I like that. If I have two statements, you are an INFJ because you are kind and sensitive, and you are not an INFJ because you are kind and sensitive, which is correct and why? Eventually, the recursive style of argumentation terminates it, a feature which exclusively maps onto the unique attention stack. He's giving an example, come man, of of kinds of statements that one can make. Well, it's not so bad being the garden of rusty jabs of iron. Lou's thing may sound more appealing than mine, but there's a place in the world for rusty jabs of iron as well, especially if they're cultivated in a garden. Ruben is smiling at poop. Yeah, he's smiling at poop. Ruben is smiling at poop. I mean, I think money's being very clear, really. He's being precise anyway. He may not be clear to everybody, but he's being precise. He's saying if you use this argumentational style, you're going to you're going to reach an end at which something correlates to something and has to stay there, right? And then it needs to be applied consistently. It's okay. I mean, it's conceivable that he could have simplified what he said some, but some people actually think like that in those kind of words. He's trying to be precise because that's the kind of thinker he is. You think he's just trying to be fancy or something. He's being precise. It means like getting rid of stuff. I won't define money terms for him. Money, you define your terms. Do you think socioeconomics concept of intertime relations are accurate? I think the idea of analyzing functions, or I guess you would say, of understanding types by understanding intertype relations is a great one. And I think that many socioeconomics intertype relationship descriptions have a lot of accurate things in them. But I also think that some socioeconomics things are inaccurate about intertypes. And broadly speaking, the explanations for intertype relationships that are given for why the relationship is this way are either missing or not informative. Fred Gold, that's wonder point. Wonder point for you. Okay, you get a wonder point for that hilarious joke. For making me smile. At Conman 3. I hear Google is free. It is the case that every time I encounter a word I don't know, I highlight it and right click and search Google. Yeah, true that, Conman. If you're on your phone, I totally get that. It's a pain in the ass to leave, you know. I totally get that. That's a perfectly legit point to make because I'm like that. That's how the stream yesterday crashed. Is I clicked a link that Don Kynos put. What is your birthday? It's the day you were born. It's celebrated with like cake and balloons and stuff. It's got a little song, people saying happy birthday. They've heard it. It's kind of like a holiday, but just for you. I'm surprised. I guess your parents didn't celebrate your birthday. It's the first you've heard of it, huh? Where are money is not being a character. People find it hard to believe. I think money's an NTP. Maybe I don't know, but that's just my gut. People think that when NTPs talk fancy, it's because they're putting on some show or something. In fact, I'm sure money feels a sense of relief that he doesn't have to change the way he naturally talks when talking to me. That's what I bet if I were to bet. If this were a horse race and that were a horse, I'd place my money on that horse to win. Trouble's got me watching him eat again. You're so good at getting me to watch you eat, Trouble. How did you become a master of that? You mesmerize me with your hypnotic ways, and before I know it, I'm standing here petting you while you eat again. How does he do it? Well, we may never know how he does it. Because Trouble's pretty tight-lipped when it comes to revealing his secrets. I think it might be he... Well, I know some of the time he uses his meows. That's for sure. He's got some sort of secret, hypnotic, subliminal messaging in his meows. If you take his meows and slow them down enough, I bet what you'll hear is, "You must obey. You must obey." "You have no free will. You belong to me." And we're hearing those messages day in and day out. They're getting drilled into our heads. We're internalizing them, and Rachel and I are gradually becoming his slave. Especially me. He's like, all right, I don't know if I've got enough magic powers to fully enslave both of these two. So I'm going to try to spend most of my mana on enslaving Eric. Even though what Charlie doesn't know is that Tiffany has already enslaved me. The reason you can't enslave me, Trouble, is because I already have an owner. That would be theft. Tiffany found me, therefore she keeps me. Even though I'm a horrible, selfish old man, according to her. You are a horrible, selfish old man. Tiffany? What? I'm going to call you. Stop being a horrible, selfish old man. Okay. But don't be a baby either. Okay, I won't be a baby either. So if you are, it's gonna be like, hi, y'all stink. Okay, thanks Tiffany for the warning. You don't want to stink, do you? No, I don't want to stink. I appreciate the heads up. I don't want to stink. Somebody came here earlier in the music thing and linked this worship song, which I was just thinking of the video for when I was singing it. I don't want to sing. It's like, these people on the beach and they're all going like this and oh no no, you know, worship and fellowship. Links don't work. I'm confused. They seem to be working to me. Says, what, you can't share it, Rachel?
No, it's like not on my phone. Like I went, it doesn't have like. No.
Let me try to share it.
Okay.
Bills paid.
Mhm. It's paid on time.
Okay.
Oh, on PC it's clickable, but not on the phone.
Well, they seem to be doing something to YouTube right now. I don't know what it is.
Oh, that was only 3 weeks ago?
Yeah,
Wow.
crazy, huh?
That is crazy.
It's good to be right, like at the most current edge of music. Is great. I love that. I love that so much. There you go. Bills paid on time.
Yeah, no, it doesn't let you on your phone. You have to go to the channel. No, it doesn't let you. Oh well.
I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna post it here in the community tab for people on their phone. Then maybe they can find it that way. Eric, you poop face. Oh my God. I still haven't gotten it right. There. I'm just trying to write, I love this track. So, it's on the community tab if you want to check it out. Who's SM?
Show media.
Oh, thank you.
That's Carrot. My first test was in high school, and I got INFP also. But I'm terrible at self-testing. Sometimes I will take a quiz and I'll ask Eric what I do more. Yeah, Carrot. That's when I first heard of MBTI. Was in psychology class in high school.
Well, you know, as we were discussing earlier, I was saying my first impression of Cone Man was that he's definitely an INFJ 100%. Even that's just my first gut reaction. I see now that Komen has done a lot of analysis as well. All of his analysis of INFJ fits. So, as far as he understands INFJ, and pretty clear he understands it really well, he definitely is one. And so we can put that one in the bank. Retitle the video, We Are All INFJs. Most of all, Cone Man. Cone Man. The most INFJ of all. This piece of skin on my finger. Okay, I will type you. I've already offered, told you what to do if you want to do that, etc. Now, in this chat, you've said that even if I were to type you something other than INFJ, if I were to do that, you would have no choice but to just disagree with me.
That's not fun.
I mean, it's fine. Because even if he wants to just disagree without even hearing the justifications, I would still have those justifications to reference, you know.
Yeah.
No, I told him I'd do it for free money. But I also told him how to make that happen, and he has not done that yet. The INFJ is a deep soul. Money, I believe you when you say that you've definitely measured your soul at least 2 standard deviations better than the deep average. But INFJs typically score 4 deviations above minimum. So I will explain again how that can be. It doesn't matter to me really. I don't love doing work. How deep is my love? It's 40 furlongs deep. I'm glad, money. You're the jumper sleeper, huh? But what I want to get back to is Money's good point here about the depth of the soul of the INFJ. INFJ is the deepest type, the most profound type. I think they have the most to offer the world. They have the most clarity about a lot of things, you know, what's important to them, what their experience means, getting shit done. A lot of things are important like that to them. And as well as things like knowing how they feel about something and important things like having clarity about the most profound issues of our time. These are things that only an INFJ really knows. They know so clearly so many things in ways that nobody can explain because it's mystical, it's mysterious, and it's magical. Just like Olympic skater Peggy Fleming. One thing C.S. Joseph said, which resonates strongly for me, INFJ can be the most useless or most useful member of society. I will add to what C.S. Joseph said. INFJs can be the most useless, they can be medium useless, they can be sort of useful, they can be medium useful, very useful, or the most useful members of society. They can be any of those 6 levels of utility. And Sure, that's not unique to INFJs, but it is powerfully informative. TI makes us need to understand things properly in a theoretical, logical way. And INFJs are so good at that. And that's what makes them really the most deep and insightful intellects, you know? A lot of people say they have an old soul, but I'd also add they have a bold soul and a gold soul. So they're cornering the market on all kinds of souls, left and right. They're both the smartest and the most emotionally aware. They're also the most proactive and and attentive to their bodies and to knowing what's best in a metaphysical way. They know what another person feels, but also what they themselves feel a lot, and everything else. Good. INFJs are the most beautiful type, the smartest type, they're the most talented type, and they see things most clearly. They're they could be the most useful person in the world, and even when they're useless, sneakily, they're still the most useful person in the world. INFJs win Nobel Prizes in all of the events, from literature to chemistry to physics, everything. INFJs win almost every Olympic sport. INFJs are the best players in every major sport, including baseball, basketball, hockey, and soccer, and football, of course. They're the funniest type and also the most emotionally real and authentic type. INFJs basically are all things to all people all the time. They're both the rarest type and the best type. The most important type by, I don't know, at least 60 or 70 feet. And more or less, I think the rest of us, our job is to look to INFJs and say, can I watch you to try to be more like you? And the thing is, most of history's greatest geniuses in typology, they've been misidentified as something else. You know, like people say like something crazy like, you know, like John Lennon is got extra. John Lennon is an INFJ, and so is Paul McCartney. It's pretty clear. Um, you know, Eisenhower was an INFJ. Uh, Joan of Arc, clear INFJ, obvious, very easy to see. Jesus was an INFJ for sure, and so was Satan. So was Hitler, and also, and this is important, Teddy Roosevelt was a real effective INFJ. Theodore Roosevelt, another INFJ, helped guide our country in America through World War II, while Churchill, another INFJ, helped win England. If it hadn't been two INFJs against one, Hitler probably would have won, you know, because you can't beat an INFJ. They're just too insightful about shit. They can see ahead, like more moves than you can count, you know? Uh, let's see. King James of the King James Bible, the guy who wrote the King James Bible with his own fingers, INFJ. Immanuel Kant, INFJ. Carl Jung, INFJ. Mozart, INFJ. Da Vinci, INFJ. Newton, INFJ. Tesla's an INFJ. Einstein's an INFJ. I mean, like basically every great figure in history, because to be that great, you need to be that kind of intuitively unique, brilliant, and only INFJs attain that level of, elite class status. Elites, the rest of us are noobs. They're elites, and it's just something we got to deal with. Whistling and Lumberjack Band? No, those are not INFJs, actually. Whistling and Lumberjack Band is a quintet of all ISFPs. Thanks, Cone Man. I've come to see the light. I've come to understand how wrong I've been. It's obvious now, Cone Man. But you can't blame me for being so slow to pick up on it, Cone Man. Unlike you, I'm not an INFJ. So I'm at a significant disadvantage here, Obviously, you're going to be miles in front of me. Goad is an INFJ. You mean God? Roger Waters. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. If you think he's good, then definitely he is. You can see the NIFE like throughout everything. No, I mean, show me it's very unlikely we're all INFJs because they are the rarest type in the world. Only 1 out of 10 million people is an INFJ. We are pretty blessed to have in our company here Cone Man, who's the most INFJ I've ever met. So, the rest of us can just sort of sit back, take notes, listen to what Cone Man has to say. And what's important here. He's an INFJ. He does not need to explain why, okay? His intuition works in ways we cannot possibly understand. It's so powerful. So just take what he's saying as true on its face. You don't need to question it at all. Oh, he is. Thank you, Money. It's really helpful. Just observe, take notes, and learn. That's right. I just wish there was somebody that I could replace me in this live stream with you so that I could just join the audience and just learn. That'd be great. Then maybe after a few years of tutelage at your feet, I could, start to resume doing my own stuff. But it's clear I don't know what I'm talking about at all at this point. You've made that pretty clear. I've learned already that much, which is a huge growth for me. To recognize my own ignorance here is it's a life-changing moment for me. For the better, obviously. I was really attached to the idea that I had gotten it right and stuff, or I was just being subjective, It takes an INFJ to be objective enough to really get that through to me. So I want to thank you profusely, Cone Man. Thank you so very much. And I also want to say, you know who I'm talking to. I'm talking to you, Cone Man. You are my absolute favorite Talking with Famous People participant. No offense to anybody else, no offense to my wife or whatever, but Cone Man, engaging with you around here it's like I'm living the dream of all of my lives, finally, past and present. It is so magnificent. What you say, the thing is, it's a kind of unfolding gold that I wasn't intellectually prepared to handle at first, but now I'm beginning to metabolize it. It's going to take me a long time to get what you're, the truth that you've got. But I'm going to keep working at it. I'm not going to give up. I was a little demoralized at first when I realized, oh my God, this guy's got it down so much better than me. But I'm not a quitter. I may not be a powerful intuitive like you, but I've got kind of a sensor's pluck, sensor's pluck. All right, it's time for me to throw in the towel on this whole C.S. Joseph thing too. He is an ENTP. I guess that makes me like, I don't know, maybe ISFJ or something. I've been lying to myself this whole time. I guess I'll need to write C.S. Joseph a polite email apologizing, admitting that he's the ENTP, and well, again, comment. Even though it hurts, thank you for opening my eyes. When you pointed out that he and I could be the same type, I thought about it again and I realized I'm trying to be like him. I'm trying to be an ENTP. But I'm just faking it. Well, obviously, Cone Man has really made me think tonight. And I've learned so much about myself.
Wow.
Yeah. Turns out, Rachel, I'm an ISFJ.
Really?
Yeah, I hope that doesn't make you love me any less. Because, well, Cone Man opened my eyes to the fact that C.S. Joseph is definitely could be an ENTP,
Mm-hmm.
So when I looked at it again, it's just obvious. Oh shit, I'm not like that, I'm not clever, cool, and fast with words or whatever like C.S. Joseph is, So I guess I have to back to the drawing board. Back to the drawing board. I'm not sure. Come man. Thank you, Come man. Thank you. I've actually been cast as you in the upcoming biopic, Cone Man. Cone Man goes to the gym. It's called.
Cone Man goes to the gym.
Yeah. It's about INFJs.
Is that where INFJs use their 4-slot SE at the gym?
Cash, why did you not make a cameo when camping with the Straussers? Who's Cash? Oh, Acacia. I did it the party. The second time I was a bit sick. Hey, Show Media, I did. Thank you for letting me know. I think I may have heard it before once or twice, but I've forgotten. Show Media, fills us all in that Cone Man is an INFJ. I didn't see La Fiesta. Well, New Groove, then you missed out, didn't you? And now, because videos, you will never see it. Festiva Navidad. Festiva Navidad.
Feliz Navidad.
I know. He's so deep and kind. And the thing that I would most point out, though, Money, is that he knows and understands in a way that's hard to explain. Okay? Hence the lack of explanation. So, what we're gonna have to do is just kind of work on our intuition to see if we can kind of begin to grok at his level, you know? Like God works in mysterious ways. Cone Man knows in mysterious ways.
I have like some unsolicited advice for Acacia if she's heading to San Antonio.
Unsolicited advice, heading your way, Acacia.
So it, well, I don't know actually.
Does it have to do with Riverwalk?
No.
Yeah, and those few money are called INFJs. Okay? Dripping with profoundness, only a few can access these arcane truths. Don't try to be the Mexican. The only people who can properly pull off Mexican are INFJs. Grok always makes me smile out loud. Oh, yeah, well, that's a term you and I both use.
Yeah. Okay. So like when I was in Austin, my hair there was like a lot of it was very humid, so there was like a lot of like my hair like poofed out a lot, and I wish that I had known that, but I don't remember how my hair reacted in San Antonio. It might have been different. I think it might not have been as humid actually. So that's why I'm like, oh, you don't really need any advice over that.
This
'Cause-
was a hair tip.
yeah, it was a hair tip. Yeah, yeah. Like I wish I had like let my waves go more and like use product and stuff.
So, Money, I'm going to, in hopes of trying to be a little bit more like an INFJ, I'm going to maybe try to change what you say there a little bit. Money says instead of arguing about typology, we should be asking, how can we be all be like Cone Man 3? I'm just gonna say, how about this? Instead of arguing about typology, we should all be asking, what does Cone Man have to say about it?
Well, I don't remember honestly if San Antonio was that humid.
It was advice about frizzy hair, Ruben.
Yeah, so
The
like
humidity of San Antonio may make your hair frizzy.
a curl cream might help the frizz.
Rachel, can you repeat? Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline in the commercial voice.
Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. No, I can't.
Do you not know the commercial? I don't know that commercial. I don't know
Maybe
that
it's
thing.
Maybelline.
I
know the easy breezy beautiful cover girl.
Say it. Is it a song or is it a say?
It's more of saying.
Go ahead. Say it.
Easy breezy beautiful cover girl.
That's more of a song. I think it's easy breezy beautiful cover girl.
Yeah, you're right. It is more like that.
All right, well, that's how come the rest of us get to have fire. INFJs discovered it and they produce it from their butt. Don't take her to the Alamo, Ruben. She might relive the battle. I was gonna say,
yeah, it might be fun to like work with your hair. You know, it'll be a fun thing you can do.
I was thinking Karma's Pimp, don't take her to the Alamo because she might fall in love so much with the place that she ends up spending all of her time at the Alamo, leaving Ruben feeling sad and alone.
Was Davy Crockett there? For some reason, there's a person from history that like I was like, oh yeah.
It's either Davy Crockett or Daniel Boone. But you got close, Acacia.
Oh.
You were sitting too far away. Rolled back in happy baby yoga position and trying to squirt the Alamo.
Ew.
Next time, get a little closer. I could see through this hole in my meow.
Oh, could you?
I did? I sang a song about you peeing on the Alamo? I don't remember that. Extra why I blame Acacia for the Alamo.
Acacia's Mexican, American. That's why I blame her for the Alamo. Acacia's Mexican and American, so I blame her for what happened in Texas long ago. Yes, I do.
Who's that famous person you
Acacia, actually.
Oh,
She's the one who conquered the Alamo.
wow.
Well-known fact in like Mexican American history. They should have an Acacia Street rather than a Cesar Chavez Jr. Street.
That's great.
It's funny that Rachel asked the same question this time. I guess it's Davy Crockett. Well, buddy, when I took a personality test recently, the result I got was, sorry, you're not an INFJ. So it's like basically, if you're not, it's like the lottery. You either win it by getting all the numbers, basically you lose, you get nothing. 22 in the chat. And it's all thanks, they're probably all here because they heard that an INFJ, a real INFJ is here. Cone Man. It's probably word started to get out,
I like Ruben R's idea. What about a poll?
What about a poll? All right, here we go.
Ask the chat what type I am.
Yeah, what type Cone Man is. Exactly. What type is Cone Man? Is he a regular INFJ? INFJ T subtype? Or, I guess those are your two choices. You got INFJ T. I pushed the wrong button. You've got regular INFJ and INFJ T subtype. Okay. Those are your choices because I pushed the button too quick. I was going to.
Justin Timberlake.
It's not sarcasm against INFJs. So I am. It's teasing Cone Man for his constant, relentless barrage of I'm an INFJ and INFJs are so deep and profound bullshit that he's constantly spewing. Of course you can vote, Cone Man. The only person who's unable to vote on this poll is me. I can't vote on it, but everybody else can. I wish I could vote, but they don't let me. I'd say I wish they should have had the right subtype on there, which is super elite, INFJQ, Sigma, the mystery warrior sage, or whatever. That's I think what it's called, something like that. So, man, I hope it's coming through loud and clear that you don't need to tell us you're an INFJ any more times.
It's true.
There is no regular INFJ. Enneagram 8 INFJ is the Sigma Dark Empath INFJ. Exactly, Money. Thank you. You named it correctly. It's called SDE INFJ, subtype T. Jumper, nicknamed the Prophet. Hunters, locomotives, hello, it is good to see you. Welcome back, and I hope you are having a wonderful day in whatever country you're in. I think it might be England, sometimes known as Britain, sometimes called the UK, sometimes called that island off the coast of Europe.
The new Johnny song was released early in the UK, and I feel like,
Cheated.
yeah, I want to know.
To be released earliest in California.
It's gonna be released at 9 in California.
Oh. Yeah, I did. Well, I did, yeah, that's all it is for me. All I can do is guess your type because obviously I'm not a Ryan or a rat. Yeah, and he's a jumper too. He's an INFJ jumper, double INFJ.
You stay so quiet about your type, Coleman. I was really like not sure what type you were.
It's like it's pulling teeth trying to get him to say anything about or typology in general, you know. But finally, that's just typical for an INFJ. You know, it's a little difficult to get to know them at first. They're not going to reveal a lot about themselves, but now we know. A jumper, well, in your case, it just means basically you jump between like super INFJ and elite INFJ and back and forth again. It's basically one of them prioritizes more profundity and one of them prioritizes more depth. And you're at like historic levels of both.
Really 10 votes. I think I'm surprised this is not more popular.
Well, I can't believe 3 people think come as a regular INFJ. Who are they fooling? They're not even INFJs. How would they know? Oh, he is a new poster child, for sure. God's an INFJ, so is Jesus, and so is the Holy Ghost. The whole Trinity is INFJs.
Wow. They really didn't get much done.
Yeah. Fools! I know, man. Those fools. All right, he's unlocked. INFJ, one of the things, the abilities they have, they can do is they can unlock all their functions. So that basically, they can pay attention in all different ways at the same time, which makes them the master of all situations. But fortunately, the Earth has INFJs to provide the rest of us some leadership, some guidance, and it's our job to just follow them around and facilitate them in their business. You know, Rachel slept until noon in the most profound way today. I'm lucky also have an INFJ here at home. We've got 1 in 10 million people are INFJs. We have 2 of them here, Rachel and Conan. And I just marvel, like, somehow Rachel manages to be the most useful person I've ever met while sleeping in till noon and not really doing much of anything. Oh, it feels good to pee. I'm peeing into the drain in the driveway here because, well, that's my way of multitasking. I can pee here in this drain while smoking a cigarette, both of which I can do outside. It validates on TE grounds because, unlike a lot of things that require you to pay attention to 2 things at once, smoking and peeing can reasonably be accomplished at the same time. Hey, Ruben, it makes me wonder, if you're here still, Ruben, you're talking about that thing like, can a task be eliminated? Can it be delegated? Is multitask one of those things? Can it be done concurrently with something else? Because smoking and peeing can be multitasked together. And I want to talk to that guy and say, hey, I found a way to apply your rule. Look at me go. Hey guy, love your rule thing that I heard from Ruben about. Just wanted to write you, let you know I have applied it in some way, and I'm really proud of myself. Of course, if multitasking isn't on that list, then I won't be able to do that. Boy, this is a full bladder. Emptying at the moment. Can you guess what it was full of? You should first ask me what kind of bladder it is. The answer is it's a biological human bladder. It's a thing inside of a human body. Because I could have been talking about an air bladder that I also had out here next to my penis. I didn't, but I could have, so that's why you should have asked that question. Oh, I see. Multitasking is part of the list because peeing is automated once you start. Cool. And then you can concentrate on the smoking while peeing more or less just happens to you. I mean, that's a very SI backstack understanding of peeing. I don't think of it like that quite so much. I mean, sure, yeah, once you start peeing, it'll continue going, but I still got to pay a fair. I found I paid more attention to the peeing than the smoking. It took me a while to even light the cigarette. But we're truly efficient about it. I would have lit the cigarette when I walked out and then started peeing. KE. Hey, K, have you heard? I'm not sure if you've heard this, but Coneman's an INFJ. The rarest type. Oh yeah, he did want to pull on himself. Sure, I'll do that when I get inside. What type is Ruben? ENFJ, ENFP. What other types do you want chosen as choices, Ruben? Tell me the choices you want for the poll, and I'll make it. Yeah, 4 choices max. KE, if you have any question, I'd recommend directing your question to Coneman. ENFP, ENFJ, ENTJ, and INFJ. Okay, I will put those. Don't get your hopes up, Ruben. You're almost certainly not the world's rarest type, an INFJ. You're almost certainly a lesser type. Only a few very special chosen people get to be INFJs. I agree, first last. First last makes an excellent observation here. First last was watching my video on pronouns, and thanks the same applies here. We should all respect Coneman's self-identification as an INFJ and make it law to address him as such at some point. It's a great idea. We put something like "Oh hallowed INFJ" before it. or extremely rare INFJ, something like that. Here's the poll: Is Ruben not letting me make a poll? Okay, well here, let's see. There's already an ongoing poll? Oh, I have to turn off that poll first. Gotcha. Okay, that poll is over. Now, start a poll. Actually, let me do it over here now. Start a poll. What type is Ruben R?
Oh, yay.
ENFJ, ENFP, ENTJ, or INFJ, the rarest type. I'm not sure, Kate. Whatever Coleman thinks about it. At this point, I just want to learn from him. So Coleman is INFJT subtype. I'm not going to time out Ruben so he can't vote. If he wants to vote, he should vote. So far, it's tied for ENFJ and INFJ. Ruben's not an INFJ. You told me you could source Ying, but sent me Kiersey. I didn't. Oh, you're talking to me. I think as a society, we should accept that all humans are INFJs. Well, I don't know. You know, maybe fine, but only a select few are Sigma Dark Empath INFJ. When I see an INFJ, I go, that's so Raven. Yeah, but we know who the most INFJ person is, right? Karma's Pump. I guess maybe we're all INFJs, but really, who's the most INFJ? Besides Jesus and Hitler. It's coming. Ruben sounds like Robin, as in Robin Hood, the rebel against tyranny. Got to be an FE Dom. I agree. It's good logic. Yeah. I mean, what we should do is just ask Cone Man what type Ruben is, and just all pick that, because we're not gonna guess any better than he's gonna know with his intuition. Okay, you're not an INFJ. Okay, you are obviously, I don't know, ISTJ, INTJ, INFP, ESFP, one of those. Okay. He said ENFJ. Yeah, but Conan, what do you think? That's what we need to know. What do you think he is? You know, tell us what
we should definitely vote to see what KE is next.
All right, we'll do KE next. This vote decides it all. So what do you think Ruben is, Cone Man? What do you think he is? You can't intuit as you don't have enough information. Okay, fine. Well, fair enough. Obviously, if...
It's tied right now. Oh, no, it's not.
ENFJ was 17 votes in. If anybody has seen Ruben and Rachel together interacting, you would not think that they're the same type. You do the floss. You do the brush your teeth. You do the floss. You do the brush your teeth. Both Bill Gates, Trump, and Elon are INFJs. And I like the fact that you list 3 people, but you use both. That's a mistake a non-INFJ would make, okay?
You can close your eyes and like put your finger over the choices and choose that way.
You need to let your feelings flow through you, Luke. Okay? You need to sense where the little shooty ball is. And lightsaber away the shooties, you know? Oh, Bill Gates Trump is one man. Oh, I see. It's just somebody that happens to have that name, but isn't either Bill Gates or Donald Trump. Except for Jesus, who was an INFJ who didn't make mistakes, KE. Poll time. What are we polling? We're polling what type KE is. Okay. What? Alucard Rizal 999. I tell you what, I'll do an end of game showcase.
Oh, that's such a good one.
Yeah. It's the end of game showcase. Jesus is great. I love his interactions with the Pharisees. All right. I will put next. We're going to end this poll with 21 votes. It looks like Ruben's an ENFJ.
Damn, I really thought he was an INFJ, the rarest type.
Oh, unfortunately, not everybody can be one.
That's what I voted.
Tom Hanks is an ENTP like me. Wow. I'm so pleased to have Tom Hanks. Wait, I'm an ENTP? Can't type blind. All right, what type is KE? Which 4 choices should we have? What type is KE? ESFP, INFP, ENTJ, or ENTP. Is she an intuitive like Raul Diego? Bye, Ruben. Good night. Sleep well.
Raul Diego is...
He's very much an intuitive.
Yeah, and he's an American treasure.
Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah.
He is.
He really is. I was lucky to get to meet him one time. And I couldn't afford one of his paintings because he charges like $50,000 per painting.
And he writes it on it too.
Yeah. He doesn't seem to sell any of them, but still.
Yeah, but he's going to be one of those artists that was not recognized in his time. He'll be recognized once he passes.
And New Groove makes a good point. Since C.S. Joseph and I are both ENTPs, might as well combine and become E.S. Joseph. I like it.
Why is it? Okay, here we go.
That's a too obscure poll question. Whoever put that suggestion. No Sage. That is too obscure of a poll question. Best guitarist out of Sinister Gates. Dimebag Darrell, Jim Croce, and Brad Paisley. I have no idea what Sinister Gates is. The only name I recognize there is Jim Croce. And the only song I can think of by him is If I Could Save Pee in a Bottle, which you can do. Join C.S. Joseph Wolfpack. What type is your pole helmet or anteater? Lil Ricky Yosef. Lil Ricky.
I want that to be my rap name, Lil Ricky Yosef. Don't you think that works for me?
Yeah.
Lil Ricky Yosef.
Although I also like Jiggles Monroe.
Maybe we can put a poll for that.
I could be Jiggles Monroe, and you could be. What did you say it was again?
Ricky.
Lil Ricky
Lil-
Yosef.
Ricky Yosef, yeah.
Lil Ricky Yosef. Speaking of unrecognized artists, I feel the need to spread the truth that Van Gogh didn't cut off his ear to try to romantically impress an underage girl. Why did he cut off his ear? He cut off his ear to make a girl who was mutilated in some way, I forget, feel less alone.
Wasn't he though like in a complete manic state? Like it wasn't. He wasn't. He was known for he was mentally unstable at times.
Probably that concept didn't even really exist.
No, it didn't. They just
At the time.
thought of him as temperamental.
No, I'm talking about this question
Oh,
Fly Guy after, or No Sage is talking about. Like at the time Van Gogh was painting, I don't think they had really a like say 16-year-old age of consent. It was a mentally unwell gesture, but extremely compassionate. It brings tears to my eyes. Well, that's good to have that. I never knew why he cut off his ear, except that I'd heard he was crazy. You know?
Did you ever see the movie about Van Gogh with what's his name?
No, I didn't. I don't know, but I didn't see any movie.
Oh, I'm just
okay.
asking. No Sage. It's a good movie. I think it has Kirk Douglas in it as Van Gogh, and it's really, really good.
All right, Show Media, you're next. After we do KE, we'll find out what Show Media type is. ESFP, INFJ, INFP, or ENFJ.
Yeah, Kirk Douglas, 1956. Lust for Life is what it's called. It's really good. It showed his genius and also his mental instability.
Show Media, I suspect your type is goth women, says First Last. 36% of people think KE's an ESFP, huh?
I voted ESFP.
Did you?
Yeah.
Why?
As a joke.
Oh, okay.
I think she's an ENTP. But because I thought it was obvious that she's an ENTP, that's why I voted differently.
Oh, okay, cool. I missed my chance with a goth girl I reconnected after high school. Was she still goth? I knew two INFJs who were with me over at the Holistic Ferret Forum. One of them really was, I believe, an INFJ. Kat Von D's Nuts is an attractive goth. I don't know who that is. Uh-oh, No Sage. Did you say something like oh, you make me think of Jenna Jameson.
You know what that reminds me of?
What?
I sabotage my love just because
I got a little drunk on the bus, said some stuff. I'm just a stupid kid, and stupid is as stupid does.
I've sabotaged my love.
My love.
Yep. Sounds a lot like that.
Why you know no Kat Von D? I don't know who Kat Von D is. Who is that?
Oh shit. Yeah, that was pretty dumb. Oh.
I guess that's dumb. I mean, obviously it is. Rachel and Ke both think, yeah, you fumbled that so badly.
Yeah.
I didn't think when I read that. I thought, well,
She wanted to hear either something neutral.
maybe she wanted to hear, well, you look fantastic,
Yeah.
rather than,
Yeah.
yes, you're moving increasingly towards adequacy.
Oh.
Oh. I've no sage. You may not have made her feel that bad. You may just have made her do what Ke and Rachel just did. Oh no, you messed up.
Yeah.
But I could see myself saying something like, "Wow, you lost. That's a lot of weight to have lost."
That's
Or
what I mean, like neutral.
I could also say, I could also imagine myself saying, like, "Wow, you really were heavy," which is not so neutral,
that
right?
isn't.
I
That's
probably,
not good.
I
You don't
probably
wanna say
wouldn't.
that.
But it's like, well, why is she telling me how much weight she's lost? Doesn't she want me to say, like, something to affirm what she's saying? That's how I would interpret what No Sage did. Obviously, it's not interpreted like that, but
Yeah, like I was thinking she wanted to hear her dad as a jerk too.
oh, I forgot about that part of it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Dad hurt her
Yeah.
feelings. I guess it's
Yeah.
FI polar, but
It
I
is
didn't even
bipolar.
process that part of
Yeah.
that, right?
Yeah.
I didn't even process that part.
But it's also a girl thing because Ke got it too. That like it's like
Somehow I didn't even process that part because I didn't think it was relevant to what Cone Man said.
yeah, that's a bipolar.
Interesting. Well, sounds like everyone's in agreement, No Sage. You fucked it up.
Yeah. But like you were you didn't know any better. Just know for the future. If you hear that someone hurt their feelings.
You should say, I'm sorry they hurt your feelings, or yeah, that person is a fuck.
Yeah. Well, I think hurt feelings.
No, I think KE's saying my FI polar thing is actually FE, lack of FE. No, it's what makes it FI polar is the idea that TI is telling me because it doesn't have argumentational relevance, I don't need to process it at all, right? As information. Since No Sage wasn't the girl's dad, I assumed that part about the dad wasn't relevant to anything that she could be mad at him about, right? Unless maybe he had said, she's like, well, your dad was right to hurt your feelings. Well, then I would have been brought back to that initial warrant and processed it, right? But that's why it's FI polar K and not like weak FE. It sure on an evaluation level, it comprises weak FE. Like nobody would say, "Oh, that's good FE, Eric. You perceived well when you say that," or something like that. But that's ancillary. It's not linked to the attentional thing.
Chris Chapin, are you on Carlos's Discord? Well, maybe you're an INFJ jumper, KE, and sometimes that perfectionism does show up.
You might be an INFJF subtype. That's the inferior subtype of INFJs, which is still superior to every other type.
That's not true. Women and men are very different in our attitude toward emotional discussions. I don't think so. I think you made a mistake, and that's okay.
It is true that TI over F, right, will tend to make those kind of mistakes. I remember somebody came in here one time and said somebody had told them they were sad because their dog had died. And he said, well, how much do new dogs cost?
It's too soon.
That's like an INTP or an INTJ move, right?
Yeah.
Either polar FE or slot FE. But the point is, more likely INTP because it's super unconscious FI, not putting the person in the other person's shoes at all.
Yeah,
right?
It was great. During our talk, Dr. Ingram used the example of laziness or being called lazy, and in my head I was like, that's because you're SC polar.
Oh, that's an example of what? Ontological violence or something?
As a way that sometimes people, so I was I used to always view my worth in how I was useful, and he was oh, that's so messed up, people aren't, it's not their usefulness,
They don't get their value from their
yeah, and then he said something about laziness. He was for example, someone could call you lazy, and it's you're not a lazy person, you're just engaging in laziness or whatever. But I was just, it was oh, you get it, you.
He's super cool. Right?
Yeah.
He seems to genuinely care. I don't know if he's an INTP or an INFP. I still can't tell.
He said you were super cool too.
Did he?
Yeah, he did.
Well, that's the way you make me feel good. What exactly did he say?
Well, I said that you don't do that to me, that you don't value what I have, who I am based on my utility. And he's like, yeah, Eric's a really cool guy like that. And I'm like, yeah, he is.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome. Wow, we have 20 votes for what type is KE. Ooh, ENTP is winning by a small margin. ESFP is up there too. With then ENTJ and INFP last.
I don't want to forget, we have to do show media after this one, right?
Yeah, show media, yeah. Ooh, now it's even closer. 38 tied. ESFP, ENTP. What type is KE? KE, I'm not gonna lie, I voted ESFP for you as a joke, not seriously, because I know you're an ENTP. Yeah, we could do with me. Someone break the tie. Someone break the tie. 22 votes. Here we go. Oh, it's still in a tie. 35% at ESFP, 35% ENTP.
Okay, and we're going to end this poll in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Oh my gosh.
1. Pow!
I can't believe it's a tie.
Oh. It did end up a tie. I was hoping somebody's going to change the right last
Me
second
too.
or something. So I did the countdown, but it didn't work. Okay, now I need to do a poll for show media. And I gotta, can you put the types you want included as possibilities again in show media so I don't have to scroll up and find it? You're not saying K is a horse? That's nice of you. We could all learn a lesson from Conman's INFJ Grace. Don't call K a horse. Also, don't call her a sheep or a cow.
Yeah, don't call her any animal except for nothing. Just don't say anything. No.
You could call her a human being if you want.
That's true.
All right, what type is show media? Okay, there's the types again to choose from. Can you read those to me, the 4 types that he put? Show media.
Yeah. Where is
It's
it?
down right
Oh.
here close to now.
ESFP,
ESFP,
INFJ,
INFJ, the mystic. Okay, add option. INFP,
ENFJ.
ENFJ. All right, let's see. What type is show media? No, those 4 are good. Those are good 4. All right, first, last. You gotta tell me what which 4 options you want to choose between. It's got 10 votes now, show media. Okay, I'll choose first, last. That's you wanted me to put Rachel as a poll. She didn't say put me as a poll.
I said I could.
Oh,
but
okay,
I
sure.
don't mind waiting after first last.
Sure, okay. We will pull your type as well. We're going to give this a few more minutes to percolate, okay? Give it a few more minutes to percolate. And I will put for Rachel's type possibilities ENFP, INFJ, ESFJ, ISFP. I think those are the other types besides INFJ that people tell Rachel she is most often. We're 11 votes. We got another tie in the mix. We've got INFJ and ENFJ neck and neck in the running here. It's heartening to see Eric's conversion to mysticism. I think the mystic to one of the options will surely affect the outcome bias. Well, I mean, but it would be disrespectful to INFJs if I didn't highlight their specialness at every occasion. So, maybe next time I include INFJ, it'll be the highly sensitive, empathic, visionary prophet or something. Well, maybe I won't even anymore. Because I agree with you, but it's more important that I show due respect to the INFJ and their otherworldly knowing. All right, still 11 votes, so I think give it a couple more minutes. Hear mystic music. Right, when INFJ closes their eyes, they hear harps, bells, angels talking to them, visions, everything, all at the same time. All right, well, we're going to pull a couple bowls. We're going to leave this tied for a second or two, give it a chance. If there's anybody else, could I give you my email? Sure. Go ahead and give it to me, Rachel. I already have it, but if you want to give it to me, that's fine. Who are you asking that to?
KE.
Oh. We use scientific research rigor around these parts. We don't take kindly to biasing surveys. I mean, these people don't even have any remotely enough information. You're invited, I'm just email shy. Well, KE, she's not asking for your email. She's asking if she can give you her email.
I don't mind putting it in the chat right now. Especially my R. La Pelosa one, I don't.
Here. R. La Pelosa at gmail.com. Mm-hmm. This is mystic typing. This is not typing at all. This is just polling people about their totally uninformed opinions. All right.
It's a tie.
It's a tie. You are a tie between INFJ and ENFJ. Okay. Show media. Next poll. Who do we say? First, last?
First, last,
okay. What type is first, last? ISFJ. INTP. ISFP. Or INFJ. I'm not going to put any extra things so that no sages are mad at me. Well, that should be what matters to you most. And we'll just have to see how first last does. I mean, I think people have less data on first last possibly than some of the other people that we've polled about, but maybe it's sufficient to have an opinion, you know.
Ooh. Luminix kind of wants to be in the poll too.
All right, we'll do Lou as well. Okay. That's fine. We will do her next. I will pick some choices. Not sure we're going to get a ton of votes here on this one because I'm not sure people necessarily feel qualified to evaluate you first last. Maybe they don't feel they have enough data. Well, that's how you become an INFJ first last. First, you get everybody to vote for you as being an INFJ. You're getting vibes from high above. Yeah. And that's where the clearest vibes come from. Way up in the sky. INTP leading with 60% of the votes. And ISFP in second place with 33% of the votes. First, last, you're going to need to be more active if you want to work your way towards being an INFJ. That's right. You got to say a lot of, you got to tell people you're INFJ all the time. Otherwise, they're not going to understand it. What type is Frank James? Frank James is an INFJ, says Come Man. Well, I agree with Come Man about that. All right, now I need to make myself a little bit of food. When we come back, we'll end this poll. We'll see what people think about Lou. And
Me next.
You're next.
Yeah, if that's okay. Or
Yeah,
I
sure.
could be last.
No, that's fine. I'll do you next if you have a preference.
I don't really have a preference. Lou could be next.
Bayek Komet is here, and he can't sleep, and he's back again. So good. We're glad to have you back. While you were gone, I didn't let anybody stand in the spot you were standing before when you were here. Next, for what type are you? We're going to do Rachel next. What type is Love Who? I think he's an INTP. Who married an INFJ? I mean, who married an ENTJ? No, this is first last. It says in the words, what type is first last? Eric's had a Damascene conversion. I don't know what that is. I will Google it. A sudden and complete change in one's beliefs. Yeah. I definitely have. And, it's like after doing all this work to get things what I thought was right, it took a real INFJ like Conan to open my eyes. All right, let's see what they say about first last with 9 votes in. INFP is winning. ISFJ in second. ISFP in third. But nobody's willing to grant him the special status of INFJ. So, is this weed? Yes, this is weed. Thank you for reminding me. I should smoke some. This is something called health tube priority material. In order to prioritize the usage of health tube senior here, sometimes called health tube 3.0, see the tube part of the health right there, I need to incorporate this health tube facilitating material. Of course, apparently YouTube thinks it's not age appropriate for me to use my health tubes here on Talking with Famous People, so I just turn it a little bit that way. I need some better stuff, Unk. This stuff's good stuff. It's excellent, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that plate's full of shake, but that's because that's the plate that I put buds on, and then gradually it piles up with shake. I'm not pulling the shake. I'm pulling the buds. Yeah, I'm ripping that shit, motherfucker. Young lady.
Hey, Levi Samuels.
Well, let me just add, your little lungs is too small to box with God. 50 acceptar. All right. So it turns out the first last is an INTP. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
WTF, you can't taste it anyway. Why do you want to taste it? It's not food. What type is Rachel? All right. I'm going to say ENFP,
ESFJ.
ESFJ, INFJ, ISFP. Which type is Rachel? Well, look, Raw, there's a number of reasons why I use a propane torch to torch the bowls. One of them is particular to this health tube that I'm using. It's very cloggy, but it's less cloggy if I torch it at a high temperature. But regardless, that's not the primary reason why I use a torch.
I have a soft spot for that bong.
It's a great bong. This is your bong.
But I'm glad that you get so much use out of it. And it hasn't been a problem except for the stem getting clogged.
Yeah, it's a great bong. But another reason why I use the torch is more simple. It's not a lighter I can put in my pocket and walk away with. So it's a reliable source of fire. I don't have to look for a lighter, you know. I did forget Mystic because I'm not an IFJ, so I forget things sometimes.
Get down to business.
The other thing is it's less coffee when I can pull a full bowl clear through than, like, say, dealing with partially smoked bowls or whatever. What looks cute dead on a place? Rats dead on a plate. With nearly 60% of the votes, INFJ is winning this poll. Nobody thinks she's an ESFJ.
Wow. Wowzers.
IMO. All right, with 14 votes. And where are my glasses? There they are. Why do I put them down places? Why? Stop doing that, Eric. Why did I put on my glasses again?
No.
I don't know either. I don't know why I put on my glasses.
All right. Thanks, guys.
So 56% of people are correct.
Wow. Thank you very much. I feel vindicated.
Vicky Acceptart, that's Rachel. She's my wife. All right, what type is Lou? ESTP, ENFP, INFJ, ENFJ. Show media. People hate being told that, by the way. Well, no votes for Lou so far in this poll. Nobody's yet voted. ESP, ENFP, INFJ, ENFJ. Lou's
It didn't show me. Oh, there we go.
Lou's a very regular participant, so we've got a lot of info on
It's
her.
Luminix.
This might be slowed down a little bit in arriving or something. All right, it's just not showing up. This poll might be busted or whatever. Doesn't seem to be showing up.
That's weird. I voted too.
All right, why don't I close this one out and try it again?
Okay.
All right, there it goes. There it goes. All of a sudden, they all showed up. Lou's here. It was just a little bit of a delay for the votes to be calculated by the people working at the polling booths. So, this one they used paper ballots. Previous ones they were using electronic ballots. Hopefully that clears it up for you. I'm sure KE meant except for Cone Man. I'm here, just been cutting leather too. I'm glad you've been cutting leather. Because your leather was too big. The pieces of leather you had were too big, they needed to be cut. And I'm so proud of you for cutting leather. INFJ can cancel people. What happens if you're canceled by an INFJ? Do you cease to exist? Do you just sort of wink out of existence?
Am I dust in the wind, KE? Am I the most INFJ you know on YouTube?
Well, that's why show media said, careful. Because Rachel is actually an INFJ, for some reason, these various opinions about these things matter to her. You got over 50%. That's a higher amount. A higher amount of votes than anybody previous to that poll had gotten for any specific type.
Oh, yeah.
Although Lou is getting even more at 69%.
I'm like third most. I'll take it.
In an odd kind of contradiction, you have to extrovert a little bit more to be perceived more as an INFJ, which is funny because people need data,
Yeah. I don't I keep my opinions to myself.
You certainly know how to bite your tongue.
Yeah.
64%, 14 votes. Oh, I know why I wanted my glasses. I wanted to see how close the number of votes is to the people here. It's only 15 people here, so I will end this poll then.
64%. Lou, you're an INFJ.
Congratulations, Lou. I don't know if it's that. I don't know what it is. What is it? Well, you don't know what it is. Okay, well, what it are you? What's the antecedent to your pronoun there? Take it easy. Oh, that. Oh, okay. I don't know if it's that either. I'm just speculating it might be. You know, the thing is, I don't remember. Oh yeah, ESFJ got the least votes for Rachel. If if I were gonna purposefully try to mistype Rachel, I would aim at ISFP because she's so good at biting her tongue and so cautious in her communications and expressions. Um, she doesn't display a whole lot of expert intuition. So you could try to make a case for like ISFP, but there's zero possible chance that she's FI. She's so FE tool. And just because her affect is somewhat less extroverted than some other INFJs, well, I think that has something to do with being Enneagram 9.
Yeah, it does.
But
I know that.
it additionally just has to do with Rachel's particularist experience. I think she spent a lot of time in an environment that she was well served by caution in what she said, that she couldn't rely on her just being able to speak openly and freely as she felt like it and have that not cause problems.
Yeah.
So that probably is.
When I was younger, I used to fight more, because I had that young mind, like, but,
First Last says, oh no, I don't. I just said that to be relatable. But now I wish I did at Lou. But I guess that's not linked to this next thing. It says, but she's TI polar. The comments in the past said so. Who? You mean Rachel? Rachel's not TI polar. Rachel is TI third. FE tool, NI Dom, SE4, SI8, TE polar. I mean, really, like everything lines up. She's TE polar. She's SI8. These things are very clear. She's obviously FE tool. It's not an absolute value, but it's like it's got the instrumentality of like say mistake avoidance over say strewing a lot of seeds and seeing what grows.
no way, I definitely don't do that.
Well, I'm glad you brought it up. I mean, the thing is, Rachel's more concerned about other people's opinions about her type than I'll ever be. I know what type she is, and I already know for sure that nobody can successfully make a case against it because I've got so much data on her from living with her and being with her for such a long time that there are certain kinds of things that I can establish without any question whatsoever, right? Like TE polar for sure, SI8 for sure. And so TE polar means FE tool for sure, but everything else validates against that same idea, which is like it's active, too active for her liking. Therefore, of course, consistent with tool function. Like she likes to turn it off sometimes and accomplishes turning it off usually by isolating so that she doesn't have to deal with it. But because it's her tool function, it's her default way of doing everything. If she doesn't take steps to prevent it from kicking in, it will. Which can even mean even having the cat on the bed, Capillo, who's very easy to sleep with, will cause her to be aware of Capillo too much, such that she doesn't sleep as well.
Yeah. It's really, really hard for me to turn off the FE tool. I've definitely met people in the past who would get really annoyed by my mirroring them, and like be like, why don't you have like your own opinions and stuff? So like I, took that critique and I was like, oh, I really have to work on that. But when I'm most comfortable, I do mirror the people who I'm closest to.
And I think Rachel displays that with me in part because she knows it's safe. I'm not going to tell her to be different or do things differently. Well, I'll have to check it out at some point, y'all. I'll check out your media. I don't feel like figuring that out right now. Thinking about it particularly. I don't know if I'll be streaming a whole hell of a lot longer. If it's not too personal a question. Rachel, what's the craziest thing you ever did as a child?
As a child, that's so hard. The craziest?
Well, I guess, like, what's the thing you did that either got you in the most trouble or was most defiant or represented you being bad most?
Well, I wasn't really a child. Well, maybe I was. Was I? No, I don't remember how long I was in the Girl Scouts for, but at my most defiant, I didn't like Girl Scouts at all. And my mom made me go to this like Girl Scouts like craft event. And I don't like crafts, and I didn't want to get the patch. I really just didn't want to be there. I didn't want to be with people who I didn't like either. Like a lot of the people in my grade, who were in Girl Scouts, like didn't like me. They thought that I was weird. So I didn't want to be around them. So I didn't want to go to this thing. So what did I do? I was defiant and like messed up the crafts on purpose, put zero effort in, and
Oh, and I will tell you, nothing has changed. If anybody wants to see this at any time, all you got to do is make Rachel do something she doesn't want to do. That's all you got to do. I've not seen very much of it, right? Like, because I don't try to make you do things you don't want to do.
No.
But I think I witnessed at some point early in our relationships, on a couple of occasions, when I didn't get how careful I had to be about pressuring, like, oh, that'll be fun, let's do it, let's go over there and do that thing. If you express some mild hesitation that was, I wasn't going to get a lot of declarative statements about your feelings about things. I had to read you, So I got to see that when you're pressured into doing stuff you don't want to do, you are an unhappy camper.
Yeah, and I let people know it because, like, I have a happy disposition most of the time. So when I express something that I don't want to do, when I express my FI and it's ignored, I will act out. So yeah, so I messed up the crafts. I was cursing. I was like, "Fuck this shit. This is so stupid." I was like, I was yelling. I was like, "This is so fucking boring. This is so lame." Like, and my mom like was mortified. She was so embarrassed. I remember my dad like carrying me. He basically like pulling me out of there. And I was like kicking and screaming, like telling everyone that my mom made me go to this and I didn't want to be with any of them and they're fucking losers. And my mom like left and my dad had to take me home and he was like, Mom says you're punished for a week or something. And I was like, fine. I don't know how old I was. I remember joining the Girl Scouts when I was like around 8 years old. But I had 3 friends in that troop. The next, as I got older, I think I must have been like a 9 or 11, 9 or 10 when this happened. I was young.
I don't think Rachel has a lot of examples like that.
Yeah, I wasn't a handful. I was a good kid. Like, I just wanted things to be fair. I always wanted things to be fair, and it just like was always overlooked. Like
You're not assertive. You expect other people to have some intuition, and you're in a family where there's not a lot of intuition flying around, really.
No.
Especially from your mom, who's like the dominant personage in that family,
Right.
used to be, you know, growing up.
Yeah. I've heard that INFJs, when unhealthy, can appear like unhealthy ESTPs too. So it's like, but my TI would come out a lot too. I would be like, you know, like, why do I have to go to this thing with my sister who like is in her own little world? She doesn't like want or need me at this thing. Like,
I don't want to go to this thing. You're the only person who wants me to go to this thing.
yeah.
And it's perfectly reasonable questions to ask, you know?
Yeah, I would ask these things as a kid, and it was like, work on shutdown mode, like shut her down.
Which just makes it even more unfair.
Yeah, so I would go upstairs, and if I was punished like right away, I would act out. I would stomp my feet so everyone heard in the house. I would slam my door. It was baby stuff. I was like such a good kid. I was a really good kid. So
I'm sure these instances happen when it's like after multiple unfairnesses been sort of piled up, or really like especially bad, because I suspect you were making an effort to be accommodating.
I always was. So when I didn't want to do something, I didn't know, I felt like they weren't taking me seriously because I was a kid. Or they would tell me that I was whining. I got told that I whined a lot. And some things I did whine a lot about, like, you know, it was tough being so introverted and like learning how to make friends and stuff.
I mean, the thing is, there's nothing about you that's whiny. The only time you get anything like that is you get cranky when your SI is pushed on too much. But
a lot of it did have to do with sleep too. Like, I didn't like getting up early in the morning for church. That was, my dad always like would talk about how difficult it was for to get me and my sister up for church. It was, he said it was like almost not worth it.
It's never worth it to force people to do shit they don't want to do.
Yeah.
Just a terrible way of dealing with things. It's like, you need to respect your children a little bit more than that. And for now, we'll only do readings on others with their consent. Is non-consensual readings a problem? The observer effect. The observer effect. Divination can warp reality. Well, so what you're saying is that's why you're asking for consent, because you don't want to warp someone else's reality. I don't think it can warp reality if they don't know about it. The thing is, it's true that tarot and the like can affect reality, sometimes dramatically. But the thing is, it works like this. So, if we get a bad tarot pull, it's gonna give Rachel stormy brows. She kind of like this little look of like, "Mah," on her face or whatever. So it does affect reality in that way, but it doesn't affect reality in the way that's causing her to have that reaction, which is to say, it's not at all informative about her upcoming experience or her previous experience or what things in her life mean or whatever. In ways that are determinate or warping of reality. The warping is all in the meaning making process. Okay, I've successfully cut up my lasagna to make it more delicious. And the thing is, like, speaking of monetizing, right? Like, I started monetizing the live streams, made an effort to stay on the green dollar sign side of YouTube, where I don't have limited advertising because of meow meow meow. And I'm putting in a lot of hours trying to get to 10,000 subs, kind of explicitly, but really it's kind of like, oh hey, now if I'm just adding it out on live streaming all day, I can write it off on my spiritual taxes as productive. Which is nice. And I think like, Eric, what are you even doing? You're just sitting here yammering all day long. Like, oh no, I'm building the channel right now. I'm growing it. Well, I would not say that is true, that INFJs hate people. I don't think that's true at all. I think it's true that they want to like people, but don't want to deal with the messiness of people. I might have said it even in the past myself. INFJs don't really like people. But what I mean by that is not that they dislike them. Good question. Ghost peppers, are they haunted? Excellent, excellent question. You're haunted if you eat ghost peppers. I just think if you eat ghost peppers, you're just going to get a very wispy kind of see-through spiciness out of them. Unless you get the poltergeist versions, in which case they'll knock things out of your kitchen cabinets in your mouth. Because you're living the dream, Mari. I can. Currenzer points out something very important. I can poop. Oh yeah, when since Mom gave me this hat, I tell you, I don't think there's anything I've ever owned that I've gotten as many compliments on as this hat.
Yeah, you've gotten a lot on compliments on that hat.
I am millennia old. I was born about 1200 BC. No, I don't want to do any of those things, Fly Guy. Okay, fair enough, Cone Man. Cone Man says, my comment wasn't very accurate. Hate is a strong word, etc. Fair enough. It's good to eat food. With a hat like that, you can get a bowl of soup. According to Rachel, a hat like this gets me flirted with by old ladies in town. It's like, I'm not gonna get with you, old lady. Look at my wife. Sir, what in the world are you doing? Are you lonely? No. Are you? If so, welcome. Hopefully we can ease your loneliness around here. I'm hanging out with my YouTube friends, my wife, my cat, my lasagna. I ain't lonely. No, Fly Guy. This hat does not smell like Grandma's bathroom. It smells like roses and poop. I actually have quite strong associations with that smell of roses. With it's like when I smell roses nowadays, I kind of think I smell an undercurrent of old lady poop. I'm glad you have a husband Yes, I have a cat. It's right there. I have two cats, actually. This is one of them. This is Trouble. That's his name. Well, you know what? Come in. My wife's actually 39. But I'm sure she feels flattered by your underestimating her age. As everybody does. I'm 52, but I look a little older than I am. Yeah, she is. I'm a lucky man. Thanks, Mega Deals 21. Yeah.
Thanks, one real, one always, sweet like honey.
Yeah, rock and roll.
Your birth chart?
Rock and roll and hang loose. As they say at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Hawaii. Joe Media, you're going to send me a PDF of all of Coman's insights at the end of this, aren't you? I hope so, because I want to learn. I want to make sure I learned everything I can tonight. Did you know that Iron Shades are ageless like vampires? You kind of are ageless like vampires.
I used to be afraid of vampires as a kid.
Well, that's just because you wisely don't want your blood to be sucked out of you.
Yeah, it really was that.
Clean it up now, pal. You're not my pal. Mega Deals 21. You're definitely not my pal. You're being downright mean to me. Who was reading work emails? Not me. Is this ganja?
K.E., do you feel like as a Life Path 5 that you enjoy freedom and are very communicative and enjoy change?
Do we all have Discord? Somebody made one the other day. They're sort of not official by me or anything, but there is such a thing, I think. Joe decided I want to write like 100 books and have the power to act on 0 of those goals. Hey. Wait, are you writing dialogue in the Eric biopic? Am I smoking dog turds? No. I'm not smoking dog turds. Hello from Ireland. Where are you? I'm in sunny California. Right in the middle of the state, near Yosemite National Park. Thanks, Mega Deals 21. I like how you capitalize pal as well. Well,
Hey, Ray Guinness. That's not nice.
It's.
Why is it not showing up on mine?
I think the thing is, it's not actually, or maybe it is a middle finger. Yeah. I was thinking, is that an index finger? It's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. One real, one ways. One real, one always. One real, one always sweet like honey. I will transubstantiate you. A health hit. It's called. Okay. So here we go. By the powers vested in me as archpastor of both the Aelorian Church and God's Big Heaven Church, which offers the biggest heaven of any religion, I hereby transubstantiate this bong rip to one real, always sweet like honey. And the other thing I want to confirm is that I am, in fact, your grandfather. You are my grandchild. I have a lot of grandchildren. See it? It's a great bong. It really works well. It is a little cloggy, but except for that, I have zero complaints about it whatsoever. It's Rachel's wrong, really, but she prefers babes. Damn it, boy, I'm gonna find you. Well, not that hard to find. You can find me all you want, but probably best you not try to actually go to that place that you find. You know, follow Tom on Instagram, and he was at the spa today. Who's Tom?
Tom from MySpace. You know, everyone's first friend.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
He's on Instagram?
He's on Instagram and he uses his MySpace picture.
Really? Same
Yeah,
picture?
yeah.
Oh my god. That's so hilarious.
Isn't it?
That deserves a finger wag. I agree with Fly Guy. Yeah, I don't have any blunt papers. I could roll a joint, but okay, I can roll a joint.
I'll definitely partake in a joint.
Sure, let's do it. I've had for a long time now, actually. Distinct sense that you added up today.
I did. Sorry.
Why are you apologizing?
Because I make it obvious.
No, I can tell. But, I don't think it's obvious at all. You know?
You can tell you live with me. Yeah.
Dude, I live with you because we're married to each other.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. You may remember that one day back in the summer when you wore that very inconvenient white dress.
It was inconvenient.
Difficult to walk around in. Remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Well, I didn't tell you then, but that whole deal was actually you agreeing to legally marry me.
I thought so much about fucking body language that day because, like, maybe a day or two before, I had done some I listened to some YouTube videos that were about body language, and I was like overthinking everything.
How was my body language? Is it okay according to that thing?
I got a little nervous sometimes, because your feet weren't pointing at me.
My feet weren't pointing at you.
Yeah.
Oh, well. I'll give my fetus turn talking to you, Rachel. I don't know what they were thinking. That's their bad.
So dumb.
No, I mean, I should have asked you before the wedding, which direction should my feet point?
I should have not.
And then I would have paid attention to it. If you had told me you wanted them pointed in a certain direction, I would have pointed them wherever you want. No
Oh.
problem, darling.
Oh.
You can point my feet whichever direction you want.
I'll tell you when. I have to, like, there was this one point where like Liz was talking to me, but her like body language was like I'm leaving
Pulling it away.
this conversation. And I was like, oh man, she really like was on her way out. I think she was talking to Delilah though and wanted to finish that combo or patrol
Corey.
yeah.
Yeah. Officer Liz patrolling Corey. Alright, so what I'll do is we'll pass and then I'll move the camera accordingly as well. No, it's actually quite good weed. It's pretty dried out at this point, We've had it for a while, so. And we've kept it in the freezer where it dries out, but it's the best of not a lot of good options for long time storage of good weed. So, any weed, no matter how wonderful it is, if you have it for a long enough time, it'll dry out. And there's no good way to store it unless it's vacuum packed, Do I smoke carts? You mean cartridges? Rachel does a lot more than I do.
Yeah, I don't cough with cartridges. I have more of a way of controlling my inhalations when I take it. When I smoke cartridges, I like them.
Apparently, the Artisan says, wow, that's quite a claim there, the Artisan. I try not to do that because people, if somebody flags it, then it'll turn it into age restricted, Do we play Pokemon Go? No. I don't play it. Do you play Pokemon Go, Rachel? No.
No, once I learned that you had to leave the house to find the Pokemon, I was like, no.
That's not that great just to leave the house. There should be infinite amount of Pokemons inside of my house.
Yes.
I will pass this to you in 1 second.
Thanks.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
Typical white person, says Goat Graffiti. Skull, 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 skull. I mean, a typical white person is 4 skeletons? Ahoy, matey. Ahoy. Ahoy to you as well. It's J-Man94. Everybody look. Did Don give his rising? I did not see it. I already shared it, KP, says KE.
Galt is Don.
What's that?
Galt is Don Jonas?
Don Kynos. Crackhead, skull. I'm actually not a crackhead, Goat Graffiti. No, not in the slightest.
Do you want this back?
Sure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
But I guess you like to rush to judgment. D's nuts.
You were voted pretty highly.
Who was voted pretty highly?
Remember someone put on the ballot D's nuts?
Oh, right. Yeah. Cameron Mack, hello. It is very nice to see you. I am absolutely delighted that Cameron Mack is here and arriving in such close proximity to D's nuts. Seeing those two walk in any party will make everyone just go, oh my God. Just stop right now. Oh my God. It's Cameron Mack and D's nuts. I am hypermutable. I sort of study a little bit of everything. You only have a crack in your butt. I do have a crack in my butt, but it's not that deep because I've kind of got small butt cheeks.
I love your butt cheeks.
Thanks, darling. I don't feel insecure about it. I don't feel like proud of it either. It's a true fact about my butt. You know, they're not particularly big butt cheeks. I need my chair to have some cushion on it. You know.
Yes, you do.
Oh.
We were always putting pillows underneath butts in Arcadia.
Everybody always asking what's on the plate. It's health substance, okay? It's delightful health substance. It helps you to be a healthy person with health in your heart. So embrace health and healthy living. Care a lot about your health.
KE, what's your sun rising?
With your sun, moon rising. All right, let's step outside for a Health Tube 1.0. I'll leave Rachel in here with Health Tube 1.5, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Health Tube 1.5. What do I think of Vedic? I've heard a few things about it. Things like, yeah, and nuh-uh. What? Where are my glasses? Those are things that I've
They're
heard.
on your shirt.
Ah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Those are things I've heard about Vedic. I've heard like, yeah, and nuh-uh. I think those are your two choices on it. So you're either going to be like better than regular or not as good as regular. That's a good poll question, actually. What's better, regular astrology or Vedic astrology? I'll put the poll up. Okay, we're going to do this poll right now before I even go over here to multitask. Hi, Eric, watch this. Got him. What do you mean? What's this got him? Regular astrology? Vedic astrology. You want linking perms? What do you mean by that? Oh, you mean permissions? Okay, sure, Don Kindness. I'm sure I got the right guy. There you go. Giat. Is that your name? Giat? No, it's Gialt. What do you mean, watch this got him? Hi, Eric. Watch this. Got him. I don't understand what that's all about. But what I will say is when you said I just want linking perms, I thought you're saying you want two different permutations in a debate argument that link to each other. Is what my first thought was. My second thought was, do you mean like perms like haircuts? You mean you want permission to link things? That's neither of the possibilities I was thinking there. I really misinterpreted that. These window shutters are nice. Yeah, that's nice. Sure. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'll bring you over here with me. I'm coming over here to pee. So you're going to have to look away from me anyway. And you can look at that. That looks pleasant. Like, hey, maybe I could sit in that chair. Or does it look like a spooky liminal space with no one there? You be the judge. Ah, yes. The magical world of urine. A place where even the specialist of men like me can feel relief. Oh, boy, that's better. That's why urine is one of my favorite 5 things to come out of my body. And the other 4 in no particular order being poo, tears, mucus, and ejaculate. It does feel good. Yeah, it feels real good. You got a full bladder and then all of a sudden you don't. It's like, oh, hey, I was uncomfortable, but now I'm not. You dipta, or adipta. The dirt coming out of your body. You got to get rid of all those things. All those 5 things. 5 things total. Going number 1, going number 2, going number 3, blowing your nose and crying. Well, first, last, kind of what you're saying sounds a little bit like this is fine. Oh no. Sorry. Gravity. Blame gravity. Don't blame me. Blame Isaac Newton for inventing gravity. Hi, for you next. So, I know I've remarked on it plenty recently, but I'm going to remark on it again. It feels different to live stream when I've got a sort of a steady, if even if it's not substantial, but a steady trickle even of like new people stopping in and just being like, "What is this?" or whatever. It makes it feel a lot more worthwhile an activity and a lot less like a pointless indulgence. Which is it's like I was locked into the doldrums for a long time in on YouTube for whatever reason. So it's really nice change of pace. I didn't know that I would appreciate that so much. You ever witnessed much weird stuff in the city? You mostly witness people saying while they were walking somewhere, "I'm walking somewhere." I believe that's how New Yorkers say it. And they gesticulate a lot when they say it. "I'm walking somewhere." Like that. Birdmon. I just need some convincing about what? First class is helping me cure my colon. Good for you. But a lot of ways New Yorkers, especially in New York City, will mind their business. I'm sure they will. I'm just joking. um, Going down the bottom, me. I see just a social media thing where it doesn't really happen often, but it seems that way through social media or something at Rachel Strauss. How is it fake? Are you talking about margarine? There's something that's fake. Margarine, you're not butter. You're not even close to butter. Where do you get off positioning yourself, making yourself into rectangular cubes, whatever that's called? What's a cubular rectangle? Like a three-dimensional rectangle. I don't think that astrology is choosing cards at random. That's what you're talking about, right? Characters with months of the years. Placing characters? What do you mean by placing characters? You're mixing a bunch of stuff up. Margarine should be banned. It's like canned food. Are you banning canned food now? Okay, jeez. What a Nazi. What a fresh food Nazi you are. An argument about like which is better, this astrology, that astrology, or numerology, or whatever. Obviously, nobody's gonna be able to win that argument. Those are the kind of things that you can win arguments about. 4, 4, 4, 4. 4 fours, huh? Well, it looks like regular astrology is the winner. Okay, so take that, Vedic astrology. Suck it. A song that hits your soul is Cooler Than Me. It's a pretty good song. Some people use astrology and tarot in combination. You know what it sounds like Birdmon needs? Is some guidance from his spirit guides. Who agrees? Who agrees that Birdmon is badly in need of some spirit guidance here? Okay, so listen, Birdmon, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to channel your spirit guides with my magical powers, and I'm going to inform you what they have to say to you today. And we're going to find out what they have to say, okay? Oh, this is one of them. Your first word, sadness. Uh-oh. Well, we'll find out what it says. We have to see all the cards. Space. Here we go. Wow. I'm feeling your spirit guides. I'm feeling it. Yes, Birdmon. Protection. Oh, please be magic. Please, the last one be magic. I want to pull magic for the last one. Gross. Okay. Was this one magic? No. It was mystery, though. That would have been great, too. Listen. Allow yourself space for spiritual growth, as that will provide protection from sadness. Okay? All right, Birdmon, I want you to give yourself space for spiritual growth so you can get protection from sadness.
Pretty good.
That's what your spirit guides have to say. All right, Natasha Godfrey Ashford, would you like to see what your spirit guides have to say about you? I'll tell you right now. All right. Spirit guides inform me about NGA. That stands for Natasha Godfrey Ashford. All right, let's find out what your spirit guides have to say. Oh, this is the first one. Pop right out. Uh-oh. Death. This one's already poking out to take this one as well. Movement. Okay. Oh, that's a twofer. Never take a twofer. This is a rule I have around here that I apply. You know, Rachel seems to apply too, but she obviously does what she wants. But never take a twofer. It's one of my personal rules.
I never take a twofer.
Faith.
That's house rule.
Yeah, it's kind of a house rule around here. Now your fourth one, your fourth card. Success. Okay. Have faith that even death moves you ever closer to success. Now, I'm having to interpret the spirit guide's order of operations here. It could be
Meow.
Success means movement away from death and towards faith. Could be a possible interpretation as well.
Come on, let's go.
Don't play with stuff like that? Why not? I feel like it. Fly Guy sleeps with his head pointing west. Fly Guy, did you get a sentence before? Who else? Anybody else want a sentence? Fly Guy's getting with strength. Well, listen, grandchild, you need to check your sass. Fly Guy, you got Faith as well. Faith came out here a couple of times. Let's see what we get here. Okay, oh, this one popped right out. Energy. And frustration. So, would say have faith that your strength gives you energy to overcome frustration. Have faith that your strength gives you energy to overcome frustration. There you go, Fly Guy. KE, you're next. There's no reason for anybody to respect me just because I'm older. It's generally a good idea to try to offer a modicum of respect to everybody, but all right. First card for KE. Piggity Pia. It says, it's hard to read. My glasses are right here. Determination. Magic. Protection. And that protection card, let's say. And confidence. Wow, look at that. I'm going to change the form of protection to protect, okay? Your confidence protects you, but your determination is magic. Or the magic of your determination protects your confidence. Another possible reading of that one. I'll just call you Dieter. Sure, you Dipta. And anybody else who wants this, please do let me know. Well, thanks a lot, Natasha. All right. Who is that person again? You Dipta. All right, you Dipta. Let's see what your spirit guides have to say on today's 4-card sentence. Ghost. Never take 2 for consciousness. Anger. And your last spirit guide offering is surrender. I would say This is a difficult one. Let's see. Let's see. Let's say consciousness, surrender, anger, ghost. Let's see. Anger surrenders your consciousness to ghosts. Anger surrenders your consciousness to ghosts. This is a tough one, a particularly difficult one. Have I ever stared at a mirror? 10-second Tom. I think he's referencing something I said in a video a long time ago. Does the death card mean something to an end and then success? I think the death in general in these kind of readings just means the ending of something, the beginning of something else. Who thinks everything I say is delusion, but somehow her spiritual beliefs are fine, even though she admits we're both psychotic narcissists? Who does? Who are you talking about? Molly J? I don't know who Molly J is. I am a 23-year-old. I wouldn't call myself a thug, but I would call myself a master of the thug shake. Pull for Edipa. Magic because you're awesome, says KE. Hayden Kreitz, 10-second time. I think he's referencing something that I said in a video a long time ago. That's what I was looking for. Hayden Kreitz. Someone come get their mom. I like that one, actually. I think that one's pretty fun to say because it's interesting, you know, like instead of somebody come get their grandpa, somebody come get their mom. Much more interesting. Do those jeans fit? I'm not wearing jeans, actually. I'm wearing sweatpants at the moment. You're about to do a tarot reading and someone who's unaware and thinks it's all worthless. Well, I mean, most of all, inform them that, you know, it's nice to have magical thinking frame to inform things. It doesn't have to be determined on anything. It's another way. It's a way of engaging things through holistic knowing and archetypes rather than parsable, reducible stuff. Fly Guy says, be careful, GL, you'll invite the dark energies of the occult that way. I don't think so. I wouldn't worry about it at all. No, I wasn't saying you're 10-second Tom. I think I've called myself that before, actually. Like, we're referring to, but actually, no, I've called myself 10-minute Tom. We're referring to my, like, ADHD state when I'm feeling Like in certain moods, certain times when I'm feeling like I just bounce between thing and thing, can only spend like 10 minutes on a thing at a time because nothing's interesting me enough. I don't know. I refer to myself during those states of being as 10-minute Tom. That I can only
Bouncing around, bouncing
yeah,
around.
bouncing around, bouncing around, bouncing. Yeah, exactly. Um, that's why I was thinking of you saying it, but I forgot. I misremembered or whatever. I was 10. The expression I used was 10-minute Tom, not 10-second Tom. So
Thanks. You did. That's your name.
I was referring to Angel taking the edibles and dementia. I don't know who Angel is, and I'm not sure what you're talking about at all, but that's fine. Guys, cargo pants, sweatpants, that's unacceptable. Well, you might as well be in your boxers. Go put on some jeans at least. I'm doing a spread for a particular soul contractor, what I believe it to be. Not trying to invoke cult related to it. Also, 10-second Tom was from the movie 50 First Dates. Oh, I didn't know that. Is his name really pronounced Jaelt? Not directly on her, but I shouldn't do it with frustration. Colorado Kush is top of the world, says Stretch Nuts. What is stretching your nuts right now? Do you have some sort of weights attached to them? If so, I'd advise detaching said weights. It's a sign or some shit, says Gyalt. Good for that. I don't even like that song, says Katie. More like a 10 milligram Tom. I'm a 10 milligram Tom? 10 milligrams of what? Dun, tap, says Katie, but she just said the believing part. Then later she finished with, hold on to that feeling. Also, Fly Guy, you're right, but I didn't hear it. Like, in front of you, the stop sign, do not crash, Kate. I always pronounce it Gelt. Oh, Gelt, man. Ha ha, old man. Ha ha, indeed, Casper Robinson. Ha ha, indeed. You don't have to hear it for the earworm to activate. You can just hear the words used and it will trigger the memory. What strain? What strain is this? We don't know what it's called, actually. This weed, you wouldn't even believe it. I told this story too many times, but you wouldn't even believe where this weed came from. It just came in the mail one day. So, we don't know what it is. We just know that somebody was mailing weed across country and we ended up with it. They weren't mailing it to us, but we ended up with it. I read this guy looks like he's got good stories. I do have some pretty good stories sometimes. I've been known to tell occasional good story. Some of them from my experience, some of them made up on the fly or whatever. I'll indicate which it is, or it'll be obvious, If I didn't stop its looping in my mind, ask about glide flaps. It's a good question. A good thing to say is, let's ask a little, let's start musing a little bit more about the importance of glide flaps. He's the kind of guy I'd want around a campfire. And I try to perform as you wanted. If you want like, Eric, can you do Old West guy telling a campfire story? I would try to do that. I'd be like, well, sure I can. Just right around here in this general area. It was back in the 1840s, you understand. Gold mining time. Right in these here hills. There was a set of gold miners come up through here one day. And it was tough going. They had to camp before they got the gold mine part. Why do you think your age is such a relevant factor to newcomers during live streams? I think it's just because it stands out, right? I'm assuming that a stark minority of streamers are my age, and I look older than I am. I'm 52, but I look even older than that. And the fact that I've got a big beard, it draws attention to it. I would love to do voice acting, but it's a field to get into, you know. Yeah, I've done some just for fun on the channel, some like read aloud stuff, reading like public domain stories for famous authors or whatever. Hey pal, take a shower. No, thank you. Okay, I don't know what the hell's going on here. All right, Angel Estrada. Right. Try it out. Try it out. I'm an American. Who are you? What are you saying? Garth knows what it is. I have no idea what you're getting at here. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with Angel Estrada at all. I so little know what's going on that I can take no action at all. Like, I'm making deals. I gotta make deals. You're basically the pal guy for me, I think. Thank you, Rachel.
You're welcome.
Hey, look, it's Monkey D. Luffy. What is the difference between cerebral and nothing else? It's the mommy genes. Again, I'm not wearing jeans. I'm wearing sweatpants. Tonight is not just my age, it's this misconception that I'm wearing jeans.
That's weird.
I think it's weird spirits working through people archons maybe entering our chat. Could be like bot, you know.
Show media.
If you can get it, Rachel, please. Will you stop being edgy, show media? This is a family-friendly show. Yes, it does. Okay. It's 46 feet by 12 feet by 36 inches.
Delete it because it has KE attached to it.
What do you mean it's got K attached to it? I'll get rid of it.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. The big cube or something. I don't want anybody talking about any kind of body shaming, even runs in that general vicinity of stuff. I don't like it. I just don't want to engage it. I'm, very much not a censor. So I've got this strong aversion to people being judged for their bodies in any way, really.
Oh my god, Boba Fett for real? Like, are we still talking about
I
it?
don't talk about it, show media. I don't do that. It's ridiculous. Oh, for fark's sake. All right. Well, I see I've Streisand affected things at this point, so I'll just stop attempting to police anything in that area because at this point you're just encouraging more than you're doing any kind of solution.
You can have fun on Benadryl. Just be careful about how much you take Angel Estrada.
Yeah. Generally, a good advice for everything is be careful. I think I have the biggest, says Max Payne. Well, I bet you feel pretty good about that, apparently. You want to tell us all. This is uneasy, but I didn't draw the tower. Well, that's good. I love all of you so much. Thanks, Show Media. She doesn't currently have that ferret anymore because it passed away. Well, I'm really happy to hear that. Megadiel's 21. I'm sure. I'm guessing that's why you're telling me that. Is you want me to tell you good job or something? You know, I'm pretty sure it's non-unique to you also, Megadiel's 21. Everybody has their penis all day long. Or not at all. You know, it's not one of those things that you part ways with partially through the day. Eli says hi, and I, in return to his greeting, say hello. Show Media, can't you love us all equally? Right. Show Media, stop loving me so much and share some of that love with KE. It's not fair otherwise. Hayden Kreitz, the lady on the couch, is Mrs. Host Eric and Rachel Strauss. I think these are voices of EIRIEL. Too many vowels. Too many vowels in that word. Gelt. Too many vowels. Be right back. All right. People inform me of these things. Deliriants open a connection with it, and so does dementia. So you think we should try to get high on dementia? Oh wait, deliriants. Hebrew. The Hat Man has some sort of authority in that realm. Okay, well, I have no idea what you're talking about. You guys can do Datara. I don't know what's Datara. Oh, I could. A fedora and a top hat? He's got two hats on? Oh, okay. The Hat Man is a common DMT archetype. I see. Isn't Datura that like super poisonous stuff that you should never ever do? That like makes you go completely insane for several days or something. Hat Man is a villainous figure in urban legends related to sleep paralysis. Well, that sounds like a terrible idea, doing Datura. Can you stay at my house if you come here? Well, I mean, we'll need to talk to you by video conference.
Yeah,
first.
we usually talk to. That sounds good. We just usually talk to people before they like on Google Meet before confirming that they can stay. So if you're cool with a Google Meet hangout, cool. So you're down with that?
Well, hi, Guy. You make an interesting point. Not one I'm normally familiar with people making, but Fly Guy suggests that perhaps doing drugs to feel good is lame. You should do them to feel stressed out, terrified, and insane. Yeah, I know I've chatted with you before, but I don't remember you very much. I have no recollection of what you look like or sound like. The men in black are probably related to archons and Gnosticism. Okay. Okay. Sounds good to me. Gnosticism is that those delicious little potato dumplings. You know, that's what I like about Gnosticism is that unlike the other religions, they're just variants on same kind of pasta. Gnosticism is made out of potatoes. And that's how we do it at the Falcon Car Wash. That does seem very potish. That's how we do it at the Falcon Car Wash. We get some Falcons, swoop on down, drop us the towel, we wash your car. Angel, it's time for your capture. Who would have been in a fight, Goku or Vegeta? I've never even heard of Vegeta. Is he some sort of vegetable-powered superhero? We did end up getting we did end up getting that Mad Magazine game. If I were an ISFJ, would I remember what you look like? Maybe. Stay behind our blue protective eye. We won't let them take you. We won't let you die. I don't know what that is all about. Are those lyrics or something? Hi, Jeremy Parrish. What are you saying, Gelt? Vegeta is a vegetable superhero? Wow. First name baby, last name money. Yeah, Fly Guy, go ahead. Ban it. See you later, Bot Estrada. I agree with your assessment of that completely. What's your TF? Please tell me that doesn't stand for twin flame. Okay. It had really intense intentions? Did it intensively have intense intentions? I hope so. I hope it intensively. That's funny, Karma's pen. I was right. It does stand for twin flame. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the K Show. I'm happy to be at your show. Twin flame. It's right. Yes, I will look them up later. Thank you. Smiling flower, rose and flower. Rachel uses those kind of terms too a little bit, but I think she's soured on that particular term, so I'm feel a little safer making fun of it a bit. KE promises to love us all unequally. A bit of a bag with both poo and gold in it, you know? So I love you. Just a lot less than everybody else. Oh.
I just watched you.
Oh, Mr. Angry Meows.
Yeah, but I really just watched him.
Let's see. I'm gonna make him wait a little bit. See. Meow? Meow? Oh, you want me to go in there? Oh, over here? You're saying? Okay. Silly cat. You're such a bossy pants McBossertons. Yes, you're El Jefe. Yes, you are. Even the simple act of petting you causes problems by getting so much hair on my hand. That's just the tip of the troublemaking iceberg that you are. Trouble is, rather than an iceberg of trouble, he's more like a huge mound of trouble balls that are troublesome in multiple ways. They're balls, but they don't bounce, but they tend to roll away, and you have to keep them in one place. And they're all wet with some unknown viscous substance. And you don't have any gloves. Each of the balls inside of it is a whole like Easter egg full of various independent troubles, or not independent, but linked troubles to the set of the ball, you know. So, like, petting him. That's a ball of trouble. And then inside of it is, you get cat hair all over everything because he just constantly sheds an endless amount of fur. Problem two, if you pet him one too many times or in the wrong context, he might scratch you or at least certainly threaten to. Then if you don't obey immediately, you will get scratched at that point. He'll give you a warning, but a warning look, you know. Other things with petting. He's very particular about which spots on his body you can pet without incurring violence. So you're not allowed to pet him on the stomach. You're not allowed normally to pet him on the tail or the butt at all. I can get away with some of these things when he's eating a little more than usual. Like, I mean, the tail down here. And then want you to pet below here. Down to, like, here is fine. You can see him starting to meow his back. Okay, all right, I'm petting too low. I'm sorry. So, just petting him is a whole ball of trouble. He wants to come up and be close to you and rub up against you, but if it's instrumental because he wants you to say, watch him eat, then he doesn't want you to pet him because you're not doing the business at hand, which is what he wants you to do. Okay, fine. You're done eating? At long last, you finally done? No, you still want to eat more. And every single sort of set of things that goes along with owning a cat, feeding them, petting them, you know, having a place for them to sleep, having a place for them to go to the bathroom, you know, litter box, their relationship with your other cat, their impact on your relationship with your significant other. You know, like Rachel and I can't sleep together for very long because trouble takes up so much room and is so imposing an SI force on the whole equation. It's just nothing but trouble. He has AIDS. My cat has AIDS. We can't take him to the vet without the vet having to sedate him and without us having to put on like super protective stuff. Last time I did this, and I still got scratched through the protective stuff somehow, just to get him into the cat carrier. They won't do anything to him without sedating him. And as a consequence, it's super expensive. So basically, we just can't take him to the vet. Well, possible. Well, I mean, did you look? Do you go to their channel, Fly Guy, to see if it looks like a real channel or not? Yeah, well, we love him despite the fact that he's trouble. I'm just explaining. That's not just his name, that's his reality. What were you on? Were you DMTing? Is that what happened? Oh, you're just kind of losing your shit? Looks like a real channel. Let's check it out. Well, I mean, he's got an Instagram. He's got 8 videos. Been around from 2014. Probably not. Damn, Daniel. Is that what it said?
What, Damn Daniel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is-
Damn Daniel.
I bet there's shoes or something.
Yeah, like about all his outfits, there was like multiple Damn Daniels in a row. Like this kid just like liked this way that Daniel dressed, so he'd always be like, "Damn Daniel, damn Daniel." Yeah, like damn Daniel, you got the fly kicks on or something. Yeah, he does say something.
No, we love him. He's extremely well loved cat and everything. You don't well, I mean it might be, but I'd say give him more than one instance before pulling the trigger. I know it's 10 p.m. And I would say today I've streamed for like 13 hours, which is quite a bit of live streaming.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I'm hardly on any amphetamines either. I just took like, well, I mean, not hardly on any, but I'm on, and I took it as prescribed. Just took my 30 milligrams fairly early this morning. Just kind of zoomed straight through the day. I streamed, then I took a few hours break. Rich got out, she had a doctor's appointment. And I started streaming again. As soon as she went in to take a shower, I was like, well, yeah, I think I should start streaming again. Because I was like, I just kind of, like I was saying, it doesn't feel so indulgent when I see it actually improving the numbers for the channel, which is not something I've seen for quite a long time. I mean, excepting shorts, which I'm not that interested in getting those numbers because the thing I like to do or consistently do most is live streaming. So if I can attain success or growth via live streaming, to me that's it's a huge change, and it makes me be like, well, why not keep live streaming if it's helping? Things are growing. What kind of Discord are you talking about? See, wait, I gotta go trace this back to the beginning. Even if I mind it, I'm like such an unimportant person or factor. What did she say that she's worried about offending you? I see. Death grips time. Well, I would suggest that you try to, if you can, be some sort of skeptical about all of this stuff you're saying. Maybe it's not you at your most stable. What's this chat about? Well, it's about all sorts of different things. So, I don't know. At the moment, Gelt is making a lot of statements that are a little bit unusual statements like, I hear sirens and fear the government and powers that be may frame me to prevent my ascension. So there's that, you know. Death Grips are an experimental hip hop group in Sacramento where I reside. Cool. Everyone here is bot. Play guy. Especially me. A lot of synchronistic activity is all I'm saying, but I may be jumping the gun on it all. Well, yeah, I mean, if you think people in the government are acting to prevent your ascension, then yeah, that's definitely not true. Whatever, I'm not sure what it means, but I would have very limited faith in the accuracy of that. Smith is a regular on Taylor's channel. Who's Smith? Oh, 6079 Smith W. Huh. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not trying to bust your chops, police you or anything. I'm just informing you that if you're still feeling like the jury's still out on whether that's what's going on, it's not still out. That's definitely not what's going on. It's possible. I mean, the thing is, I agree in general that it was a joke anyway. Hmm. Oh, I see. Right. It's hard to do timing sensitive jokes like that with the chat. That's a tricky bit of business. No, but you'll see Taylor will have 100 viewers and about 20 are in chat. Yeah, I know Taylor's doing fantastic. I'm really happy for him. Taylor of Flow State. Being grounded helps me feel safe. Stop calling him Taylor. That's his name. Why shouldn't they call him Taylor? You don't call me talking with famous people all the time, do you? Focus on your five senses is what Natasha Godfrey Ashford meant, is what my guess is, rather than five scenes. And what's around you? Breathe in fresh air, walk with your feet on the ground, and just energize with the earth. Don't try to do hand walking right now. Put that off till later. I used to always call you talking with famous people. I think I'll go back to that. Okay, cool. I don't care either way. Lightning needs to ground. You get grounded when you're in trouble. Is Luke 10:18 in Hebrew is I beheld Satan as Barak Bama. Really? That's funny. I'm pretty sure the Bible though was not saying that Barack Obama is Satan. that would be oddly specific. Like, let's talk about this guy who was president for 8 years in America, 2,000 plus years from now. Let's talk about him. Of all people, to be Satan. let's,
What?
let's skip over Hitler and Mao Zedong and,
Genghis Khan?
Genghis Khan, Attila the Hun, Caligula. Let's skip over all those people. Let's talk about Barack Obama. That's right. Thoughts on wanking? Well, I think it's a term that refers to people engaging in autoeroticism in its most literal sense, and just general prog rock wankery in some other sense, So I think that masturbation is fine. Necessary even for prostate health. Am I out of cigarette packs? Well, I guess I just have to go to bed. I have cigarettes. I don't want to get them in the eyes. So we gotta have to drive like to fucking Corscold maybe. Would be the closest place to get cigarettes, man. But I have plenty of butts. It's fine. But I guess if I had another pack around here, it's fine. Whatever. I can talk to more than just archons through these strange users, probably bots or something. Okay, that's. I don't know how to help with this particular kind of problem because obviously, as you've shared with us on multiple occasions in the past, you have yet unresolved mental health things that I would love to find out at some point you'd gotten the right doctor or whatever and had figured out. But I can tell you you're engaged in that kind of episode right now. AS says hello. 44 is Obama. You like numbers because I'm the best. Time is 11:22, 2:22. Huh. Well, let's see. That's 5 2s and 2 1s for a total of 12. Divided by 2 is 6. Divided by 2 is 3. So it factors out to 223. Got it all together. And 223 is the number of the yeast. I see. Well, I hope they help you if you are ever in such a situation again, go. Well, I mean, if you have them gout, I would recommend maybe now would be not a terrible time to take them. The antipsychotics. Kobe is the supplanter or one who takes the place of someone else like a false idol. Kobe Bryant? Is the Bible talking about Barack Obama and Kobe Bryant? Wait, so is what you're saying to me that that's fine, Smith. You're smarter than your computer. Yeah, you notice how after he died, everything was shit. You're saying that the Bible has references to Barack Obama and Kobe Bryant? Is that what you're saying? Am I speaking through someone else's body? No, I'm just speaking through my own body. I'm just Eric, not possessing anything or whatever, okay? There's no, yeah, all right? No, I'm not going to open that link. Last time I tried to do that, well, I don't have Spotify, so. Kobe took the most shots all time and he's dead. No, it's not archons. Okay, I have a fair amount of haters in the world who hate me a lot for a variety of reasons. The power of Christ compels the wickedness blocking your spiritual growth. I mean, well, look, Fly Guy, I don't know. Things sometimes people come in and are not necessarily their mental health index is not running pure green, you know? And we try to be compassionate, but also understand that, if I discover things that other people haven't and people shut me up all over YouTube, yes. Okay, well, I'm not shutting you up. I just think it's very surprising that the Bible would reference Kobe Bryant and Barack Obama of all people, Like what I said earlier about being committed, Eric. What did you say earlier about being committed? Let me look at it a little bit. What? Karma's bound. That's what I'm looking for. I don't see anything, Karma's path. Can you say it again? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, thanks for the link. Maybe we can talk another time when you're not afraid of my research. Who are you talking to? Me? I'm not afraid of your research. I was asking you about it, wasn't I? I'm trying to talk to you right now. I'm asking you about it right now. I'm not, I, I'm not saying, oh, he wants to get onto a pen. No, I can't do that. I'm not set up for that right now. If I'm going to do that, I have to do that at the start. I have to start the stream with knowing I'm going to do that, so I have it set up for it. Yeah, so I can't do that right now. It's it's not going to work. I mean, I could, um, I could open up a thing, but I couldn't have him come through the stream, you know? So, no. I'm about to end this actually. Yeah, in general, I don't, is the thing, Fly Guy. Yeah, we'll do it another time. Sure. You need to be up in 3 hours. I need to stop streaming because I've been doing it. People have told me that a lot, right? I I'm not Flow State. I'm not Taylor. I'm Eric. I do what I do. So people say, you should do what somebody else does. No, thank you. I'll just continue doing what I do. It's fine. So anyway, thanks you all for being here and have a great night.